Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku uncovered her father's secret weapon. Here is short summary. A year after her father's passing, Midoriya Izuku receives a letter from him, instructing her to go to one of the crazy old scientist's labs, where the old man prepared her a gift. A suit of unimaginable power and might. Now, she merely has to master its use, confront the girl who murdered her father, and discover the web of secrets her father left behind for her to unravel. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The great events that determined the fate of Japan came in many orders of magnitude. The rise of quirks that had destroyed the then third largest and strongest economy on planet Earth and hurled societal progress back about 100 years. The rise of All for One, the great king of evil, who had ruled Japan's underworld from the shadows. The chance formation of the quirk known as One for All, that would pass through hands and hands for generation after generation, until finally ending up in the hands of one Toshinori Yagi, and his rise as the juggernaut of justice that all knew as All Might. By comparison, the newest such titanic event was a far more humble affair. Just a man, taping a letter to the door of an apartment complex. It was a small thing. But this one small event would go to shake the ancient empire, as thoroughly as the formation of One for All had so long ago. The letter was a simple, humble envelope that had a simple message written in bold letters. To Izuku, from Dad. It was an early morning in Japan. The sun was shining, the droves of salary workers were making their way to their jobs, school kids of all ages moved through the streets heading for their various schools, and a giant monster was fighting a man in armor made of wood. Izuku smiled as she looked up at it, though she hadn't pulled out her regular smaller book to take notes. Part of that was that she already had done notes on the wooden hero up above on the train tracks that served as the current battleground. The larger part was simply that she just wasn't in the mood right now. It wasn't that today was a bad day for her. On the contrary, she felt pretty good right now. It was just that it wasn't a good day either. It was an okay day. That was fine though. An okay day was still infinitely better than a bad day, something she knew from long, bitter experiences. Ah, quite the sight, ain't it? Said an older man, smiling up at the two superpowered figures battling it out. He seemingly wasn't directing it at anyone in particular, but Izuku, being Izuku, answered him without even thinking about it. Yeah, Kamui Woods is so cool. He's the newest rising superstar right now. The old man glanced over at her, and smiled in a grandfatherly way, as the battle above made a crashing sound. Ah, it must be nice being a hero in this age. The youngsters back in my day didn't have cheering fangirls at all. Izuku blushed, but it was true enough. She was probably the biggest hero fangirl in the entire empire of Japan. Up above, unheeding of the thoughts of the people below, the hero known as Kamui Woods decided he was going to finish this battle. Izuku felt her heart swell, as she saw the hero Kamui Woods prepare his signature attack, only to be dramatically cut off, as another hero entered the fray. A massive, enormously tall woman, wearing an incredibly form-fitting outfit took the giant villain down with a flying jump kick, much to the exhilaration of the crowd. Izuku included. She grinned, and this finally did manage to get her to instinctually fish out her notebook and began to scribble and note-taking. More out of instinctual habit than anything else. As the new hero, Mount Lady introduced herself to the gathered crowds, this apparently being her debut day, and picture takers. Izuku began writing and muttering as she usually did when she got into hero stuff. Gigantification, a relatively common and powerful quirk. Quite a bit larger than normal too, but could the increase in power be offset by lack of utility? The risk of public destruction seems immensely high unless she is capable of changing to a size between her normal and full form. Oh, taking notes, are you girly? Planning to be a hero yourself? Izuku immediately froze, feeling her cheek blush like embers. She nodded. That's so, well, good to you. He grinned, then walked off, obviously thinking nothing of it. Just a random talk with a random girl on the street. Izuku stared after him, feeling a pang of welcome happiness at being wished good luck, Then she realized she really needed to get moving to class. Izuku was reading through her notes on heroes and quirks as the teacher entered, a scowl on his face, and an expression that said he was not in any mood for sassy back-talk today. Everyone immediately quieted down. Tori looked out over the class with a sour expression as he dropped a thick stack of notes on his table. "Osrather, hope you guys are aware now, you are third years." He glared at several of the boys in front who were the class clowns. Izuku could not see what said boy's expression was, but there was not a hint of backtalk. Unlike his previous teacher in Aldera Middle School, Tori had an ability to shut down any talk from his students while he was in a room. Whatever your background, you are now going to have to think about your futures, and already know what each and every one of you are going to write on these future career forms I'm about to hand out. He glared out over the class, then closed his eyes and sighed. Frankly speaking, every single time I've ever reached a new set of third years, everyone always wants to aim to be a pro hero. And why not? It is a very lucrative job, and I'm going to say to you lot the same thing said to my second batch of third years. He began to walk among them, glaring down at the class as he did so. As he passed Izuku, she immediately felt a stab of panic, but the old scenes never repeated themselves here. Tori did not stop to linger at her, the way her previous teacher had. He never did. "There are 22 of you here. Of those, 2 or 3 of you are likely to make it as pro heroes. Maybe 4 if you are very lucky. The rest of you will not. You will have to integrate into other, more mundane fields. Either because you decided to go down that road from the start, or because you were absolutely crushed by the harsh and unforgiving hero exams. Either way, the result will be the same." He returned to his desk. "As such, we'll be giving each of you 2 sets of papers, where every single one of you will cover your hopes for the future, both as a hero if that is what you wish to be, and a possible career you could imagine for yourself if you fail on that road. Obviously, if you don't want to be a hero, you need not fill in the papers twice." Izuku could hear the groans of having more paperwork hoisted on their shoulders, but no one gave a true challenge or verbal complaint, leaving their sensei to begin handing out said, informative papers. Izuku stared down at the paper. It did not take her long to fill out the hero set. Frankly, she finished quicker than almost anyone else in the class. The other one though, she did not want to write anything. At all. A large part of her felt like if she wrote anything there, it was the same as giving up on the idea of becoming a hero. It was actually a pretty big concern throughout the class, though Izuku didn't know it. The scrawny girl though had another, bigger reason to have that idea looming over her head than most. Memories of a boy with blonde hair and red eyes came to her mind as she stared down at the paper, feelings of both fear, rage, and shame coursing through her mind. There were few things she wanted in life less than to prove Katsuki right after all. Ultimately, she simply settled on writing that her second life choice would be to join the business side of hero work. She tried not to treat it as an admission of failure, to admit she was worthless. About a year ago, Izuku had changed schools, transferring from Aldera to Gura Middle School. It had come after a series of events, beginning with her father's funeral, and ending with a metal pipe as a lifetime of being trodden into the dirt finally reached a breaking point. The fallout had been pretty massive. It had involved a mutual non-disclosure agreement between the families of Midoriya and Bakugo, and her being forced to change schools. It was in many ways one of the best things that could have ever happened to her, but it was also something that would never have been possible, if not for the single worst thing that had ever happened to her. Her father's death. She avoided thinking about that. She had to avoid thinking about that. Every single time she thought about that, Izuku would almost always find herself crying her eyes out. The wounds had not healed, even now after a year. However, his extremely massive life insurance had allowed her mother to do something she'd wanted to do for years. Get him out of Aldera, and away from Kachan. That had helped her, but escaping the bullying, the putdowns, and Kachan had only been replaced by another problem. Her father's death, which had been far, far worse for her than anything she'd ever experienced at school. Gura was a quiet, peaceful school for her. No one attacked her here, no one assaulted her, or went out of their way to pick on her, but no one purposefully offered a hand of friendship and support either. For Izuku, she in large part felt like that was her own fault. These people did not owe her their friendship. And she hadn't been in any shape to try and reach out to anyone either. And so, she had once again ended up the class loner. Not the same kind that she had been before, thank God, but a loner nonetheless. Still, at least it was better for her than what had come before. Her journey home from school was pretty uneventful, right up until she was jumped by a villain while walking through a tunnel. One moment, she was walking, thinking about school, her life, her future, and then in the next, a giant mass of sludge shot up from a manhole cover behind her. She barely had time enough to turn around and panic before the sludge in question engulfed her. What followed was a struggle, as Izuku desperately tried to escape from the suffocating mass of liquid that engulfed her. She tried to scream, to scrape away the sludge that was stopping her airflow. Sheer panic, a primal fear, and a desperate wish to survive. All of that was the only thing Izuku could focus on as she desperately, deeply tried to survive against the engulfing liquid. All the while the monster who was currently drowning her was whispering sweet nothings into her ears. And then, "Fear not, kid. I am here." The voice behind her was absolutely booming, bombastic, larger than life. Texas smash. The horrifying, disgusting sludge was blown away. When Izuku came to, she felt something, a big, giant hand clap her softly against her face. What? Oh, you're fine, excellent," she blinked. It was All Might. Holy shit, it was All Might himself. All Might. The big, enormous muscled hunk of a man grinned as he was known to do, as he raised himself back up to his full height. "Indeed, young lady, that is my name." He swept his famous V-shaped hair back with one hand. "My apologies for getting you caught up in my villain hunt. Mistakes like that aren't usually my style, but this is a strange land to me." Then, with a movement of his hand that was so quick and snappy it literally sounded like a whip, he presented a soda bottle filled with the sludge villain's clearly unconscious eyes, and sludge around them. "But if it makes you feel better, kid, my success here is all thanks to you. Without him stopping, would not have managed to contain him nearly as easily." Izuku for her own part had practically forgotten all about said villain and the fact she had just escaped the clutches of death by a villain whose motives she didn't really understand. She was instead just completely, totally starstruck by the sight in front of her. The pillar of Japan's superhero society. The symbol of peace and justice. She was about to scramble to get out her notebook, then stopped. She had All Might himself here, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she wanted to ask him for his autograph? There was something else she wanted to ask him, far more. Something she needed to ask him. All Might for his part was turning around, and bending his knees, clearly readying to leap away in his usual, Golden Age Superman-like style of movement. "Wait. I need to ask, a pro battle's not only evil but also time, I'm afraid. Now must bring this fellow to the authorities." He was about to move. Izuku, desperate to ask All Might the question she needed to hear one way or another, did something remarkably stupid. She grabbed onto one of his legs as he jumped, and so was carried away by the sheer momentum and force. Had she grabbed his left leg, the bottle containing what passed for a brain inside the sludge man would have had a further journey, and history would have turned out quite differently. As it was, however, Izuku grabbed his right leg, and on that choice, the course of history turned. While in the air, All Might, having, to his shock, discovered the tag-along passenger, was forced to maneuver and realign so the girl was in his arms as he landed on a roof, and most of the shock from said impact went through him, and the power of one for all. Izuku was left coughing and wheezing, as she had to struggle not to throw up once All Might had safely put her down on the roof floor. All Might for his part was left leaning over the railway, also breathing heavily, though he was obviously trying to hide it. "That was severely stupid of you, young lady. What if you had lost your grip? Beforenoticicedu." Izuku flinched, imagining exactly what such a fall would have ended with. Sorry. She raised herself up and turned toward the man in front of her. She wanted him so much, it was practically a dream come true, but she didn't want to anger him even more, and so, she just asked the thing she wanted to ask him. Can someone without a quirk become a hero like you?" All Might immediately stiffened. Quirks are, and then, he suddenly stiffened again, this time like someone had nailed him in the back of the spine, as steam suddenly began rising from his body. Izuku blinked. Did All Might have steam powers? If so, she had never seen it in any of the countless videos she'd seen of him. Then, the steam got immensely thicker, before dissipating, leaving an incredibly frail, lanky, sickly, and skeleton-looking man in All Might's place. They stood in silence for a bit, Izuku with her jaw as far down as it could possibly go, the man, All Might, with a resigned look on his face. Well, this is awkward. Wah, you, what, huh? Wait, no way. This is a joke, right? The shocked reaction, along with the expression Izuku was making, was pretty comical, but All Might did not crack a smile. On the contrary, he looked the very picture of seriousness. You are All Might, right? The blonde hair and blue eyes had remained of the famous symbol of peace, but that was about it. Had Izuku not seen the transformation happen practically right in front of him, he would never have believed it, but it had. Have you always been like this? Not quite. Used to really be just as big and strong as normally look, but it's been a while since that was the case. The man looked her over with an inquisitive look. As for now, you know how people hold their gut at the pool to look in better shape? It's like that. Seriously? Yeah, so, you want to be a hero, huh? Even without a quirk? The question managed to get Izuku at least partially out of the shock she had at seeing All Might's true form. Yeah, I do. Ever since first saw the video of your debut, I always thought that saving people was the coolest thing anyone could ever do. Seeing you, with your fearless smile as you saved all those people, it was amazing. The most incredible thing ever saw. And it had been. That one single moment captured in time had left a mark on her stronger than anything else in her life. All Might looked her over with a neutral expression, then he sank down, his back against the railing. A fearless smile, huh? All Might's left hand went down to his now comically oversized white shirt and lifted it up. His entire left side was covered in scars, one gigantic mass of it, sickly and overgrown like a spiderweb, and filled with countless smaller hole-sized scars where stitches had been once upon a time to keep his skin together along every point. Izuku saw something else though. She saw another man with long hair, wearing a white coat, leaning up against a wall, as guts and blood and gore spilled out of his guts. 5 years ago, an enemy did this to me. My respiratory system was nearly completely destroyed, and my original, natural stomach had to be removed. I've wasted away due to the aftermath of those surgeries. Getting weaker and weaker as every month goes by. Can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day now. Izuku barely heard him describe his woes. Instead, all she could think of was her dad and the way he had been as he clutched her hand, as he. She blinked hard, and forced herself to look All Might in the eyes, the images of that night still threatening to completely overwhelm her. Focus on All Might. Listen to what he says. Don't think about it. Don't think about that night. Don't think about Dad. What had he said? 5 years ago. 5 years ago, you mean, toxic chainsaw. That was the only option that came to her mind right then. Maybe a more there Izuku might have recalled more, but as it was the images of a dying man threatened to overwhelm her. You've done your homework, see. But no, that lowlife could never have done this to me. All Might looked down at the floor, looking almost ashamed of himself. This was never made public. That is to say, I asked that it not be made public. He looked back up again and looked her straight in the eyes. A symbol of peace, who saves people with a smile, must never be daunted by evil. The reason smile is to stave off the overwhelming feelings of fear and pressure feel. Izuku had always thought of All Might as some superhuman demigod. So having him admit to fears and failure on his part was a massive, utter shock to her that changed her conception of the man completely, because that was what he was, a man. But that was immediately washed away by what All Might said next. A pro hero always has to be ready to risk their life, regardless of how they feel. If you feel fear, you have to overcome it. That part is something all pros have to deal with, but then there was your question. Can you become a hero without power at all? No, should think not. And that was that. A simple, easy answer. Like a bullet, straight to her hopes and dreams. If you wish to help people like that, becoming a police officer is always an option. They are often mocked as nothing more than villain custody officers, but that too is admirable work, regardless of what many say. Izuku just stared after him, utterly numb as All Might took his leave. It's not wrong to dream, however, you need to be realistic, kid. Izuku's mood when she finally reached her apartment home could only be described as completely and total rock bottom. Every step felt like lead, feeling like a burst of energy left her with every single further foot she put in front of the other. Broken dreams were not a stranger to Izuku, but this time was different. It was final, total, decisive. The end. That was that. She just wanted to go lie down. She did not want to have to think about it all. The clear reality that had stared her in the face for all these years. The reality she should have confronted when her dad. Izuku froze. Then rubbed her eyes, just to make it clear that yes, she wasn't just seeing things. That had been her first thought. She had been thinking about her dad, and so she saw something that couldn't possibly be real. But no, real it was. Her hand went up to the door and pulled down the letter. To Izuku, from Dad. The letters were written in her father's bold, strong words. That didn't have to mean anything though. Anyone could write in whatever style they wanted. Still, as she opened it, the horrible thoughts about what All Might had spelled out for her were for a moment driven away by the one thing that could possibly have overpowered them. The one thing that mattered more to her than her dream. The father she would never see again. My child, if you're reading this, it means Shave perished before could show you the things Have arranged for you in person. If so, apologize profusely. There is so much would have yet to tell you, my child, things you need to know, far more than can express in this letter. Things do not trust the messenger with. I am sorry this letter will not give you all the answers you seek, and there will be many, many more questions you would have for me in your future. Questions cannot answer. Questions you will have to figure out yourself, or not at all. But what you need to know is this. For the last few years, was working on something. Something for you. Something that will bring joy and happiness to your life. The kind that and your mother, to our great sorrow, was never able to give you. Now, as write this letter, have just finished it. My life's great work. Our carpe diem, my great gift to you. Together with this message, I'm going to leave a map, an address, and instructions for how to reach it. However, there is more you need to know. There will be 2 girls you will encounter in your future. I dare not name them here, but you will know them in time. They have both been given gifts similar to the one I've left for you, if from an earlier point in my work. Both have blue eyes and black hair, and in one of them, a streak of red running through it. The girls will seek you out in their own time. They are both keys to the many, many questions you seek the answers to. And unless I'm very mistaken, both of them will be very important to you personally. Finally, there is this. Write this, I'm about to take a gamble. A massive and very, very dangerous one. If you read this, it is extremely likely that said gamble has failed. If so, there is a woman you need to beware of. Kiryu and Ragyo, I cannot stress this enough. Beware this woman. She is a monster beyond reckoning. A killer who plans murder on a scale beyond any other the human race has ever produced. She is the most evil creature in history, even worse than All for One. Remember that, no matter what happens. And finally, no matter what happens, know this. Made this gift for you. Not for anyone else. Not for some greater purpose, or some hidden agenda. This was all for you. You are a kind soul, my child. The kindest they've ever seen. Don't let that burn out in you. Ever. No matter what is thrown your way. Don't lose your way. And that was that. Izuku took a look at the second paper, but there was no message there. No sentences, or more personal words beyond the instructions that the first paper piece had promised. That was all he wrote. Izuku felt strangely calm. The hurts from the earlier events of the day were still there, but it was seemingly far away right now. Something else had come along and forced it down. This letter, it was her father's writing, but that wasn't what had convinced her it was real. No, that had been the last part. Don't lose your way. It was not some sentence that had any long-standing special meaning in the relationship between father and daughter, but it was something that had immense weight for Izuku. It had been the last words her father had ever said to her, the last words he'd ever said on this earth, as he bled out. It was words that no one else had been there to hear. The only question was, what did she do now? Izuku lifted her hand to unlock the door, and go in to tell her mom about this letter, She had to know. But as her hand closed around the doorknob, she found herself freeze. Then slowly, she pulled back. Then found herself walking down the stairs of the apartment. She wasn't entirely sure why she went about it all like this. She would tell her mom all about it, but afterwards, after she had seen what it was her dad had left for her for herself. There were a lot of things to unpack from this letter, things that Izuku could not, but maybe her mom could. She had known her dad best of all. But the part of him leaving behind one final gift for her was not one of them. She understood that part perfectly. This was something between her and Dad. His last will to her. Something personal that he had left for her and her alone. She wanted to see for herself what that something was. Alone. The trip itself only took a few hours by train, with Izuku nervous all the way. As she rode, the scrawny girl was also confronted with flashes of something that she did not want to see right now. Heroes and villains. Now and again, she'd see flashes of hero activity as they passed by. Just a series of small flashes, then they were gone again. Every flash hurt nonetheless. All Might's words were like a dagger in her heart, and every single time she saw a hero they passed by, the wound was shaken open anew. She needed to let it go. It's not wrong to dream, however, you need to be realistic, kid. All Might's final words to her had stung so hard. So much harder than anything Kachan had ever said. Realistic, it was weird how that word could flip so much. Yesterday, she would not have said that getting a letter from your dead father long after he died was realistic. At all. It was the kind of plot you saw in anime and manga, not in real life. And yet, here in the now, she would now and again take out the letter and reread it, pondering on what it said, and wondering about what her dad had left for her. A more childish part of her wondered whether it was about heroes. But for once, that part was quickly shut down by the more realistic side of her. Her dad had been a scientist, but he'd not been some master of mechanics or robotics. Whatever it was her dad had left behind for her was not some Iron Man suit, and she should not expect it to be. If she did, all she would do was setting herself up to have whatever it was her dad had left behind be poisoned by her own stupid, childlike expectations. And she didn't want that. At all. The final destination was Tokyo, or more specifically the outskirts thereof, where after a bit of wandering she found a big building. She frowned, then looked down at the papers in her hands, before looking up at it again. In the instructions, it was clearly marked that the building was abandoned, and would look as such, but it didn't look abandoned. True, she couldn't see through the upper floor windows, standing in the shadows of the thing as she was, but the courtyard of the building was well kept and clean, and the walls and windows told that someone had taken care to at least make sure it remained clean like that. She hesitated for a bit, absolutely filled with indecision, then decided she might as well try, and even if someone had moved in, she might be able to come to some understanding with the new owners. Who knew, maybe they knew her dad back when he was alive. The big, heavy-looking front door was made of steel, but it wasn't locked and proved surprisingly easy to open. Hello. No answer. Which was strange given there were clearly lights on here. She looked around but didn't see anyone or any sign of life, beyond the fact that there were no signs at all of decay. Slowly, she began to make her way inside, following the instructions her father had left behind for her, as she delved deeper and deeper inside what was starting to feel like an iron coffin. The entire place was in perfect form, but there were absolutely no signs of human life. Corridor after corridor, hallway after hallway, not a trace of life, nor any sign that there had been any life around here, other than the ever-present lights on the walls and above, and the shine of the polished steel. To be honest, it felt incredibly creepy and off-putting. It was a testament to just how deeply she wanted to see her father's gift for herself that the timid, scaredy cat kept pushing forward regardless. Until finally, she came to the last room before her destination. Here, finally, she found signs of life. Opposite her was a wall of black steel, lined with another kind of light. Pulsating, red lights went through the wall, in what looked like some form of embroidery pattern. The wall itself was completely unblemished and untouched, but the same could not in any way be used to describe the floor, the roof, or the walls around. Huge gashes and cuts in the metal spoke of massive attacks that, judging by the angles, had been directed straight at the black wall, only to fail to break through it, and instead leaving all the punishment to befall the infinitely less impressive floor, roofs, and walls. The entire area to the right was covered in soot and scorch marks, and one bit where the metal of the floor had actually melted down, revealing the black wall to go straight down into the floor. Made sense. If this thing could simply be circumvented by digging around, there was no point in it. If Izuku had built it, it would be a big square metal box, making sure that it was guarded against all 6 directions. As it was though, Izuku stepped forward to the center of the thing, where the embroidered pattern formed together into a strange symbol. The lock, as her father's instructions told her, all she had to do was put her right thumb up against the center. She had also read what came next, and so she bit her lip in preparation and winched as a sharp sting of pain bit into the thumb. She did not pull back though, as the lock took a sample of her blood. And then, it began disintegrating. She blinked, as in front of her, the entire black wall suddenly began to turn to dust, leaving only the red lines left, revealing that what had looked like a wall was in reality only a coating of some strange material. The red lines did not falter, but eventually, they fell down to the floor, leaving only a simple door in the wall, uncovered and easily accessible. She stared at it. Behind this door, her father had left her, whatever it was he had left behind. At that moment, it struck her just how deeply, utterly, and dearly she missed her father. He had always been one of the 2 big, eternal constants in her life. One of the 2 only people who had truly cared about her through her life as everything went wrong at school. She reached out for the handle. As her hand closed around it and prepared to pull it down, Izuku was suddenly bombarded by a horrible, ear-pitching scream. She startled, her head snapping towards the place she had just come down, the door ahead of her suddenly forgotten. For a moment, fear and panic threatened to overwhelm her, but then the scream was followed up by another one, along with sobs of pain. She was moving down the corridor without even thinking about it, despite the sudden and clear terror she felt in every nerve. If someone was screaming like that, then there was a reason for it. To Izuku's further shock, the screams weren't from some far-off place. It was literally a room just down the hall to the right. And judging by the state of the room as she peeked in, feeling utter and complete terror, she saw that the entire room was busted up. Huge sections of the steel wall had been ripped apart, metal pipes of varying lengths littered the floor, and steam was loudly and visibly pouring forth from larger broken pipes in the walls. All of this had happened while she was just a short bit away. The source of the screaming, though, was in the middle of the room. A teenage girl was lying on the floor, probably Izuku's own age, dressed in black clothing, and with high-tech boots, screaming her lungs out, as another figure in a white uniform stood over her, and was using something that seemed like an electrical shock stick on her. If the figure was saying something, Izuku did not hear it over the loud sounds of the steam. She did hear the woman though. She saw the way she twisted, the pain on her face, the long, pink hair thrashing about, the frantic look on her face as a broken nose let forth a small torrent of blood. She didn't think, instead, her body moved on its own. One of the room's countless metal pipes suddenly found itself in her hands as she approached the figure with the stick in a rapid, frantic sprint. He did not hear a thing over the steam and the girl's screams, to his misfortune. The metal pipe hit straight across the back of the head. The figure, a man Izuku could now see, went down from the impact immediately, crashing to the ground with a sound no one could hear. For a moment, Izuku just stood there panting, and looking down at the 2 figures beneath her, not quite believing what she'd just done. Izuku's focus shifted though, as the pink-haired girl coughed, then began blinking groggily. What? Izuku could not hear her of course, but she saw the motion of her lips. Get her out of here. Get moving. Get both of you to safety. Izuku immediately snapped out of the shock, though the fear remained strong as ever, as she began to realize just how far she'd have to go back with this girl before the exit. Said action also proved an immense struggle, as Izuku tried to lift her off her feet so Izuku could support her with her shoulder. That would have been a challenge even if she was in amazing shape, but she wasn't. She was a short, scrawny teenage girl, who had never had particularly good gym scores. She might as well have weighed a ton, as Izuku was no more capable of lifting and carrying her at that weight than she was at her current. Luckily for both of them though, the pink-haired girl suddenly shot up, a crazed, wild look in her golden eyes as she looked around, seemingly having come to her senses. Which was good, because the man Izuku had hit over the head slammed his fist into the ground with enough force to make the room shake. As he pulled himself to his feet, he began to transform, having obviously activated a quirk of some kind. Time to go. Izuku grabbed the rising girl and began to pull her up, and then, once she had stumbled to her feet, she began dragging her behind her. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. As they began running out into the corridor, she felt more than heard the man turn to make pursuit. The fear was all-consuming, but she ran, rather than freeze, her survival instincts having very firmly chosen flight as her means of survival. Which was immediately halted, as they ran down the corridor, only to find that in front of them, pouring down the corridor that she had originally come, a dozen figures in white uniforms suddenly came pouring without a sound before she saw them in the flesh. She did not consider the implications of that. Instead, she dragged the pink-haired girl whose name she did not know down the only other passage between the newcomers and the man behind them. The room that until recently had had a black wall on the other side. As she turned and ran inside, she felt something pass right behind her head with a force that made her hair being pulled behind whatever it was from the sheer force. It had seemed impossible that her fear could have become even larger. After running across the room like she had hellhounds at her heels, she slammed into the door, fumbled for the door handle, and grabbed, her hand slipped, and she grabbed again, and wrenched it open, hearing the clatter of feet behind her. She ran straight inside, and slammed into a rail guard. That one brief halt in their movement was all it took. Something hit Izuku right below the shoulder, and as it passed through her, it demolished muscle and bone alike, ripping apart her scapula, acromion, and her upper ribs in short order. Izuku screamed as pain beyond imagination ran through her entire upper body, as her nerve endings tried to deal with having suddenly ended up with a gigantic hole in them. That was only part of the bad things that happened to her in that moment though. The shock from the projectile also went through her entire body, and also the very loose and faulty railing she was standing up against, and Izuku suddenly found herself flying forward as the railing broke, going screaming down into the void. Darkness immediately claimed her vision, and Izuku, with what energy her mind had, which was not occupied with trying to comprehend the insane pain that was racking her body, was filled with immediate panic as the fall actually went on for a while. The implications of falling for well over 10 seconds straight were very, very obvious, and Izuku at any point expected her fall to come to a complete halt. Instead, she hit something soft, and quickly found herself buried in that something soft. The momentum of her fall slowed, and she instead found herself clawing her way out of whatever it was which she was now buried in. She whimpered as something beneath her came loose from her movements, and once more she found herself falling, this time tumbling sideways down a small hill of whatever it was she had fallen on in the darkness. The rolling fall came to a halt, as she hit the ground. Under normal circumstances, this level of impact would have knocked the wind out of her. Instead, it hit the still open, raw hole in her body. She screamed to the high heavens, the sound echoing across the darkness, bouncing off distant walls. She sat up, heaving as her hand went up to the wound in a futile gesture, the insane pain biting through her entire body, and the blood seeping down to the floor in a small river. Then, as she heaved and panted in pain, trying to come to terms with her injury now, before blood loss took her, a loud slap was heard, right behind her. It sounded like someone had bashed a piece of cloth against a wet surface. But that wasn't what immediately made Izuku freeze. No, that was the closeness of the sound. It came from just behind her. Right behind her back. Yes, she turned her head around despite the insane pain the motion brought her. There, in the darkness, a series of green lights began to pulsate. Right in front of her face. No, please, no. She felt tears begin to form in her eyes. She was going to die. She'd miraculously cheated death earlier today, only for her to die here where her father's supposed gift was. More. Want more. Something sprang from the darkness, and in one move completely enveloped her. She felt her clothes disintegrate, leaving her naked as the thing tightened its grip on her, and then, power. A sense of pure, limitless power surged through her. She felt it as bones regrew, and muscles reknit, as a flash of green became her world. Yes, have waited for you, for so long. As she felt the power surge through her, she felt a bond forming. Her very soul being knit together with something else. Damn it, Roy, we aren't supposed to kill anyone. Kiryu-sama wants any intruder captured alive. The one speaking, a shorter male in a white coat with stylized, red glowing boxing equipment, glowered at his subordinate. Both his gloves were also coated in red blood, easily visible against the internal glow of the equipment. She doesn't sound dead. Judging by those screams. Maybe something broke her fall, and even if she does die, we still got this one alive and well. He shook the other one, whose arms he now had linked behind her back in an iron grip. Said captive though wasn't paying much attention to the two of them, instead scanning the darkness below with a hungry gaze. It was unnerving just how little she seemed to care about the very unfortunate things that were probably gonna befall her very, very soon. Fukuroda turned to where her eyes were pointed, but if there was anything to see there, he couldn't make it out in the— wait, there were some lights down below. Small lights, but they were there, and Ha saw several arcs of energy form and dissipate around the spot he was looking at, and then, a pillar of searing, crackling, green energy shot up from that spot, and punched straight into the sky, ripping its way straight up through the entire building. For a brief moment, the room below was lit up by the blue sky above, lighting up the entire room that they had been trying to get into for the better part of a year now in light. What he saw then, in that brief moment, was mountains and mountains of piled up clothing. Sailor uniforms, school uniforms, dresses, jackets, all piled up in heaps after heaps. Then something hit the wall right by the small railway by the entrance with such force that the entire room shook just from the impact. Fukuroda, Roy, and the pink-haired intruder all turned to look at the spot, where the teenage girl that Roy had so violently attacked had now slammed into, her grip digging deep into the steel to hold her up. She then launched herself at the two of them. Fukuroda brought up his gloves to hit a counter, only to freeze in that split second before it hit, as he realized what she was wearing. Holy crap, that was just like Kiryu-sama's with blistering speed. The girl avoided his attack, bypassed him, and did something behind him that made Roy scream. As he whirled around, Fukuroda barely got a glimpse of her movement as she hoisted the other intruder into her arms, and then, in one leap, jumped all the way up through the hole and out beyond his sight. For a moment he just stared after her, mouth open. This was going to end very poorly for him when he had to explain what the hell had happened here. Izuku felt amazing. She felt like truly, for the first time in her life, had come alive. Getting out of the building was easy, skipping across the courtyard, then up and over buildings was a breeze. She didn't even stop to take it all in. She just kept going, the power inside of her begging to be let out, to be used, to be unleashed into the world. Finally, having made a good 7 kilometers away from the building, Izuku finally stopped at the rooftop of a smaller building. She gently led down the girl, who had been clutching herself to her quite strongly, on her feet. "You okay?" The girl, instead of answering, reached up, and casually set her own nose, making Izuku wince at the squelching sound and motion. "Ah, that's better. But yeah, I'm fine." She didn't look fine. Or rather, her body didn't look fine, her face already having several swollen bruises beginning to form, not to mention the nose, and judging by the way she stood, she had taken quite a beating beneath her black clothing. Meanwhile, her face was energetic, full of energy, and looking Izuku over with fascination. "Thanks for saving me back there." "No problem. What were you even doing in there?" "Trying to find you," the girl exclaimed cheerfully. "I saw you enter the place, and wanted to warn you that people who try and jaywalk in there get thrown out on their ass, after getting their shit kicked in. So followed after you." Izuku immediately felt guilty about that little bit of knowledge. Then, her current state was her fault. Sorry about what happened as a result of that. Don't sweat it. We all make our own choices, and the consequences thereof. The girl looked so chipper for someone who had just gotten their shit beaten in, like it hadn't even faced her. It wasn't before now, looking her in the face, that Izuku realized that the girl's eyes had sniper scope pupils, an enhanced sight quirk then. Quirks. She raised her hand up in front of her. A gloved hand. Then she clenched it, feeling the sheer power gathered in it, as bolts of what looked like green lightning danced around it. Like it? Knew you would. My creator said that you wanted power above all else. Izuku nodded. She should probably feel more worried about the fact she was wearing a piece of suit that freaking talked, but at the moment, the fact she actually had actual superpowers overshadowed any and all concerns. She opened her mouth to reply, then thought it over, before asking a simple question. What did your creator look like? The pink-haired girl cocked her head as her suit answered. Well, he had a beard, an eye patch, wore a white lab coat, was stooped, held a cane in one hand, and had a piercing green eye. Yeah, that was her dad all right. So, it was my dad who created you then. It was? Yeah, there were, so many questions she had. So many. But that mystery she knew the answer to at least. This suit has been created by her dad, for her, so she could actually achieve her dreams. She felt the hint of tears in her eyes, though for once it wasn't tears of sadness or depression, but tears of joy. Who are you talking to? The pink-haired girl asked, looking curious. What? Wait, you mean you can't hear him? You mean the suit? Wait, can it talk to you? That is great. That means that not only is it capable of moving under its own power, but it's also sentient, fascinating. I think the fact it grants superpowers is far more noteworthy than any of that. Yeah, that part is amazing too. It's like the Venom symbiote from the Spider-Man comics. A superpowered, sentient suit, just as actual clothing. Thamists say, the black suit looks much more practical, not to mention less exhibitionistic. It took Izuku a few seconds before she caught that last part. Then she looked down, actually taking in how the suit truly looked. She had assumed it was a full body suit, given the way the air against her skin felt. It was not. In any way. It had the upper part of a jacket-like shirt around her upper chest, and her legs were covered in a set of leggings, all of which were covered in lines that pulsated a deep, bright green. Between the two of those pieces, the suit was basically literal strings, metal bits, a short barely there skirt, and a set of panties, that all together barely covered up her modesty. Izuku immediately screamed in shock and embarrassment. What the hell kind of suit was this? Midoriya Izuku glanced somewhat worriedly at the clock. It was getting late, and yet her baby still hadn't returned home. True, Izuku had sometimes stayed out this long, and her curfew wasn't before 20:00, so she still had a bit over an hour left before she had to be home, but, well, this was the first time since she'd changed schools that she'd stay out this late. Usually, when Izuku didn't come home until late in the day, it was because she'd either been crying rather hard, or because she'd gotten some bruise or the like from Bakugo Katsuki, and had tried to treat it herself before coming home. Sometimes she'd succeed, and come home with only minor swellings, or little trace of the injury at all. Sometimes she had not and had come home with a swollen eye. Inko felt a strong pang of desire to reach out and get a drink, but she resisted it. She'd been doing that a lot since Hisashi died, drinking to deal with stress, but so far, she'd managed to keep it exclusively for the long nights after Izuku went to sleep. She planned to keep it that way. She had no plans of becoming a mother who spent the days drunk off her ass. It was very easy to fall into that trap. A decent bit of wealth, lots of free time, and having been rendered a single mother with all that came with it. It was not a good combination, still, she would manage it. She had to manage it. Her poor little girl had no one else in the world now. It was her duty as her mother to keep it all together and not spiral into alcoholism. Finally, about 13 minutes left before the clock hit 20:00, the sounds from the entrance announced that Izuku was finally home again. She let out a breath of relief she didn't know she had been holding. Hi Mom. Hi Izuku, how have you? Oh, my God. Alongside her baby, another girl had entered their apartment, one with pink hair and golden scoped eyes, whose face was absolutely covered in black and blue bruises, several of which were starting to really swell. She also had 2 pieces of paper stuck up her nose, both of which were red, and a shirt covered in blood. What happened? Izuku winced at her reaction. Hi, Mom, this is Mei-san. Your daughter saved me from a vicious beating earlier today. The girl, now identified as Mei, exclaimed cheerfully, seemingly not too bothered by the fact her face looked like someone had tried to make hamburger meat out of it. I offered to let her stay with us until she healed. Also, Izuku-sama lost her wallet while rescuing me, so she needed someone to pay for her train ticket back home, so win-win. Inko's gaze, which had immediately been so focused on Mei and her injuries, now went to Izuku as her mind took in the implications of that in a panicked flow. Lost her wallet? Was it stolen? She'd need to immediately have her card cancelled at the bank and… Wait. What are you wearing? Izuku, rather than her white and green Gura uniform, was instead wearing a sailor uniform, with a color scheme of black and green. It also had a strange metal piece with several holes in it in front around the neck. It's a long story. We should, she swallowed, probably tend to Mei-san's wounds before we go over it. The girl's look was very hard to read, which was extremely unlike her. Usually, Izuku would either be ecstatic and cheerful with a bright smile on her face or sad and depressed with a frown that broke Inko's heart every time she saw it. Now though, despite the fact she brought home a poor girl who had gone through a horrible beating, she looked like she could not make up her mind between being happy, worried, and nervous. She was also constantly touching this strange new garment as if she was afraid that it would disappear at any time. Inko ultimately did agree though. Izuku seemed unharmed, which was in stark contrast with Mei. Quite a fair bit afterwards, after ice packs, putting a band-aid and wool to keep the set nose in place, cleaning the wounds with alcohol, including several bruises and smaller cuts that Mei had been hiding under her shirt, and rigging up a futon for the girl to lie on in the living room, Inko finally found herself sitting opposite her child. From down the floor beneath the TV, Mei was just as cheerful as she'd been the entire night. Thanks for the medicine, Midoriya-sama. It's much better than what you usually get for my wounds. Don't mention it, dear. Any friend Izuku makes is welcome in my house. That part was true enough, though Inko had not expected this, being the way Izuku finally brought someone home. Are you sure you don't want me to call your parents? Yeah, it's fine. They used to me being out for days at a time. This time though, it's probably for the best that they don't know. Got a savage beating today. Probably gonna set off some warning bells depending on tomorrow's news back in Tokyo. She really did not like the sound of that. Either the fact her parents were used to her just not being home, or the potential for news. I see. So Izuku, are you finally going to tell me what happened? Izuku for her part had found a bit of paper and a pen, and was quickly writing something. Inko noted she would not meet her eyes, which usually meant she was ashamed of something. Well, it all began with a letter from Dad. Silence. From Hisashi? She said it with a longing in her voice that surprised even her. Why yeah, I found it taped to our door when came home from school earlier today. And you didn't immediately come to me with it, because? Inko's eyes narrowed as she looked Izuku over. She could see the girl's hands beginning to shake nervously as she continued to write. Well, it was kinda a personal letter, and wanted to see what it said for myself. Probably not the smartest move in hindsight. As for the letter, well, the original got disintegrated with my backpack, school uniform, and my other things. That said, that part is okay at least. I read the entire thing 100 times on the train. She continued to scribble for a while before she finished and handed it over to Inko. Inko wasn't sure what to expect. Some deep, heartfelt letter where her hubby laid out all his regrets. An affirmation of how much he loved them. Advice for the future that he had left behind before he died? Instead, she got something completely ridiculous. And I have left behind a great, secret work for you, my child, and there is a terrifying foe you need to watch out for. Right out of some melodramatic shonen anime. Jep. This was written by Hisashi, all right. That was exactly the kind of thing he'd write in some letter to be delivered after he died. She'd have believed it, even if she didn't read the last part, where he confirmed a phrase that only Izuku would have been there to hear. In that case, so you wanted to see this gift he left behind before telling me about this letter? Izuku just nodded. She sighed. It was an understandable reaction on her part, even if it had been very, very stupid. I'm guessing the directions went with your backpack? Yeah. Well, as for what happened, got to the abandoned place. And it turned out to not be abandoned after all, so you sneaked in? Not exactly, it looked very well kept, but the front door was open and there wasn't a person in sight. At all. It was really kinda eerie as went through it. The current squatters don't have people openly there. May chimed in cheerfully from the futon that she had eagerly accepted. As far as can tell, they don't actually own the place. They've been squatting there for the last 2 months. May used to use the place as a lab before, well before the current batch of freeloaders took over the place. Really? So did you know what Hisashi worked on? Were you there when he still worked there? Well, do now. Izuku found it down below. See, there was this giant black and red wall in the basement. It always fascinated me ever since moved in to squat there, and tried so many things to break through and discover what was inside. It was for all intents and purposes impenetrable. Until Izuku-sama came along anyway. Yeah, turns out Dad made the lock on the thing in such a way that it could only be broken by a sample of my blood and fingerprint. But I'm getting ahead of myself. After went in there, May followed after me, having seen me enter. Yeah, just wanted to warn her that people going in there have a tendency to get thrown out after getting the shit kicked out of them. Learned that the hard way when they came to squat there, to begin with, and kicked me out. She chuckled. As it turned out though, it was me who ended up getting the crap beaten out of me again, today. Inko gave Izuku a glare, which the younger Midoriya looked down from. I'm guessing this is the part where Izuku saved you? Yeah, she found me right after discovering the black door and opening it, took out the guy kicking my face in with a single blow. Of course, he got back up again after activating a transformation quirk, but hey, without that, wouldn't have been able to escape. Inko groaned. And what happened then? We tried to run the way out, but it was quickly cut off by some other men, so we were forced to instead head to the vault had just opened. She flinched. Was knocked over the edge of a guardrail by the door into the room. Inko felt a sharp stab of horror at imagining that scenario, but she quickly forced it down. Izuku was fine right in front of her, so obviously she survived without issue. What did you land on? Clothes. A mountain of clothes. Well, didn't realize what it was while was falling into them and tumbling down the side of the mountain. But, well, it was pretty easy to see once, well. And there, her girl smiled. A true, genuine, honest smile. I found the gift Dad left behind for me, and it helped us escape. She slowly and dramatically tapped the suit she was wearing. A sailor suit, Inko said flatly. That's what Hisashi left behind for you. A sailor suit. Wait, how did that help you escape? Izuku hesitated before answering, but May did not. It gave her massive superpowers. She exclaimed cheerfully from the floor. She sent a huge lightning strike of energy straight up into the sky that blew a massive hole in the entire bit of the facility right above us. Then she jumped back up to the railing, grabbed me, and jumped both of us out of there. Silence. Complete, utter silence. Inko stared at Izuku, slack-jawed. Part of her found it too stupid and absurd to be believed. That it was some dumb fantasy the two girls had cooked up. And yet, Izuku did not contradict her statements, instead blushing, and getting a small smile on her face as she glanced down. And, well, it was Hisashi. That man, he had always seemed to be able to pull off the impossible. Is that true, sweetie? She'd expected Izuku to either fear answering the question or be absolutely giddy at the prospect of her greatest dream getting to come true instead. Her face turned absolutely, completely, totally red in the most embarrassed look she had ever seen on Izuku, if not on any person ever. Well, yeah, it is, but, well, it's a transformation-based power. She buried her face in her hands. Inko still wasn't sure she actually believed this at all. She probably wouldn't unless she saw it directly for herself. But she tried to be positive, putting an arm on Izuku's shoulder. It's okay, sweetie. This is what you always wanted, isn't it? There are tons of heroes who have made it with a transformation-based quirk. You'll do just fine. Izuku's eyes peeked forth from between her hands as she looked her mom over with pleading, almost humiliated eyes. You say that, but it's, well, guess, you should see for yourself? Her voice was extremely high-pitched as she finished and then got up on her feet. Then walked over to the center of the room and took a deep, deep breath. Then she suddenly bit her lip, easily drawing blood, making Inko recoil. Izuku then raised her arm and spat at it. The transformation was immediate from the moment the blood and saliva hit it. The new sailor's suit exploded outwards, forming a bubble around Izuku, of teeth, glowing lights, and that strange metal piece on the front of her neck dancing in a frankly grotesque pattern, before in a snap, all retracting into itself, leaving Izuku standing there, in a new suit. As the green energy bolts began to fade, Inko had expected to find some ugly suit, or maybe something grotesque judging by Izuku's reactions to it. She could not have been farther off from what her baby girl was actually wearing. What the hell kind of suit is that? Izuku immediately buried her face in her hands again, now covered with a set of gloves. You know, Izuku-sama had that exact same reaction, almost word for word. Mei piped in happily from the futon. Your father designed this thing. Refused to believe that Hisashi would have designed this kind of outfit for you to wear. Izuku squeaked again, but she actually disagreed. No, I talked to it. It made it very clear it was Dad who. You talked to it? Inko said in complete bewilderment. Somehow, the question of whether or not this thing actually had powers to give had been completely forgotten in favor of other things. Oh yeah, this baby is sentient Midoriya-sama. It's a living, breathing, thinking creature. Of course, it has the drawback it can only directly talk with its host, but we found out it's easy to communicate yes and no questions by making it blink its eyes. It was too much. Its eyes. In response, the holes in the metal thing around Izuku's neck began glowing with a sharp clear light and began blinking in what was clearly some form of light-based Morse code. Also, below it, the metal part, seemingly tore in half, diagonally, a sharp maw of what looked like horrifying metal jaws burst open. The slammed shut with a loud, massive clank, and rearranged itself into an absolutely horrifying and terrible grin. It was too much. The suit and its downright scandalous design, the fact her baby had superpowers now, the fact that said superpower was a sentient, thinking suit that talked in Morse code and with a horrifying jaw, it was too much. Inko fainted from the shock, though Izuku immediately caught her before she could fall over. Well, that went about as well as could be expected. Does she do that often? Sometimes, Izuku admitted as she laid her out over the sofa. She doesn't deal with shock, gore, and fear very well, though it's mostly something that happens when she is watching hero brawls on TV that unexpectedly turns bloody. After having made sure her mom was well positioned as she lay, Izuku went over to the refrigerator and pulled out a couple of sodas, after which she sat down by the table. Well, that was not what we expected. We assumed someone who had married our creator would be used to horrible and terrible events unfolding before them. Would not have expected a friendly smile to knock her out. Is that so? Did a lot of horrible stuff happen in that lab? It hadn't been a request for the suit to go into deep detail, but he apparently took the half-hearted question fully seriously. Indeed. You saw my kin, did you not? All the failed attempts at creating the perfect, flawless, absolutely brilliant piece of clothing that is yours truly. Izuku choked on the soda. She coughed and had to wipe her mouth clean using her now transformed suit, something it very much did not enjoy judging by its annoying sounds inside her head. You mean, all those clothing pieces were alive at some point? Yes, all of them were alive at some point, but not sentient. The creator told us that only our kind of perfect clothing was truly sentient. Great, and you were the only one in that lab like yourself? Well, yes, but there were others before me. The creator labeled me as number 3.27. The creator never specified, but they've always assumed that of my specific line. There must thus have been 26 others created in the process of perfecting my design. 3. You mean, you are from the third line of your, whatever your names are? Oh, we do have a name. Our kind are called Kamui, and yes, assume so. Again, the creator never specified, but do recall seeing his designs for the penultimate versions of the two previous designs. The Senketsu and Junketsu lines. Those finalized versions ended at numbers 17 and 34. That were a lot of potential similar suits to her running around. Or, had they all been destroyed? Those finalized versions though, what had Dad's letter said? Those two, strange, mysterious girls she would one day meet, they had been given gifts similar to hers. So, there were at least 3 Kamui currently in existence in the possession of these mystery girls. Why? What reason could her dad have to give these immensely powerful suits to anyone else? She considered that. And then the other Kamui. There were so many questions about that alone. These, other Kamuis. Kamui. Godrobe. What a name. What had happened to them? Was hers the final version by design, and what her father had always intended, or was it simply that this version was the final one that he'd been working on before he took his gamble, and he decided to make do with what he had? What were the differences between the 3 different model lines of Kamui? And probably the biggest question of all, how had he created these in the first place? Izuku knew the motivation behind it, she did not understand the means. Lots of questions to consider. Yes, and then there's the rest. Like this Ragyo person your letter mentioned. Who is she? No idea. Had never even heard about her before today. Yet another question her dad had left for her. He hadn't been exaggerating that she would have tons and tons of questions. She wasn't sure if her mom would wake up later tonight, or in the morning, but no doubt there would be a lot more discussion between mother and child. That discussion was nowhere done. Then there was the question regarding the power itself. It was still there, but when she'd soared up and out of the building, Izuku had felt like some sort of unstoppable juggernaut filled to the brim with power. That feeling was blocked now. Ever since she'd let her own embarrassment get the better of her on that rooftop, it had felt like the power was, well, clogged was a good metaphor. It was like the bond between her and her suit, which in that brief moment she had leveled the building above her, and jumped half 100 feet straight up with no difficulty, had felt like a perfect pipe, pumping energy and power with abandon and no struggles, was now filled to the brim with stuff. The good part was that it was a mental hang-up, and one that she knew the exact problem with. One she should hopefully be able to deal with in time. All she had to do was get over her embarrassment, and become comfortable walking around with this new suit of hers where millions would be able to see her. She felt her face be engulfed in red just by thinking about it, and dealt with it by taking a huge draught of soda. To her mind, the image of earlier today, with Mount Ladies introducing herself on her first day on the job as an independent pro. The woman had not been shy in the slightest, despite wearing a skin-tight bodysuit that left nothing to the imagination. In fact, she'd really seemed to enjoy the attention. But that wasn't the thing that she remembered most vividly, though. No, that was the reaction of the people around her. Every single person there had pulled out cameras, whether phone or an actual camera if they had it at hand, and taken photos of her. That would be her future as a pro hero. Many folds. She had no illusions of that. God help her. One thing Izuku quickly discovered regarding the fact she now had powers was, maybe fittingly enough, a sense of horrific dread when she wasn't wearing her suit. Unlike a quirk, which would have been a natural part of her, her father's gift was not. It could easily be separated from her, as her having to go to school in a spare school uniform proved rather well. With the suit, she had powers, strength, and a way to defend herself if she had to. Without it, she was the same, frail girl she had always been. The difference was that she now had had a taste of something more, and once she had gotten a taste of what it was like not to have to live in fear anymore, no matter how embarrassed it made her feel. Going back to feeling exposed and vulnerable was a truly nerve-wracking experience. Gura Middle School had never been one to bring the kind of worry and fear in Izuku that Aldera had, but now she felt like at any point in time, something horrifying and unknown could swoop in and attack her. In some ways, it was even worse than the kind of fear she'd experienced in her old school. At least there she knew exactly what kind of dangers lurked there. Kachan, who at any point might decide to attack her for fun. This, though, she didn't logically think that she would be attacked, but the feeling of just how vulnerable she was impossible for her to shake. The memory of a projectile that had rendered a large chunk of her asunder was still painfully fresh in her mind. Her new skittishness and constant, semi-paranoid glances to the sides were not missed by most students, but as usual, everyone ignored her. Which was fine. She was way too stressed out to try and make friends right now. Finally, though, her first new day at school after her rebirth came to an end, and what she'd been looking forward to all day came around. A quick trip to a bathroom, and as she walked out wearing another set of clothing. As she walked she felt all her worries and fears begin to melt away like ice cream in the hot summer sun. It was silly. Untransformed as she was, She wasn't any more powerful than she'd been all day. It didn't matter though. She felt like an invisible steel wall as she began her walk home, and that, frankly speaking, was a feeling so good for her that it was beyond words. Her second skin against her first was like the warm embrace of a caring and loving God. Ah, finally, this backpack of yours was starting to drag. Sorry, is it going to be like this for the rest of your school years? No, hero schools with quirks that involve a special set of inborn equipment usually have exceptions for those. Should be able to wear you full time when that comes around. If she was getting weird looks as she walked, she ignored them. This kind of conversation was going to be a permanent fixture of her future life. She would need to get used to it, regardless of how people might look at her for talking like this. I see, so must spend months and months in that backpack? Truly this middle school is a true hell. I like it actually. It's peaceful. Peace is for the boring and uninteresting, want action, drama, thrilling developments. There is nothing that is less appealing than once more being stuck in a dark room with nothing to do. She opened her mouth to say she could leave him at home to watch TV if he wished, but she thought better of it. That wasn't going to happen. She was never leaving him behind again. Well, you'll get some of that today. After Jay home with my school stuff, we're heading out to test what we can do. You sure you want to tag along, May? The girl, still with a huge bruise that made it impossible to see out of her left eye, just grinned. Of course. Why wouldn't want to see the life's work of a scientist in action? As she stepped up beside her, May continued. Imagine it, Izuku. All your father's life was building up to this moment. Years and years of work, of trials, and the creation of hundreds of sentient creatures along the way. The dream of every mad scientist since the 1800s, was all building up to this final result. Why wouldn't want to get a good, front row seat for that action? Izuku wasn't sure she was comfortable with her dad being described as a mad scientist, but arguing against it seemed like it bordered on denying reality. The crazy madness and science it took to create a superpowered piece of clothing that could have come from the Silver Age would be enough to be labeled mad by any definition. She couldn't have cared less about what people labeled him as though, for her dad had been one of the only two lights in her rather dark, sad, and depressing life. His death had been a harsh lesson that despite what she had naively thought about her life, things could always get worse than they were. Well, if you really want to, Thengus, there is nothing wrong with, sweet, let's go. As they walked and May went on and on, Izuku considered her relations with this girl. Were they friends, or just acquaintances? In her mind, she didn't have anything against May, but she wouldn't exactly describe them as close friends. By comparison, May treated their relationship like they'd been close friends for years, instead of having just met yesterday. She didn't mind that, but it did feel kinda awkward. There was something about it that made her feel mighty uncomfortable, though she wasn't able to fully explain why. So what hero school do you aim for, Izuku-sama? Why UA? Aiming straight for the top. Go big or go home. That's the motto any true scientist lives by. She frowned. Was she aiming for the top? Becoming the next #1? She would be lying if she said she had never dreamed of it, of being the #1 hero of Japan. That dream was dead and buried though, as reality had dealt her some pretty hard blows to the face. Imagine it, to partake in the UA's sports festival and have the better part of 100 million people watching your face, your accomplishments, your very moves, and listening to whatever you have to say. She could imagine it. As it happened, it was the main reason she did not have any plans of trying to become the #1 hero. In fact, maybe becoming an underground hero, so she didn't have to deal with reporters and rankings, would be best. She was pulled out of that thought by what May said next though. It's going to be a glorious time to shine for both me and my glorious babies? Babies. Wait, you're aiming for UA too? Of course. What stage would be better to shine than Japan's greatest sporting events? No, you want to be a hero. Actually want to be a tech developer. Creating gadgets, robotics, and advancing the glorious fields of science. Is what live for. I see. Well, hope you'll make it. Oh, Will, I've already got a recommendation to get inside into the tech department. Izuku blinked and looked over her, the hidden, unseen eyes of her sailor suit doing the same. Wait, really? By who? Oh, one of Yue's teachers is an old friend of mine. Sure, need to go through some other tests even with a recommendation, but I'll ace those, and then get inside the walls of Japan's most successful and prestigious academy, no problem. Seriously, which teacher is it? He went by the name DTR before retiring to a teaching position, but he was an underground hero, so you've probably never, DTR. Izuku exclaimed with stars in her eyes, interrupting the pink-haired girl. Who's he? DTR is Mikisugi Ikaro, an underground hero whose quirk allows him to create mechanical, superpowered power armor out of thin air. He is also famous in hero circles for his political campaign against Japan's Hero Costume Skin Exposure Limitation Act, against skimpy hero costumes, which came about due to the hero Midnight's pro debut, as her incredibly skimpy costume caused a backlash against the idea of costumes that showed much visible, naked skin. However, as Mikisugi Ikaro said in his campaign, this ban was far too restrictive, as many quirks would be hampered by the ban, which would have a detrimental effect on hero society as a whole. You sure know a lot, Mei commented, though unlike most Izuku had met, she did not seem particularly bothered by the way Izuku would just go on and on about heroes. But yeah, that's him. He's an old friend of mine. Really? Man, to know a pro in childhood, that sounds so cool. So what happened to him? Why did he end up retiring? Izuku was immediately pulled out of her happy thoughts as the more depressing reality of Mikisugi Ikaro's life came to her mind. Well, the thing is that while his campaign ultimately got the massive ban and regulation repealed for anyone with a quirk that could even remotely benefit from exposed skin, that ironically enough did not cover himself. While he uses power armor to fight, his actual costume was just a set of swimming trunks and a jacket. So he was forced to change it then? Well, he actually retired afterwards, not wanting to work in a system that embraced censorship. To put it bluntly, he's a massive exhibitionist, Mei noted nonchalantly, seemingly not caring about the fact that the one she was talking to could not directly reply back. And that's the sort of person Mei knows personally. Should we be worried about that? Izuku just shook her head. DTR was a respectable, effective, and great hero, despite what some of the more conservative members of society would claim. The two of them reached the spot where she was planning to do her tests. It had been a while since she'd come here, years ago in fact. Remote spot in the woods, far from anyone else, and no one here at this hour. You picked a good spot to make field tests. The grunt was fairly neutral, as Izuku tried not to recall the company she'd had the last time she was here. It was likely to bring back memories from her last day at Andorra. Those weren't the same kind of horrible, awful memories as the ones she had of the final time she and her dad had spoken, but they never failed to spoil her mood. Her old stomping grounds of the woods not too far from her home were pretty remote, and more to the point. Other than adventurous kids out exploring or looking to collect bugs, people didn't tend to come here. It was the perfect area to explore her new powers. It was weird. She had been so obsessed with the idea of having powers during her earlier years, but she had never really considered how to go about things if the day ever came she got them. Not before now. The first thing to do though was obvious. And so she left a bag containing a new notebook and pen, hanging from a low tree branch as she stepped out into a bit of open ground. Sorry, can't give a full breakdown of what we can do. The creator never gave me a full list of my abilities. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's one of the things Dad was talking about when he wrote needed to figure things out on my own, or not at all. Not leaving around a list of powers and weaknesses was probably for the best, but it did leave her in a situation where she had to figure out everything herself. Starting with the transformation itself. As she bit her cheek, the pain sharp and immediate, she quickly glanced down at her feet in the ground, as Mei sat down at a large stone to watch. Then she spat. The transformation was immediate and total. As she transformed, she gave out a sigh of joy as she felt the power run through her. Even weakened as it was still tremendous. It was a contained storm, barricaded inside of her, just waiting, hoping to be let out into the outside world. Yes. Finally, now, let's cause glorious destruction and paint this area with obliteration. Let us immortalize ourselves here. Instead, she immediately powered down, reversing the transformation with a thought. It immediately struck her just how easily she was able to do that, and how it mirrored her suit's side of the equation. She wondered if the reversals were intentional on her father's part. Izuku could seemingly not absolutely nothing to stop the transformation from happening, even if for some bizarre reason she wanted to. And on her part, somehow, she felt that she was the utterly dominating part of this equation. There was nothing that could prevent her from powering down. She wasn't sure how she knew that so certainly, but she did. What? Why? There are some tests about the transformation we need to run before we move on to more complicated and straining tests. Bah. What's there to test about our transformation? A lot actually. First of all, she wanted to test whether one aspect of it was something that just happened the first time, or if it would happen again every time she transformed. To her dismay, she felt that every bit of clothing she wore underneath her now standard form suit had disintegrated, just like it had the first time. That was going to be a pain in the ass. She could already see that this power set did not lend itself well to winter, or colder climates. Then again, if her activated suit did not have a form of resistance to cold, well, moving to Kyushu wasn't the worst thing in the world. However, just like that previous time, there was one exception. Her shoes and her socks were untouched around her feet, just like they had been the first time she'd transformed. Well, most of them anyway. Oh, so that's why you wore knee-length socks, to measure it. Yeah, the cutoff place was about 10 centimeters over her ankles, where it looked like someone had cut her socks in half with a pair of diamond scissors that had simply passed through her flesh without rendering it. All right, second test. She quickly bent down and took off her shoes, putting them beside the tree with her bag of stuff, before she returned to the spot where she had just been. Then she thought better of it and looked around for a bigger rock, which she quickly found. She went over to it, then knelt down, and put her finger against her left sock, before she once more activated her transformation. She made sure it lingered for just a bit, then reversed it, before looking at the results. The socks are okay, she exclaimed in a surprised tone. She'd expected the contact with her hand as she transformed to override whatever it was that protected them, but no, they were completely fine, other than the damage already there. That meant that this was a specific choice on her father's part. What she wore on her feet was specifically shielded, probably by whatever it was that made it so that she didn't disintegrate whatever it was she stood on as she transformed. Then of course there was the question of where they went. Were they stashed away in some kind of pocket dimension? That sounded plausible, given recent tech had managed to make compartmentalized technology way more portable in modern times than when it was first discovered. Whatever it was, there had to be something that made it so that they weren't destroyed by the energy she released as she turned on her powers. Same can't be said for the rock though. You blew it away like you hit it with a Kamehameha. Speaking of disintegration, she glanced at the rock, and yeah, as she'd expected, the part of the big rock that was above a certain height, that was the same as her sock's cutoff point, was just gone. And the surface was as smooth as glass. Inside her mind, she heard a sigh. Please tell me this was the last transformation test. Can we please move on to something more exciting now? She was about to say yes when May interrupted her thought process. The bush was fine though. Interesting. The girl put one hand under her chin with a smile and a thinking expression on her face. Wait, what? She looked at where May was looking, and sure enough, right by the stone was a small bush. That thing should absolutely have been affected, but it had not in any way at all, from what she could see. How could a mere bush of twigs and leaves shrug off something that destroyed pure stone? She racked her head around that, then a hypothesis struck her. One which was easy to prove or disprove, one more. This time, she quickly went over to a tree, a mighty, wooden oak, before she activated her transformation. It doesn't affect living things. Sure enough, the tree was completely unharmed. Not a leaf connected to it had even been touched by the power of her transformation. Fascinating. Discovering this hitherto unknown aspect of her powers, she felt that same kind of giddiness she often did as she observed heroes, just stronger somehow. It was a completely different experience knowing that these were her powers that she was charting out. Which she promptly did. As she scribbled down every bit of trivia and what she had just discovered, alongside the effects of her very first transformation. Are you sure you want to write down everything in a book? Yeah, it helps me crystallize everything in my mind. Makes it much, much easier for me to remember. Well, if you're not afraid of it ending up in someone else's hands, then by all means go for it. For a moment, Izuku stopped writing, then resumed like there hadn't been a pause at all. I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen. You know, she's got a point. If you want, could keep tabs on all of this. Sure, it's boring stuff, but I'll manage. Part of it was irrational, but though there were both benefits and disadvantages to writing all of this down in a journal, those weren't the main motivator for her. The fact was that she liked writing things like this down. It was one of the few pleasures and joys she had been able to truly enjoy herself with throughout the latter half of her life. She didn't want to give it up. At all. Finally, once she was done writing it all down, it was time for the second round of tests. The kind with real, practical applications. You know, you seem a lot less bashful now than you were in front of your mom last night, Izuku-sama. Immediately as she said it, Izuku immediately felt a massive pang of embarrassment, as she desperately tried to forget just what she was wearing, but true enough, she felt far less conscious about it than she had during her showing it off to her mom. I guess feel more comfortable with just you around. Really? But we just met yesterday. At that, Izuku glared at her. Her annoyance for a moment overriding her embarrassment. Okay, so, maybe it's just because like you. Mei cocked her head. I'm flattered, Izuku-sama, but I'm not really into girls. A shame though, I'm sure you would have made a pretty cute boy. Other than being a girl, you're totally my type, cute as you are. Izuku immediately went back to blushing like a torch. That's not whatmeant. Oh. Okay then. In complete contrast to Izuku's burning visage, Mei's face was the same as usual for her, completely nonplussed. Did she ever change that expression? Any further talks were tabled though, as her suit had had enough. Can we get this damn show on the road already? Izuku winced from the sheer volume but ultimately decided that yeah, it was probably time to get on with it. Either results from her tests were, well, not disappointing, but the sheer difference between it and when she had first transformed was startling. When she'd first transformed, she jumped well over 100 feet with ease, and moved across kilometers in no time flat. And that was while holding back, not really pushing herself to the limit, as she hadn't wanted to expose Mei to too much force on her beaten and bruised body. By contrast, her current power output was, well, it wasn't bad. She would never have called it a low-level strength quirk, as she was able to easily rip huge oak trees up of the ground, but it certainly was nowhere near the level of what it had been that first time. That glorious, glorious first time. Her suit was perfectly happy with the results though. Yes. 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 This is what we were made to do. Rip it asunder, destroy the environment. Carve our legacy on the face of the universe. You're way too into this. And besides, we're gonna be heroes. Our job is to save people and crush villains. Not tear the environment apart. Then let's go do that then. Swear you can't seriously want me to just sit in your backpack every day. As she jumped with all she had and soared a mere 10 meters straight up into the sky, she landed perfectly on an old log Kachan had once fallen off from back when they were kids. She had stumbled quite a bit from the first couple of times she jumped, but she'd managed to stop tripping on her face on the landing after 100 times. True enough, she did not trip, instead slamming into the log with a perfect grip. Instead, the ancient log, absolutely waterlogged over the course of the last 10 years since she'd been here the last time, snapped in two like a bad, rotten toothpick. The log pieces slammed together around her, knocking the wind out of her as she fell down into the stream. With a bit of strength, she easily pushed the two of them apart, as her head shot up from the water, harking and coughing. You okay down there? You look really, really miserable. Yeah, I'm fine, physically at least. Her pride had taken a beating or two though, being dunked in filthy, muddy water. Ugh, filthy, unclean mud. We're gonna have to wash this out when we get home, Izuku. She nodded, but then focused on her situation. I don't feel any cold, so that confirms weatherhave resistance to lower degrees. That's why you jumped down there. Couldn't you just have used your freezer back at your place to test that? Izuku facepalmed. That wasn't why, of course, but yeah, she'd considered how to test it out, completely missing the obvious solution. I'm gonna go clean off the worst of the dirt further downstream, okay? Then I'll meet you back with my stuff. Sure, Izuku-sama. The girl headed back with a whistle and a tune. I really don't understand her. She's just a cheerful person. Nothing strange about that. As opposed to you. Don't lie, girl. Despite it all, you're having the time of your life here. Well, that was true enough. Despite the current mud on her face, actually doing these tests was fun. Gloriously fun. It was a truly good day for her today. She was able to just embrace this, and just, for now, she was able to not have to think about how she would feel when she was going to have to use this power in front of other people. Yeah, anyway, let's go wash off the worst. We can't really get wetter, but we can rinse off the dirt at least. About 20 seconds later, she found herself submerged in much cleaner water. This time though was controlled, deliberate, so she had plenty of air as she did so. That however turned out to be unnecessary. Wait, recall something. Yes, a thing can do. The metal piece that was her suit's mouth and eyes suddenly shot up and went in front of her own lower face and attached itself to her skin with a skin-tight seal. Then she felt the nice and clean feeling of air on her lips, ready to be consumed. She blinked in shock, only now realizing just how clearly she was able to see underwater. Huh, so you were made to also function underwater. Neat. Dad really thought your design through. The suit disagreed though. Underwater? No. This aspect was designed for fights in outer space. That it works underwater as well is just a nice bonus. Outer space. Dad also made sure to design you to function in the vacuum of space. Yeah, that sounds like Dad alright. He had always been kinda insane when it came to overambition. Truth be told, that aspect of him was probably one of the main reasons she had used to admire Kachan's iron will regarding his own dreams of becoming the next #1. Well, I'm sure this will come in handy someday, though, kinda doubt you and will ever be fighting in space or anything. That seemed rather unlikely to put it mildly. Okay, so now that we've seen what you can do at your current level, what do you plan to do now, Izuku-sama? Izuku, sitting on a tree stump, considered the question. Well, the obvious thing to do now would be to work on the next step, actually, get used to using it in public. She felt her face go up like a Christmas light immediately as she said it. Getting used to it is, well, it's probably the only way to get to the original level, so long as I'm self-conscious about these powers, then the black isn't gonna go away. Mei nodded, looking over the pages of Izuku's notes on herself. So it's a mental block then. Fascinating. Well, in that case, you're in luck. It means that all the power you had that first time is still inside you, and you just need to become able to draw it out. You make it sound so easy. Oh, it won't be easy for you. You'll have to completely turn around your mindset to make this work, not to mention you'll need to keep that changes up through your puberty too. Every single embarrassing little thing about your body through your teenage years is going to be put on full display for all the world to see. Pimples, embarrassing freckles, not to mention you don't exactly have the best figure. As you are, you're scrawny, small, and not exactly able to pull off your outfit at all. And if you're really unlucky, you'll stay that way rather than grow into it. Gee, thanks for reminding me. I'm glad you have so much faith in me. Of course you do. You saved my after all. That makes you a first-class hero in my book. Have full faith you'll pull it off. It was amazing how this girl was able to make her feelings jump up and down so much just with words. Mei wasn't one to mince words, but there was something different about it when there wasn't malice in it. Strangely, she recalled All Might as she looked at her, and couldn't help but contrast the two of them. The #1 hero had tried to let her down gently while exposing her to the real world and its ity, while Mei did the same, just with no sense of gentleness about it, and yet it was her who had faith in her, while All Might had not. Thanks. Any advice on how should do it? Well, no, the obvious solution is to simply activate your power and just walk around the neighborhoods. Let folks see you and ignore them. Sooner or later you'll get used to it. That, or die of pure shame. That's not really an option though, given the laws that pro-heroes are the only ones who are allowed to wear costumes, not to mention people would probably think of you as a huge exhibitionist pervert and call the police on you for indecent exposure unless you actually have a license to operate with your outfit. Yeah, that was probably gonna be the result if she tried to train using the most natural method. Actually, Izuku, if it's more power you want, have a solution, think? Yeah? There is one aspect of our higher powers that still works despite your drastic drop in compatibility. Our healing powers. She blinked. Oh yeah, that part where you healed up my body yesterday. Exactly. Reknit all your broken bones and muscles, using your own blood as the power source for it. And I've done the same with your cheek every time we transform. Point is, by letting me feast on your glorious superior blood, we can force out the full power for healing. Sure, the equivalent of blood, sacrificed for healing is way larger than it was that first time, but it works. Izuku immediately caught on to what he was trying to say. So, we can probably force out that power by using blood as a sacrifice then. It was worth a try anyway. Done to continuously injure myself for this to work or... I'm not actually sure. I think should be able to tap directly into your bloodstream without a direct wound. You just need to let me do it. Izuku considered. She wanted to try and see if she was capable of using this power at max as she pleased, not to mention it would be nice to have a baseline for how much blood she would need for doing so anyway. And after all, what was the harm in testing it out? As it turned out, trying to overdo it with techniques that drained your blood was a truly, spectacularly, bad idea. Losing blood was not like tiring out your muscles. The body only had so much of it, and once you fell below a certain threshold, your ability to just function, never mind fight, went down like a brick. That's not something John use except in short bursts. Her head was spinning, though thankfully May was there to guide her out of the forest and back towards the train station. Delicious, but it's not good to overdo it, Izuku. You dying would be the absolute worst. You're precious. Do not forget that. Oh, he cared, that was really nice of him, thanks, man, means a lot to me. Oh, by the way, Izuku-sama, noticed you haven't given your suit a name yet. Do you have anything in mind? Name, oh yeah, a name, she had to give him a name. 27 won't do, so how about, she struggled to think of a name, none came up. New Gate? May and the Kamui both stared incredulously at her. New Gate? Yeah, New Gate, cause he's the gate to my new life, and stuff. That's so lame, Izuku-sama. Oh, well, I'll figure something out. May left the Midoriya household after day 4, finally having healed up relatively well. It was nice. That was basically the word to describe the Midoriya's niece. They were a nice couple of mother and daughter. Izuku-sama's father had left very little of himself in his child, as other than her freckles and natural hairstyle. There was a very blatant resemblance between mother and child, at least with their faces. Inko was a beautiful, middle-aged woman with a cute, pretty, and kinda adorable face, which her child had inherited much of. In terms of her body, she was average in height for a middle-aged woman, with a developed body structure, though she was also clearly developing a stomach, presumably from all her recent drinking if May's analysis of their home was any indication. That might go away if she dealt with it in time, or it might not, and just develop further. That wasn't her business though. No, her business was Izuku. You don't want to share contacts? I got a new phone now, so we can. Nah, it'll be fine. We'll meet again at UA after all. In any case, good luck with the rest of your school year, Izuku-sama. And thanks for the hospitality. It's been so nice to actually get some medical attention for a change. Don't mention it, dear, but if you get hurt again, just come over and we'll help you out. Yep. A kind woman, Midoriya Inko was. So caring and trusting. Just like her child. That latter part was something that had greatly surprised her. Her sensei had never fully trusted anyone as far as she knew. She had fully expected his firstborn and wife to have the exact same vibe. They didn't though. Someone was likely to take advantage of that trust. She pulled out her phone once she was on the train, certain that she was far, far away from the Midoriya's apartment complex. Hey, Ikaro-san. Finally, you've been taking way too long to call. I've been starting to get worried just watching the apartments. Yeah, well, it's impatient folks who blow their cover first, right? Anyway, I'm heading out of Midoriya's home right now and back to Tokyo. So how did it go? Did you and Izuku hit it off well? Pretty good actually. She tolerated me, So that's good. Kinda like her dad in that regard. They similar at all? Other than having a penchant for awful names, not particularly. But you were right. It was way too early to let her meet Satsuki-sama. Izuku-sama has no direction in her life yet. She needs time to figure out what she actually wants to do with her awesome new powers. A lot of time probably. Yes, figured as much. There is no way we can let her meet Satsuki as she is now. Especially not now when our little despots school has begun to really build up momentum. We need her to have a strong connection to her new school before they meet, so she doesn't do anything stupid like transferring schools. Made sense. It's UA, by the way. The school Izuku-sama wants to enroll in. Of course it is. What about the other girl? Did that go well? Yeah, sure did. Well, unlike with your mission, we got the Kamui to her without issue. What she is going to do with it though, that's another story. But that's not something you need to worry about. If Izuku is going to enroll here, you need to worry about getting into UA's hero course. That sounds really hard. Yeah, you'll have to balance it, alongside also finishing going through a full course through our tech development. Only 6 people have managed it through the last century. And all of them with way more combat-oriented quirks than you. You up for it? Of course. Good. I'll send you a list of the loopholes you can use to make full use of tech for the entrance exam. Also, speaking of tech, did you find them? No, the rending scissors weren't there, and trust me, looked. Too much to hope for, huh? Well, alright. You just head back to your base and I'll contact you there. Sure thing. It was the 5th day after May left that Izuku finally decided to look into a topic she really should have delved into sooner. The mysterious warning her dad had left behind of the most evil creature in history. Kiryuin Ragyo. It wasn't that Izuku had intentionally been putting it off, she'd simply had other things to worry about that had seemed far more pressing to her. Figuring out her powers, getting used to the feeling of having real, genuine power, and trying to figure out where to go from here. Well, that, and trying to get comfortable with the idea of having to go out dressed like she was, in public. That had been weighing heavily on her mind as well. But eventually, she'd gotten around to the topic of the person her father had warned her about. A threat worse than any other. Not too surprisingly, neither her mother nor her suit had known anything about her, leaving her only logical option to begin looking her up on the web. Wait, you can do that? Just, look anyone up for information on them? Her suit's voice was that of a male teenager, but while at times he seemed far more knowledgeable than one might expect from that voice, at other times he proved himself remarkably ignorant about the world. Like an isolated child with no education about modern technology and society. Well, yeah. If they were famous enough that someone made articles about them, then there is information about them on the web. That's amazing. What wondrous new technology. The web's been around for centuries, you know. She followed that up by typing in the name and hitting search. She wasn't sure what to expect. Part of her thought it would turn up blank. Or maybe she would turn out to be an infamous person who nonetheless was shrouded in mystery like the legendary tyrant dictator All for One, who despite his horrifying and widespread actions was generally shrouded by the mists of history, making it hard to figure out what was real and what wasn't. At the very least, Izuku expected to find her to be a criminal of some kind. The actual answer made her tilt her head in pure, total confusion. Even her suit agreed with how out of field it was. Ah yes, a clothing designer, of course, that most evil of professions. She also immediately noted another article titled, Fashion Magnate Killed. Maybe he meant a different Kiryuin Ragyo. This one is apparently dead, so... Her speech came to an immediate halt as she noticed the date on that article. She immediately clicked it and began reading. No, it's her. You sure? How can you tell? The date she died. That's about a year ago. What about it? I am about to take a gamble. A massive and very dangerous one. It's the day my dad died. She did not like the implications of that. Oh yeah, he was about to take a huge risk, right? One that ended up killing him. Maybe he actually achieved his goal in spite of being killed. She considered that. The idea of her father having killed someone was not one she was comfortable with in the slightest. But then again, she didn't know that he actually had killed this Ragyo woman. Not to mention there were other possibilities as well. Is certain that she's actually dead. Maybe she is just faking her death? But the web said she's dead. Yeah, but these articles might not be accurate, or the estate might be lying in order to make her enemies think she's dead. What? But if the web can be so wrong, then how can you possibly trust it as a reliable information source? He sounded absolutely bewildered at the prospects, as if the web had already solidified in his mind as the most trustworthy source of information in the world. Well, you have to take everything with a grain of salt. Information books become outdated all the time too, for one reason or another. But how can you trust anything if anything can turn out to be wrong at any time? She shrugged as she kept scrolling and began opening every article on Ragyo and her seeming demise. I guess you just have to try and decide what's trustworthy or not for yourself. Dad's instructions were pretty clear on how to get to you. And followed them because trusted Dad. There is no way I'd have followed those instructions if they didn't come from a source trusted. So, you should divide the world into people you trust and those you do not then? I guess that's one way to think of it. He sounded truly disturbed by the concept, but Izuku's thoughts and focus were quickly derailed as she finally found an article going into depth on what had befallen Ragyo. So, can we actually trust these images? If so, she seems very dead. The images in question showed that someone had ripped out her heart, leaving her upper body cleaved open. Then cut off her head, and for good measure pierced it on a long, jagged piece of metal. It was a truly horrifying, nauseating sight. Someone really wanted this woman dead. The articles also revealed that whoever it had been who did it, they had not been caught nor identified. They had, however, leveled the top floors of a skyscraper, killing her. Well, your dad did describe her as the most evil person ever. She's bound to have made enemies if she truly was as evil as he claimed. He paused. We can trust your father, the creator, right? Yeah. As she kept looking at the images, the horrifying sight of the dead body and the head looking lifelessly out into the air as blood and brain matter covered the metal piece, she felt both complete horror and absolute disgust at the sight. So, you think this is what the creator gambled on? Some gambit to get this woman killed? She felt her mouth dry. It was a question she did not want to have to consider. But then, wait, actually, don't think so. Dad wrote that he was about to take a gamble and that I was reading this, and he was. Well, if so, then it meant that said gamble had failed. If Dad's gamble was to kill this woman, then it can't really have failed, can it? It was a solid argument, built on a logical chain of conclusions, but the truth was that she just did not want her dad to have killed anyone. At all. That kind of makes sense, but actually come to think of it, who did kill him? The fact they died on the same day can't have been a coincidence, but if his gambit, whatever it was, failed, then who killed him and why? Images unwelcome bubbled to the surface. A burning building, fire all around, blood-covered floor, a cold that came with the rain, her dad and... It was a blonde-haired girl, with a sword. No one knew then. Do we actually know anything about this fair-haired assassin? He paused, obviously expecting Izuku to answer. Izuku? Are you okay? No, she was not okay. Instead of answering though, she instead forced it down and scrolled through the article documenting Ragyo's rather death. It says here that Ragyo was succeeded as head of her company by her daughter Kiryuin Satsuki, age 15. Who commented on her mother's death by saying, good riddance. Well, if that was the reaction of her daughter, then it suggests your father's estimate of her being a monster was right on the money, if we can trust her words, that is. I don't see any reason she could possibly want to lie about that. Should we seek her out? Maybe she knows Abu. What, are you insane? No, of course, we're not, if she gets any suggestions that my dad was going to pull off a gambit the day her mom died, that's probably gonna raise some huge red flags and have her dig into us in. She suddenly clamped down her mouth, having realized she had just suggested that yes, it was her dad who killed her after all. We aren't seeking her out, okay? If you say so, Izuku. Inko tried her best to pretend there wasn't a third entity in her apartment. That was rather hard though when said third entity did stuff like bounce around in the house in the middle of the night without making a sound and then turn on the TV. The first time she'd been walking around and the TV had suddenly turned on without any warning, she'd almost had a heart attack. She had gotten used to it. Kinda. It was more like she pretended it wasn't there for the most part, and just let it do its own thing. Which was mostly to watch TV. It made sense that a living, sentient creature that did not sleep would find a hobby or some activity to do while its master slept. That didn't change how bizarre it was to watch a sailor uniform lounge on the sofa and watch TV all throughout the night. And its choice of programs only added to how bizarre the situation was for her, as the sentient suit her husband had made spent its nights watching melodramatic, romantic soap operas. It especially loved multi-generational ones, which it seemed to watch with immense vigor and enthusiasm, judging by the way it enthusiastically moved its arms. It was still watching one of those, in fact, as the sun rose up across the horizon, and Izuku finally got up from her sleep. "Good morning, sweetie." The girl was still shaking off sleep as she prepared some food before she began eating. Even so, still groggy from sleep, Inko couldn't help but notice, and feel a pang of relief at just how different Izuku was now than she had been just a mere 2 months ago. Inko had hoped that Izuku finally changing schools and getting away from that wretched boy would help Izuku recover from Hisashi's death. That she would be able to get better once she no longer had to deal with the boy who tormented her so. It had helped her, but even a year later, the girl still had that melancholy about her, permeating everything for her. She had needed a push to finally begin the long road to recover from everything she had been through, both before and after her father's death. And despite what she herself felt about the bizarre design her hubby had left behind for their baby, the suit, and the potential it promised, had managed to do what her love and care could not. It had managed to awaken that spark of joy and enthusiasm that Inko hadn't seen in her little girl in so long. "So, have you guys settled on a name yet?" Izuku, just finally waking up, blinked at the question. "Huh? Oh right. Name, not really. I've thought about it but..." She scratched the back of her head, clearly uncomfortable. "I mean, it's not that important though, right? It is if you want me to get it actually registered as a quirk with the government. And it needs to be something different from Kamui. Yeah, we can't let anyone draw that connection just by looking at the name." Izuku pinched her brow, rubbing away at the sleepiness. I'll figure something out by the time get back home." Wait, romance stories. That's what you spend every night watching?" It was about the last thing she'd expected him to say. Of course. What else would be watching? He said it as if it was as natural as the sun rising in the east. She was about to say action series, battle anime, or just dramas in general, but instead, she let that go for the moment, and instead attacked it from a different angle. "Okay. But why romance? What's so appealing about that?" Romance series, at their hearts, are about the ancient and eternal struggle to pass on your DNA, to ensure that your legacy passes on and that in essence, you continue living forever. It is the most basic and compelling motivation there is. It creates such fascinating stories of interaction, intrigue, cuckolding, and mixing of bloodlines to create offspring that mixes and matches traits to pass on. That might have been the most alien reason to like romance she had ever heard. "Sue, not a big fan of yuri and yaoi romances then?" "Frankly no, find them terribly confusing. Just like tales about couples without children. Or even speculative fiction about interspecies romance that can't breed. What is the point of a romantic partnership if it's devoid of its most important feature? Mind you, that is fascinating in its own right, but it is also very bizarre in my opinion." Again, he sounded like an alien. "Well, keep watching. You'll figure out the real meaning of romance, and why people seek it out, one day. And hopefully get a better understanding of how human beings actually worked in the process." "I sure hope so. But what of you, Izuku? You do not seem interested in romance. Do you have no interest in the other?" Izuku stopped. Then she raised her hand, and let it run through her hair. "There used to be a guy I liked. Really liked. Thought he was absolutely everything that wanted in a guy. Even up until about a year ago, he still had a lot of traits found attractive, even I've had mostly given up on it at that point." "But you gave up on him before that?" Back in the day, used to keep my hair much shorter. A kinda puffy mane just around my head. But wanted to grow it out for years. Wanted to be more like my dad. The reason didn't was because that guy first used to tell me looked dumb with long hair. So stopped growing it. Stopped trying to look how wanted to look. And then, when actually tried to grow long hair anyway, he would always grab it up in his hand, and rip it apart with his quirk. A seething, hissing noise came inside of her own head, a deep, primordial growling noise. Anyway, our relationship was absolutely filled with moments like that. I'd do something he didn't like, and he'd react to that by belittling me, humiliating me, or just destroy something of mine. And it's not even like we were an actual couple or anything. Was just a stupid girl with a crush. It was strange how she felt at ease talking about this with her suit. She certainly never had been with her mom or dad. Again that deep, primal growling sound that promised pain sounded in her head, but eventually, he did calm enough down to actually talk. "Do you want us to go deal with him?" She laughed. It was a painful, forced laughter. What, like, go beat him up for that? The thought had actually crossed her mind. Memories of a frantic grip on a steel pipe came to mind. Nah, got all of that out of my system already, and frankly speaking, will be much happier if never have to see Kachan's face ever again. She let the silence hang in the air for a while, as she sat on the railing of the building just watching the cityscape below in silence before she continued. To answer your question, I'm not really all that interested in a relationship right now. She probably would be in the future. It wasn't like she was, or aromantic, but at the moment, the idea of opening herself up to anyone the same way she'd once done with Kachan was remarkably unappealing to her. When you'd been burnt, it was hard to trust the flame. They sat in silence a bit more before the suit finally asked about the thing that had been going through Izuku's own mind for all day. "So, on another note, about a name. Do you have anything yet?" "I don't know, I'm not good with names. How about?" She racked her brain trying to think something up. Something simple, yet both descriptive and cool. Something that would actually fit her suit, and his wish for glory and immortality through deeds and actions. Fushi Kai no Sarafuku. Immortalized blood sailor uniform. That sounds kinda clunky, doesn't it? Though sure, we can go with that. It has a great meaning to it. Though Izuku didn't say it, she felt a great sense of relief that he didn't object to the name. At least someone didn't reject her naming conventions. The only one who hadn't before this had been her dad. Her mood brightened for a moment recalling happier times with her dad, doodling hero costumes, sharing potential hero names with him, being amazed by her dad's science work, even if she didn't fully understand it. There were so many good times to recall, times that were so hard to remember, when every single time he was brought up to her, the memories of how it had all ended, on that final night in the burning building were always there, bubbling just beneath the surface. Since getting access to true, genuine power, there had been many positive changes to Izuku's life. Sure, she didn't get to make much use of them outside of isolated training or testing, but just knowing she had access to them was such a game changer for her. The biggest obstacle she faced in her journey to try and master these powers was of course not really something she could do anything about at the moment, but as the months ticked by, she became more and more comfortable in actually using her powers effectively, if not any more fine with the idea of people seeing her as she did so. This boost in energy and enthusiasm also trickled down into her regular life, with both her studies in school, as well as her personal activities regarding documenting heroes in every single way she could. In particular, she had been watching footage of Japan's greatest hero All Might in his new and recent appearances. It was strangely eerie seeing the symbol of peace, and the regular adoration and joy he brought to everyone else when she knew just how destroyed he actually was. To know that the day would undoubtedly come sometime in the future, that All Might would be retiring. A man with that kind of completely destroyed body would not be able to go on continuing like he was now forever. It wasn't like Izuku's respect for the man had lessened, on the contrary, in many ways, it was the opposite, but the reality of the facts was not lost on her. She would, more likely than not, debut as a hero in a world without All Might. A very scary idea. It would be a strange new world, where the pillar of Japan's superhero society would not be around to keep everything in order. Where other lesser powers would have to step up and try to replace them. Her included. However, at the moment, that wasn't really what her biggest worry was about. No, right now, as she looked in the mirror, she was facing another problem she hadn't really considered when she first got these powers. Puberty. There was probably a time in her life when Izuku would have been happy about really hitting her stride in terms of her body maturing as she began to truly grow into a woman. Of growing from a lanky and scrawny teen, into one with a body that seemed as if it was speedrunning through her teenage years in everything but height. If so, then that time was long, long since past. As she looked at herself in the mirror, she suddenly became acutely, painfully aware that in a mere 4 months' time, she would be exposed to the world, and was that a bad turn of phrasing? Still, it was accurate. If she wanted to be a hero, she would be exposed for the rest of the world to see. That was something she had known from the start of the course, but as she saw herself in the mirror, and watched all the changes she'd gone through as she began to truly grow, the feeling of self-consciousness burned through her more and more for every passing day. However, this wasn't up for discussion for her. If she wanted to actually become a hero, she would need to embrace this, and not just because her growth and how much power she had access to was completely dependent on it. That was far, far easier said than done though, far easier. If there was one bright spot though, at least she wouldn't have to expose herself to the entire country from the start, nor even the first year. Assuming she actually got into UA, the famous sports festival was an optional part of the school curriculum. And unless something drastic changed before that, she just couldn't see herself jumping into that in her first year. Maybe not her second year either. Still, sports festival or not, she would have to get used to people seeing her with Fuku activated, with all of what that entailed. That wasn't a question up for debate. What's the purpose of these, do you think? Training your superpowers, as Izuku had found out, was something that was filled with moments of completely unexpected, sudden breakthroughs. You'd be doing something familiar, then suddenly when you least expected it, you'd stumble upon some new detail you never noticed before, that might completely destroy everything you thought you knew. Like how she'd stumbled into discovering that Fuku's mouth also doubled as a breathing apparatus. Now, a scant 2 months before the exam, she discovered something about Fuku's activated design that she had completely missed. Don't know, but couldn't they just be there to protect you like you originally thought? On the back of her suit's elbows, she had what she had originally assumed to be some form of elbow guard. She had never gotten a good look at their undersides though, due to the fact she really needed to twist her arm in a pretty awkward manner, just to catch a glimpse of the underside. And that was just for seeing a glimpse of it, never mind actually getting a good look. She hadn't stumbled upon the fact that the underside was anything but padded or armor-like until she'd taken a self-picture to use for sketching in her book. No, what her elbows actually had, were what looked like mini exhaust ports, or yet small engines. She had a similar one on her upper back, down below her neck, just bigger. No, these are exhaust ports of some kind. They're clearly meant to expel energy, just like the one on my back. The only question is how to use it. What is the point behind them? Well, we tried to use that one as a motor underwater, which you said was the most obvious use, but nothing happened. Yeah, no. Which means it either meant to be used for some different purpose, or we need to figure out what sort of things that's meant to burn out behind them. Is it smoke from high-level combat? That would be the most logical answer. In which case they aren't meant to be used offensively, or for mobility. Or maybe they're supposed to let out that green energy we can produce. Which implies that it's something we can train to harness offensively, not just something we let out during transformations. Or it could be a mix. You're muttering again. Izuku froze, her muttering ceasing almost immediately. You need to stop doing that. It makes you both look and sound insane. As opposed to talking to you? She didn't say it out loud though. Instead, she flipped out her book about her own powers, then added a section titled, Engine Exhaust Ports on Elbows, under the part she had dedicated to the Potential Future section. You could have pointed these out to me before you know. Hey, assumed you knew already. They're not exactly well hidden you know. No more than the shoulder patches. He wasn't exactly wrong, but Izuku still felt a bit indignant about it. Above the section she dedicated to the elbow ports, she had dedicated a section about speculation regarding the shoulder patches in question. She hadn't given them a stray thought at first, having just assumed they were a stylistic design choice on her dad's part in order to make the suit look nice. In fact, the two patches of beige gray looked pretty cool and complementary for the rest of the suit in her opinion. And she'd thought that was that for months, right up until during a casual conversation where she'd mentioned it. He had casually brought up how they were a later addition to his design and not a part of his true form. That was a tiny little detail that completely changed what she thought she knew about them, which he hadn't bothered to mention from the start. The reason? It was so obvious that it was an unnatural, later addition that he'd thought it so obvious there was no need to comment on it. As for the patches themselves, she had no idea what purpose they had. No power had flown through them, neither now, nor during her first activation. Fuku was sure of that. Which just added to the mystery. Nor had Izuku in any way been able to pry them off in case there might be something hidden inside of those patches. They would be an amazing place to hide a message meant for her and her alone, which was what Izuku firmly believed was hidden there, but if so, nothing she had tried doing had managed to get them loose, damaged, or anything else really. They were just as seemingly indestructible as the rest of her suit. Either way, just like the elbow ports, they were yet another one of the mysteries her dad had told her she needed to solve herself, or not at all. The time before her high school entrance exam seemed to pass in a flash. One day she was training, and then the next, she woke up to the day that would make or break her future. When she'd have to put this suit her dad had made to use, or fail in the most spectacular manner imaginable. Izuku wasn't sure how she was going to feel stepping through the gates of Japan's most prestigious, and effective, her school, but if she had to guess beforehand, it would have been nervousness. And sure enough, there was some of that too. As she looked around, she felt daunted and intimidated, but she also felt a level of confidence that was almost alien to her. The fact was, she was not helpless now, and that made all the difference in the world. She had power, and she knew what said powers were. Compared to the feeling of being helpless, of being exposed, of feeling like she had no agency or ability to affect the world around her, it was the difference between the earth and the heavens. It would probably be a bit less fine once she had to activate it, but for now, she was able to ignore the thoughts of how she would react to having to activate her powers in front of other people, as she stepped through UA's gates, and began just taking in the sights of this amazing school that had produced so many heroes over the years. Around her, other students walked as well, some who would go on to change the world, some who would fail spectacularly and give up on their ambitions altogether, some who would have to learn to deal with failure and grow from it, and others who would move on into obscurity despite success this early in life. Oh my God, it's the voice hero present Mike. Isn't he that guy behind that show you listen to each Sunday? Yes, her voice was low, yet high-pitched, her hands up to her mouth as she squealed like the teenage girl she was, looking more like some teenager meeting some pretty boy idol for the first time, rather than seated inside a parliamentary hall, being seated behind a desk on a layer about 9 layers up from the podium at the bottom where the pro-hero present Mike was currently arraying himself behind a speaker podium. I recall that one. It's the one that basically says you should solve all your mundane problems with music, isn't it? Is such a man really capable of teaching us the art of battle? Izuku was about to answer when suddenly Mike took the word and enthusiastically yelled out in English. Welcome to today's live performance. Everybody say HEEYYY. It was an awkward way to greet a hall of teenagers, most of whom did not speak said language. It was made even more awkward by the fact that one of the students, a tall, older-looking boy with dark blue hair and glasses, seated 2 levels in front of Izuku actually answered, yelling out, "Hey," in a very loud but monotone voice. Making it even more awkward was that once he was done, he retained the serious but stoic look he'd had before the outburst as if nothing had happened. Present Mike though grinned, as the teacher obviously took it in stride that a grand total of 1 student had answered him. Instead, he pointed at Iida specifically as he continued. "Are you ready?" The blue boy responded anew, just as stoically as he had the first time, keeping his serious expression on the entire time. "Yes. Positively am. That one is either a teacher's pet, or he has zero ability to read the room. I think it's probably the latter. Mean, wouldn't have minded yelling, but it kinda took me by surprise, mean." She was cut off though, by present Mike continuing. "Alrighty, then my examinee takers. am here to present the guidelines for your practical exam. Are you ready? Despite her words, Izuku did not yell out, instead leaving the bespectacled blue-haired boy to yell out, "Yeah," in the same loud, but stoic manner he'd yellowed out the previous times. The sheer contrast between Mike's booming voice and the singular student who for whatever reason had decided to answer him could not have been a more pathetic flop if it tried. As hundreds of teenagers just stared at Mike, or at the blue-haired, serious boy. He really needs to let it go. This is just sad. In sharp contrast to her beloved suit's comment, Mike instead just seemed to get more enthusiastic, as his proclamations took another level in volume. This is how the test will go, my listeners. You'll be experiencing 10-minute-long, mock cityscape maneuvers. Bring along whatever you want. After this presentation, you'll each head to your assigned testing location. Behind him, a giant basic, simplistic map flashed up on the screen, showing their current location, and a whole host of branches with the ends designated with a letter from A to G. Each site is filled with 3 kinds of faux villains. Behind him, the holographic map flashed, turning into simplified images of cities, along with larger black shapes of what were clearly Mario characters, just inked out to not show any color beyond the outline. Besides each figure, was a equals and a number behind it, from 1 to 3. Points are awarded for defeating each of these, each according to their respective difficulty level. Use your quirks to disable these villains and earn points. And that's the goal, my dear listeners. Izuku had figured as much just by looking at the shapes and was taking another look at the pamphlet handout she'd be given showcasing each of these faux villains, muttering as she usually did when she considered things, only for the strange, blue-haired guy to suddenly say something else, while everyone else was silent. "May I ask a question?" Present Mike, in turn, gave a thumbs up and a grin, signaling that the boy could indeed ask a question. There appears to be no fewer than 4 faux villains on this handout we were given. Such an error, if it is one, is highly unbecoming of YUEI, Japan's top hero academy. Izuku nodded, having wondered somewhat herself about the discrepancy in numbers. We are all here today, in the hopes of being molded into model heroes. It was all sensible stuff to ask about, right up until he finished that questioning by turning around and calling her out specifically. "And you, the girl with the curly hair?" Izuku froze in his seat upon being called out, as the tall boy glared at her. "You've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If this is some sort of game to you, please leave immediately." Izuku immediately froze, her cheeks going absolutely beet red as everyone's attention suddenly shifted from the boy to her. It was astonishing just how quickly she withered under the glances and snickering from everyone around her. Memories of the past came unbidden to her mind, and it suddenly was like she was back in the old schoolroom, surrounded by people who put down her every wish, desire or action. It was the same really, one single person who called her out, and everyone else followed suit. Well, almost everyone. That nosy guy. Who is he to meddle in our business? Present Mike also did not follow up on the comment the blue-haired boy had made about her, instead replying to his question. All right, nice catch examinee 7111. The 4th villain awards 0 points. He is instead meant as an obstacle. Has any one of you kiddos ever played the old retro Super Mario franchise? You can't think of the 4th villain as a twomp. There's only gonna be one at each site, and it will rampage around a bit into the exam. A bit of murmuring from the gathered examinees followed that, as various comments comparing it to a video game flew around the room, while the blue-haired boy apologized for his presumptions before Present Mike continued. That's all from me, but I'll leave my listeners with our school motto. The great hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "True heroism consists of being superior to the ills of life, plus ultra, break a leg, everybody." Izulu felt a bang of excitement at the famous words and their meaning. To go further and beyond, Fuku, however, focused on something else. Wait, Napoleon? Didn't he wage wars that killed millions of people and leave Europe in ashes? How is a man such as that a hero? Izuku was momentarily taken aback by the question as everyone around them started to get up from their seats and move out of the hall. She considered it. She wasn't exactly that well read on ancient history that took place half a millennium ago, much less stuff that happened in Europe. I guess it could be from one of the other Napoleon Bonapartes? His descendants did restore order in France during the societal collapse, you know. That was her best guess anyway. It was also hilariously wrong, as she would come to learn for herself. As she found herself waiting in an open field in front of a large, fake mock city alongside everyone else, the reality of it all began to set in for Izuku. The task ahead of her was terrifying. She had absolutely no doubt she had the power to do this and pass, and probably with flying colors too. The simple fact was she was way too knowledgeable about quirks, and how they stacked up compared to her own powers to not understand what sort of advantages she had. In terms of strength, even at her current, lower level, she was way above most strength quirks. Hell, even if she didn't have that to rely on, she had another ace in her sleeve to deal with the non-living robots. Unfortunately, this was not, in any way, about her offensive capacity. It was instead about the fact she would need to activate her powers, for the first time, in front of dozens and dozens of people, none of whom she knew. It was an absolutely horrifying prospect. Her worries and thoughts, however, were cut short as she noticed a familiar face amongst all these strangers. Mei, wearing her usual expression, was standing over not too far away, doing some last-minute fine-tuning on some sort of high-tech gauntlet she was wearing. She had seemingly not noticed Izuku at all, instead having put all her attention into her gauntlet. She quickly turned to walk over to talk to her, though she was still utterly wrecked by shaking and bad nerves. However, she didn't manage to reach over halfway over, before suddenly a strong, powerful hand closed around her shoulder, bringing her to a halt. That girl is obviously doing some sort of pre-preparation before the battle. It was the tall guy with blue hair. Izuku immediately froze. The hell does he want now? The blue boy leveled a cold glare at her. Walking over at her with such clear nervousness and shiftiness, what were you planning to do? Interfere with her, in order to sabotage her chances? Izuku turned away from Mei completely to face the taller boy, feeling an immediate bit of panic setting in. She really did not need this right now. No, of course not. The boy looked down on her, obviously not convinced. Why are you here? What? I'm here to. You jump away at the slightest opposition. Flinch the moment someone so much as speaks to you, and from what I tell, you have not the slightest backbone. Or any of these qualities, something a hero should possess. As the boy talked, he intertwined his arms in a tough guy's pose as he looked down at her, judgingly. His words hit way harder than he probably intended, and to make matters worse, a lot of the people around them also turned to look, and she could hear the snickering begin. She suddenly felt small. What sort of madness would lead one such to seek out this path? You are clearly not fit for this kind of work, regardless of what those around you might have suggested, or tried to put into your head. Whether it be friends or parents, or... Oh, her parents raised her quite well, I'd say, in sharp contrast to yours. Izuku was saved, as Mei stepped up between them. Izuku felt a smile come to her lips as Mei placed herself between Izuku and the boy, still tuning her gauntlet, though now she wasn't looking at it anymore. Instead, all her attention was focused on the boy. The boy was taken aback. My parents raised me quite well. They're excellent people and great heroes. Mei didn't blink an eye. Is that so? Well, in my experience, 9 times out of 10, when a kid turns out with personality defects, it is because of bad parenting. Which, if your assessments are true, can only lead me to assume that your tendency to heedlessly and ignorantly butt into places you are not wanted, and relationships you know nothing about, is a personal defect of yourself, rather than something you picked up through nurture. The boy was obviously confused. Wait, you're calling me a natural-born ruffian? No, a ruffian would imply you're naturally incapable or unwilling to listen when people speak, which you clearly are not. No, I'm saying you're a natural-born asshole. The gathered crowd around then had gone quiet, as everyone, Izuku included, had suddenly found their attention grabbed by the confrontation between the pink-haired girl and the blue-haired boy. Izuku for her own part felt, relief would be the word. Sheer, utter relief that someone was taking her side. Someone made the choice to stand by her, even if she didn't quite agree with Mei's rather harsh words. It was nice beyond words to have a friend who would stick up for you. She hadn't had one of those since, well, she never had. And begin. The out-of-nowhere words from Mike made everyone, boy, girl, or living piece of clothing, freeze, and turn around to look at him where he was standing on a building overlooking them all. What's wrong? The test started. Run, run. The die is cast. Huh, later Izuku-sama. Izuku turned to look, only for the sight and sound of absolutely everyone else suddenly taking off, leaving her behind as a mass of teenagers made their way toward the mock city as fast as their legs could possibly make it. We really should get going as well, think. Reality shot through her mind like a lightning bolt as she panicked and began taking off after the larger crowd. Shit, shit, shit. The entire thing with May and the boy had completely distracted her from why she was actually here. So how do we go about this? Full in, and guns blazing in a spectacular manner, leaving everyone's jaws hanging on the floor. It was a good question. She considered it as she ran behind the larger crowd. They only had a limited amount of time, so they couldn't exactly do this in a calm manner, where they picked and choose their battles, transforming into transforming while she was out of sight, so she didn't have to put it all on display for. An idea struck her. Actually, yeah, we're gonna go all out, guns blazing, but not so everyone can see us. What the hell does that mean? It means, we're gonna be using a lot of blood. After all, this would not be a fight of endurance. Don't heal the bite wound, okay? We're gonna need the extra power for the entire thing. Izuku held off transforming until she reached the entrance, after making sure to give everyone a very comfortable and even wider lead. Teeth found the flesh of an arm, and in an explosion of teeth and various other things, Izuku emerged from the transformation, ready for combat. Several of the other contestants turned their heads back around to look due to the light and sounds, but by the time they did, Izuku was long gone. In a burst of blood-enhanced power and speed, she had taken off to the left, passing several other contestants who had done the same, and zooming past them with a speed difficult to see, slamming into and through various robots on the way, the metal machines bursting into pieces of steel and broken circuits as she just kept going. In a dark room, a varied group of adults was watching various holographic screens that showcased various teenagers going all out on their entrance exam. Many of them made various bits of small talk with each other, bits of speculation on how various contestants would fare, and speculating on which teacher would get which students after it was all said and done. Several of the teachers, though, were focusing on very specific students. A sickly, emaciated-looking blond man, with limbs like twigs and deep sunken-in eyes, focused all his attention on a blonde bespectacled girl with equally blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. The girl in question seemed to have been blessed with a super-strength quirk that occasionally produced bursts of electrical currents, or at least something that looked like small bolts of colorful lightning. Another of the teachers was also focusing on specific prospective students. He was a slovenly dressed man, with a mane of unkempt blue hair, with large sunglasses covering his thoroughly laid back and an enthusiastic face. The students he was focusing on were firstly a young girl with pink hair, running around with a strange steampunk-looking gauntlet smashing robots on both range and up close. And as for the other one, finally, my kind of student, oh, it's been too long. You're not one of the assigned teachers for this year's new classes, Nomori. I know, such a pain, but guess it'll be up to Vlad or Shota to teach her to make use of her outfit. One of the two men in question sighed, while the other one scratched his head. Damn, not really something I've got experience in. That's more you and Mikisugi's ballpark. It continued on for a bit longer, before a strange mouse-like creature the size of a small dog announced it was time to take things up a notch, and gave orders to push a button, to see how the various teenagers reacted to having the fear of God put into them. Then, with a single push of a button, various behemoths of metal woke to life. Izuku panted. It was hard to think that was enough? It better be. We broke over 60 of those things. In front of her, a large-scale battle was now taking place as the various students were fighting a ton of the various robots that she had not destroyed. Her blitzkrieg idea had worked pretty well. She had obliterated so many robots, and she had managed not to let her crippling fear of having to perform in her transformed state get the best of her at this most critical moment that would determine her future. Yes, it had been a smart move. Of course, there was a rather obvious drawback. That drawback was that now, 5 minutes left, she was utterly drained of blood, depowered, and unable to do much, other than lean up against a wall and try not to fall on her face. At least she didn't have to worry about being attacked by the robots, as absolutely everyone there seemed absolutely determined to obliterate every single one of them that showed up. She thought a lot of the people there were giving her side glances, but it was kinda hard to be sure given how her vision was so unfocused. She supposed she had to be looking kinda pathetic, completely drained and staggering as she was like she'd taken a blow to the head. At the moment though, she didn't focus on that, instead focusing on just holding on for 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes, then she could rest. She didn't know how this would turn out if she did go unconscious. Would she fail regardless of her points? Be disqualified? She didn't know. Best not to gamble and find out. At least, that was her plan. Then, the battles in front of her, the massive amount of movement, the struggles of a dozen superpowered teenagers, all came to a screeching halt as everything shook into her right. A huge behemoth of metal emerged as if from nowhere and flat out toppled a building just by leaning a hand on it as it moved. The twomf had arrived. Everyone froze in fear, then began running in the opposite direction, some in panic and with a scream upon their lips, and some more stoically. Izuku for her part stood in complete fear far, far longer than anyone else. In her lighthearted state, the monster, several stories tall, looked even more horrifyingly massive than it actually was. It was a mountain of a creature that moved forward, slowly, but surely, and with every step the world itself shook to its core. Common, it's time to move, Izuku. Get your legs in motion, girl. She tried to. She really did. Then she fell straight on her face. Immediate pain flared through the pain as blood poured from her nose. Shit, she tried to get up and moved, only to stumble again as she fell over panting. Then the world shook again. Fear, terror, despair. All of those danced through her muddled mind in that moment, as she clawed her way forward, too disoriented to stand upright, but still wanting to live. Help, somebody, she froze. Then looked behind her. There, a bit off from where she was crawling, someone else was lying in the rubble, much, much closer to the machine as it walked forward. She did not see exactly what was wrong with him, but he didn't seem to be able to move, to escape. He needed help. She didn't think. The broken nose came into contact with her father's legacy, and power once more flowed through her. When cognitive thought returned to her, she found herself in the air, her legs having thrown her there on their own. All the way up to the monster's face. She slammed her fist right into it and sent it reeling backward, crashing into the street below. She hit the ground on her feet, the power still flaring through her. Then she turned. The sheer impact of the blow had sent her backward a bit from the pushback of it, so as she turned around, she was now right by the person that couldn't move. Are you all right? The person, a lanky boy with fuzzy purple hair, just stared at her, and she noticed a stone over one of his legs. She quickly bent down, and with no effort at all, she lifted it up and threw it to the side. Strangely enough, all that she could hear was silence. She turned, now looking towards the direction where the rest of the crew had been running away, where those who hadn't gotten too far away had now turned and were looking at her with gaping jaws and shocked expressions. Seems we made their jaws hit the floor after all. Izuku blinked. Then she realized that she was currently wearing her transformed suit. The power vanished in a heartbeat, and the clarity of her mind vanished with it, her brain immediately becoming complete mud once again. The immediate shame though, that did manage to hit through the fog, and as she finally passed out, her last coherent thought was how bloody embarrassing she felt. Aimee, who had been making her way back towards Izuku, caught her as she collapsed. Then, with a bit of strength that beguiled her appearance, she quickly hefted the girl on her back. Wait, the guy on the concrete floor forced himself up into a sitting position. May, however, did not wait or try and find out what he wanted to say, instead moving down the road, between the shocked people around her, until finally, the loudspeakers announced the declaration that the test was over. Finally. Now she only had to find the resident miracle healer, and leave Izuku in her care. Then she would have to seek out her sensei. There was a lot to talk about, at least provided that she had in fact succeeded in passing the test with the very dubiously technically legal gauntlet she had brought for this test. It broke no rules, but it was absolutely not in the spirits of things. It was not usual that one of the obstacles would be destroyed during the original test. Usually, on average, there would be one prospective student who tried to destroy it, Sometimes they succeeded. It was quite the rarity though, for not none of them, but two of the robots to be destroyed. Melissa Shield looked her busted high-tech gauntlet over as she stood atop the wreckage of the machine. Too much power in the blow, gonna have to get better at that. As she jumped down from the wreckage in several jumps from one bit of broken machinery to the next, she ignored the shocked reactions of everyone around her, instead making her way over to the girl that had been the reason for this assault. She was brown-haired, with a couple of pink marks on her cheeks. "You okay?" She held out a hand to help her to her feet. "Why yeah, thank you." She grinned, just like Uncle All Might. Smiled to keep everyone around at ease, safe, and calm. Getting the affirmation letter, accompanied by a hologram recording confirming that she did indeed get into UA, brought Izuku a lot of joy, quickly followed by a fair bit of melancholy. As it turned out, it was apparently customary for a teacher at UA to deliver these hologram recordings. Izuku would have been ecstatic at that, and under normal circumstances, she would have been even more so by getting a personalized recording of one of the teachers of UA, all of whom were accomplished heroes in their own right. That said, the teacher delivering the congratulations was All Might. As it turned out, the #1 hero was taking a teaching post at UA this year. As she stared at the image, she felt sad and daunted by the reality of it. I've seen this on TV several times. A strong, older warrior, usually male, retires to teach a new generation. That is what this is, yes. It is. It's not quite as clear-cut as that. All Might isn't officially retiring, not yet anyway, but this is him shifting over to another way his talents and vast experiences will be put to good use for our superhuman society. She understood All Might's bombastic and eternally cheerful optimism better now, knowing the reality of the situation. This, in turn, made seeing him act like his usual self like nothing was amiss as he informed her that yes, she had made it into UA, only made her sad. Her eyes drifted off from All Might's figure to a picture on her desk behind and off to the side of the talking hologram. A picture of a much younger her, along with her parents enjoying a day at the beach. All Might had not intended it when he'd explained his condition to her, but it was a sharp and powerful reminder that nothing would last forever. Even the best of times would end, regardless of how you felt about that. Not even All Might. One day, in the not-too-distant future, he and everything he represented would be gone, and the rest of them would have to carry on and do without him. Just like her dad. That thought brought a severe dampener to what normally would have brought her nothing but joy, at having succeeded in one of the most crucial steps to make her dream a reality. The entrance to UA on the first day of school was one that by all accounts should have been one of joy and celebration for the young green-haired girl in her superpowered school uniform. However, there was one tiny, little detail she had completely overlooked. So this is how a school actually looks in real life. You know, it's strange. I've been with you to that previous school of yours countless times, but this is the first time I've ever seen more than a toilet and the exit corridor with my own eyes. It's less grand and more mundane than anime makes them out to be. Was your previous school actually like this too? No, it was far less than this really, just a middle school. She was shaking as she walked through the corridors, trying to find her assigned classroom. Everybody is staring at us. Why is that? Recognize none of these people from the exam. Has words of our glorious feats already spread this far and wide? I doubt it. It was such a dumb, little thing. She should have realized it would be a thing from the start. But she had been so looking forward to official permission to get to use Fuku regularly, that she had not considered the rather conspicuous fact that he looked absolutely nothing like Yue's school uniform. Which in turn made her stand out drastically from absolutely every other student in the school, and also made every single person there look at her very obviously assume she was a rebellious, delinquent, Yankee punk. It was something you saw in anime and manga, not in real life, certainly not in a prestigious school like UA. Not everyone showed disdain or bafflement at that, some actually looked impressed, and quite a few looked down at her chest. Given she had to get used to everyone around her looking at her transformed state, every single person here also looking at her when she was untransformed, was not something she needed. She really did not want to stand out, so why was it as if the universe was conspiring to put her front and center everywhere she went in this school? Finally, though, she did find the classroom simply labeled 1A. Finally. Why is the door so big? The door in question was a sliding door that was wider than most and went all the way to the roof. I've had to guess, they're that way to accommodate students with large bodies due to their quirks. The way she talked to herself was also something that brought attention everywhere she went. Somehow, it was something that had been easier to deal with in public, surrounded by people that more likely than not, she would never see again. Here though, she was surrounded by her peers. Deal with that later. For now, just go inside the classroom, and hopefully, don't become the center of attention. She gripped the handle and opened it. Not only was the door tall and wide, the door was thick too, because while it had been closed, not a hint of sound had emerged to the outside, despite the fact two people were loudly arguing. Please remove your filthy tools from that desk immediately. To let such clutter and filth remain on your desk is an insult not only to you and all those who came before us but also to the person who crafted it in the first place. So the blue-haired boy had ended up in her class, great. Though on the plus side, desks are meant to be used, and unlike you, have to balance two separate courses here, which means, unless there is a rule against it, I'm gonna tinker in hero class as well. May still had her characteristic eternal smile and unflappable face, and didn't really seem to take the conversation seriously. Izuku could immediately tell that it and the way she tinkered with her gauntlet like nothing was amiss, was driving the boy nuts. And those oil stains? Sure is. It's the first day. How could you possibly have soiled your uniform with such before your first support class? Well, was tinkering with a bit of machinery before you came in. It's a small, non-explosive grenade that dispenses dozens of small caltrops, on top of also making an oil spill to make the ground slippery. Do you want to see it? No, most certainly do not. He then knelt down and picked up several large pieces of breadcrumbs. And this giant smattering of breadcrumbs, if you were going to eat at school, at least try not to be so slovenly about it, not to mention breakfast should be eaten at home, before coming to school anyway. Actually, those aren't mine. They're from the blonde guys sitting next to me. Leave me out of this, you weirdos. Izuku, who had been watching the display with a mix of both relief that for once she was not the center of everyone's attention, and some genuine amusement at May really not giving any sort of shit about the blue-haired boy's complaints, had completely missed the person sitting next to May. A face she had genuinely hoped never to see again. Kachan looked much like Izuku remembered him. Tall, blonde, and spiky-haired, with a strong delinquent face, that was just on the edge between being manly and being handsome that he could easily pass for both depending on his expression. The only difference was a new school uniform, and that he had a long, ugly diagonal scar over his left eye. Kachan's red eyes passed over Izuku, and for a second, she was certain he was going to recognize her and start something. But instead, as the blue-haired boy started critiquing him as well, he instead exploded into an argument with him. He didn't recognize her by her looks. Once upon a time, that idea would have made her cry, but that time had passed. Seeing him brought so many emotions in her. Quite a bit of fear, a lot of disgust, but mostly sadness. It didn't have to turn out as it had. She eyed his scar. She had expected to feel strong feelings about that, one way or another. Either shame and guilt, or schadenfreude and satisfaction. She didn't feel either. No pang of satisfaction of having left a permanent mark on him, no guilt over having hurt somebody else either. Elsewhere in the room, most of the class, completely unaware of the potential powder keg that threatened to blow at any second, was amusing themselves, looking at the trio of Kachan, May, and the blue-haired boy. Two of the other girls in the class, one with pink hair and skin, and the other with long, rope-like earlobes that ended in what looked like what you inserted into a device to listen to music through earbuds. Ah, they're like a helicopter mom and her rebellious teens. The earlobe girl noted with a smile. So true. The pink girl agreed with a cheerful smile. Like hell we are. She's not wrong though, this is like something out of a comedy sketch. I must agree with the untidy young man. No children of mine would ever be so slovenly and messy as this. Half the class burst out laughing. Don't encourage her 4 eyes. Also, speaking of you, where is your necktie? It is your duty to wear it at all times while in class. Off, you damned extra. May, who had immediately lost any and all interest in the situation once attention had moved from her, had gone back to tinkering on her gauntlet like nothing had happened. Then she noted Izuku. Oh, Izuku-sama, so we did end up in the same class. That's good. Hi Mei. For a brief moment, it seemed like Kachan could not believe his ears. He stared at Izuku as if he actually realized that yes, there was someone standing there. Deku. A snarl came to his lips. What the hell are you doing here? Well, as it happens, was assigned to 1A. Like everyone else here I'd imagine. Don't back down, don't back down, don't back down. Katsuki was about to say something more, probably another question about her worth as a person, then he blinked and looked down. Wait, what was he looking at? When the hell did you get tits? You were flat as a ing board last time saw you. She felt her cheeks light up immediately. She did not try to get out an embarrassed reply though, as the blue-haired boy spoke up on her behalf. So uncouth. Is that any way to talk to a lady? How speak to Deku is my own damn business 4 eyes. Don't butt in where you're not wanted or. If you're here to socialize, then get out. Silence suddenly struck all of them, as everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, which turned out to be what looked like an enormous orange caterpillar with a human face, having crawled halfway in through the door entrance, and was now just lying there, face towards the class. The sheer unexpected out-of-nowhere appearance of the creature managed to stun the entire class as everyone just turned to look at it. The caterpillar pulled up a juice box up from its body, and beeped it dry slowly, with a loud, over-exaggerated beeping noise. It didn't continue the sentence until it was completely empty. The hero course. Then, the caterpillar turned upwards and raised itself in its full height, and with an unzipping sound, the orange hide was thankfully discarded, as it turned out just to be a sleeping bag. Inside was a very average-looking adult man, with a fuzzy short beard, a greasy black mane of unkempt hair, and wearing a full-body black suit that looked like a set of pajamas, a high-tech-looking belt, and some strange, loose bandages wrapped again and again around his neck like the world's weirdest scarf. As he continued to speak, he did so in an incredibly monotone manner, looking positively bored. It took 8 seconds for you lot to quiet down. Time is a precious resource. You guys aren't very rational, are you? Izuku, who made it a point of pride to know every pro hero in Japan, tried to figure out who in the world he was. Given he'd come here specifically, and the way he was talking, he assumed he was their homeroom teacher, but given the way every single one of UA's staff had to be pro heroes of some kind, that would mean this guy was one too. But if so, Izuku could not even begin to imagine who he was. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, pleased to meet you. Izuku doubted she had ever heard anyone less enthusiastic or pleased in her life. Frankly, he sounded like a dead fish, so monotone was his voice. Then, without further ado, he pulled out a piece of clothing from his bag. Go change into your gym clothes, and head to the PE grounds, quickly now. Then he literally left without another word. Seems this school is absolutely filled with complete weirdos. Love it already. Izuku, being the only student in class who was exempt from gym clothes or a regular school uniform, was the first student who got to the PE grounds, where Aizawa was waiting for them with the same bored, lifeless expression. In hindsight, she really wished she had waited for the rest of the class, as Aizawa was not exactly someone who managed to make her feel comfortable being alone with. Their purpose for coming here was only revealed once everyone else in the class had assembled. Mei stood out, having brought an entire gym bag as well. A quirk apprehension test. A brown-haired girl was the only one to actually put the question everyone had into words. What about the ceremony? And the guidance counselor meetings? Aizawa was rather blunt, unsympathetic, and to the point. If you want to be heroes, we don't have time for frilly niceties. That attitude would explain those poor clothes. Man, Ambla don't belong with that guy. Look at how filthy they are. I assume you all understand this school's famous reputation of freedom on campus? I mean, he cannot possibly think he can obtain either a partner to carry on his line or win fame and glory looking like that. What came to Izuku's mind with that line was her own outfit. She was not inclined to complain about how others dressed. Glasshouses and all that. Well, that freedom goes for his senseis too. The man walked over to some markings on the ground, picking up a baseball, or at least something that had the shape of a baseball at least. Softball pitch. Long jump. 50-meter dash. endurance running, grip strength test, sustained sideways jumps, upper body exercises, seated toe touch. These are exercises you all know from middle school. Physical tests where you were barred from using your quirks. Our glorious empire still insists on prohibiting quirks when calculating the averages of those records. It's not rational. He turned to look all of them over. Japan's government has been procrastinating on that for a century now. Well, that's a problem on the part of the mechs, not us. He motioned for Kachan to come over to stand in the circle of a throwing field. Bakugo. How far could you throw in middle school? 67 meters. Aizawa nodded and threw him the ball. Great. Now throw, using your quirk. Do whatever you want, so long as you don't leave the circle. Kachan nodded, then hesitated before he threw. He turned his head to glare at Izuku, who felt a sharp pang of fear as she flinched at that glare. What's wrong? She didn't answer. Kachan turned back towards the field, then with a might of DE and a gigantic explosion from his right hand, the ball was sent flying so fast Izuku lost sight of it. Izuku felt her ears pop from the loud bang, but she winced far less from that than she had the previous glare. Aizawa waited until he heard a ping from a phone he'd pulled out from his pajama pockets. Before anything else, one must know what they are capable of, and more importantly, your current limits. This will be the basis of your hero foundation. Aizawa held up his phone showcasing that the distance Katsuki had sent the ball flying was 705.2 meters. Well, this doesn't sound too bad, it's basically just what we've already been doing. The rest of the class let out sounds of excitement, the prospect of getting to use their quirks to their fullest bringing out feelings of joy and enthusiasm. Someone, somewhere said, "Looks like fun, it looks like fun, you say?" Aizawa cocked his head. This time there were actual emotions in his words. Anger to be specific. So you were planning on spending your 3 years here, planning on having a good time, is that it? What happened to becoming heroes? He made a motion covering his face with his hand like he was face-palming from their reaction. All right then. New rule. Whoever gets the least total points will be judged hopeless and instantly expelled. Izuku's heart stopped for a beat, panic flooding her head, until she realized there was no way in hell she'd end up at the bottom of that list. Not with the kind of power her dad had left behind for her. Hell, she probably wouldn't even need to sacrifice blood to call upon her full power. Still, she shared the opinion of his shocked classmates. Holy shit, it was an incredibly cruel thing to drop on them, much less on the first day and the first exercise. Fuku felt differently. He really is a real-life anime teacher. Now we only need to wait and see if it's a bluff or not. Bet he was for real though. He seems pretty serious. Aizawa pulled his hand up to push up his hair and gave a sadistic smile. Our freedom means we dispense with students as we please. Welcome to the departments of heroics. Once again it was the brown-haired girl who put the class feelings into words. The kid who ranks last gets expelled. This is our first day here, but even if it wasn't, that's way too unreasonable. Aizawa took being questioned in stride, and as he let his hair down, he went back to his previous, monotone and emotionless way of speaking. Natural disasters, massive accidents, ego-mad villains, all kinds of calamities can happen when we least expect them. At the moment, Japan is for all intents and purposes drenched in the unreasonable. If you were counting on a friendly chat after school at the local McDonald's, too bad. From now on, and for the next 3 years, all you can expect from your life at UA is one hardship after another. He gave another grin, though this time without sadism, as he motioned with his finger upwards to the sky. This is plus ultra. Expect you to overcome these trials and rise to the top. Izuku nodded. This was in large part why she'd chosen this school and no other. It produced the best of the best, and part of that was an infamously hard training regime for any prospective student. Trial by fire. Now then, let's start. Oh, and by the way, just to get it out there so don't forget, Midoriya, I'm adding a unique rule for you. If you transform at any point after you transform, until the class ends, you're also getting expelled. Wait, what? Why? Because saw your performance at the entrance exam. If you aren't able to stay transformed for more than 5 consecutive minutes, you have no future as a hero. Izuku opened her mouth to reject the argument, only to close her mouth when she realized Aizawa had seemingly misunderstood her limitations. He assumed the 5 minutes was her regular time limit. She had no reason to correct him on that, especially not when there was a challenge here, even if it was not the one he'd planned. Any further thoughts on the matter though were interrupted by Kacchan. Transformation. What the hell do you mean by that? Deku's quirkless. He sounded utterly baffled by the statement. Izuku did not look at him, she just focused on Aizawa. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Is that so, Midoriya? You'll be second up then. I'll throw you the ball once you're done transforming. Izuku nodded nervously, as she stepped up to the spot Kacchan had just left behind. This is gonna be embarrassing for you, you don't say. She took a deep breath, then bit down on her hand hard. The familiar explosion of power engulfed her, as teeth and pulsating green energy danced around her in a mass, before with a snap, all of it retracting into one spot. Several small bolts of green energy danced around her, before dissipating into nothing. For a bit, silence reigned before the comments came. She felt the heat come to her cheeks, as the various people in the class gave their thoughts on it to each other. Some were baffled, some appreciative, and at least one of the girls was incredibly flustered by the look, judging by the high-pitched and very girly cry, at seeing her outfit. At least one guy, which she recognized by his voice as a guy with golden hair with spots of black, actually gave an appreciative whistle. She wanted to die. She could actually feel the corners of her eyes begin to water. She did not let it break though. If she let the transformation break, it was all over. Without a word, Aizawa threw the ball to her. Right. The ball. She caught the ball. Focus on the ball. She took a deep breath, then considered. She bit her lip as she prepared the ball, feeling the taste of iron on her lips, then spat at her sleeve. The ensuing surging storm of green engulfed her, and she threw the ball with as much might as she was able to muster in that one, singular moment of supreme power. She watched the thing until it disappeared into the horizon. Eventually, a ping was heard. 34 kilometers. Behind her, there was plenty of cheering, wows, and a couple of nervous voices. Her cheeks were still burning red, and a huge part of her wanted to die, but at least it was a bit better than it was before. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at that, and his eyes curiously enough had taken on a glowing, red color. What's up with him? Izuku was about to answer, then suddenly she had an epiphany about Aizawa's identity. Ah, of course, you're a Racerhead. I'd recognize those glowing red eyes anywhere. The erasing hero, whose quirk is erasure. You're the famous underground hero who can shut down any quirk by just looking at them. Born on November 8th, in Tokyo, you are 30 years old, 183 centimeters tall, your blood type's B, you are famous for picking up stray cats, and you are married to fellow pro hero Ms. Joke, real name. That's enough. Aizawa shut her off coldly, as his eyes stopped glowing, though the curious expression remained. You're married, sensei? The pink girl asked in an incredibly curious and passionate tone. The way she looked and spoke, one might have assumed that it was her who was the one in love. That hardly matters, but yes. Anyway, Izuku, you're done. Move on and let someone else take your place. Right, of course. She quickly stepped out of the circle to let someone else, a blonde girl with glasses, take her place. Again, you need to stop doing that. You look and sound incredibly creepy. She bit her lip, only to find herself the center of attention as she stepped up besides her fellow classmates. Everyone was staring at her. Well, except for the pink girl who was still looking at Aizawa with a curious, big smug grin. Everyone else though was looking right at her. She felt all the heat blush up again, as she felt a deep, deep feeling of shame and embarrassment. She could feel everyone's eyes on her, judging her, thinking she was a complete weirdo, and that was great Izuku-sama. Izuku was thankfully taken out of her thoughts by Mei walking up to her, still carrying her large, cylindrical bag under her arm. Thanks, Mei. Indeed. Izuku shrank back as the blue-haired boy stepped up to them. It was quite spectacular, must say, just like that display at the entrance exam. He stepped up in front of her, and damn it, she'd forgotten how tall he was. He did not look like a teenage boy, rather he looked like an adult in his 20s. Big, tall, and obviously muscular. His face turned dark, only to take Izuku completely off guard with what he said next. I must also apologize for my behavior back then. You saw the true nature of that practical exam, while could not hate to admit it, but in that moment you truly were the superior candidate. She had no idea what he was talking about. One of the other guys, a redhead who was thankfully far shorter, though scary in his own right as he had shark teeth, shook his head. Dude, was there? There wasn't a single quirk as flashy or spectacular in the whole thing. It's not really a contest, you know. A sonic boom suddenly sounded not far away, along with a crackling of blue energy. Everyone turned as the blonde girl now looked after the ball she had thrown disappear as a tiny speck on the blue horizon far away. Ping. 53 kilometers. Huh, someone even stronger than us at our peak. Interesting. Katsuki fumed. What the hell did it mean? Quirks weren't supposed to manifest after the age of 4. And yet that weakling had done so. How the bloody hell had she done it? Had she just hidden it? Pretended she didn't have a quirk all along? No, that was stupid. If she had a quirk, she would have used it back then. There was no way in hell she wouldn't have. The scar ached. Maybe it had been there all along, but only came to the surface with puberty. What, had it manifested with her cow tits? Were there even quirks that worked like that? And why the hell had she grown out her hair? She looked absolutely ridiculous with it almost reaching down to her ass. Or, had the power come from someone else? That thought struck him as he glared at Izuku where she was talking with the other people in the class, face beat red. She'd gotten what she had always wanted and yet was still a weak, cowardly scaredy cat. The suit, all the power was located in the suit. Maybe the suit was from someone else. The power came from it, and Izuku hadn't changed at all. He considered that idea completely bizarre, though it was for far longer than any normal person, all the way up until one of the guys complained about one of the girls who stepped up to the circle. She's just using tech sensei. Not her quirk at all. It was the damned dwarf boy who spoke. Holy shit, he looked ugly. Like some caricature sketch come alive. Their teacher shrugged. In case you haven't noticed, our current lead for this exercise also used tech with those ridiculous gauntlets of hers. And so did Aoyama. Did not complain then, and neither did you object to it. Katsuki startled. Wait, you mean we could have brought with us any extra tech we wanted? The man grinned, a truly ridiculous attempt at a sadistic smile. Exactly. This was a test to measure your base capacity. What you have to work with here at the beginning. And if that includes any form of tech you deem essential, well, if it is that important for you, you surely wouldn't have left it behind. The four-eyed bastard actually gasped. You did not actually forbid us from bringing along anything else. You merely told us to change into our uniforms and show up here. You never said we should not bring anything else to use for the tests. Exactly. It was a logical ruse to test your mental capacity to see, well, loopholes. Exclamation mark. What kind of shitty bullshit was that? Damn it, he should have brought his gauntlets for this. It would have blown Izuku's damned distance out of the water. As it was, he ended up sulking throughout all the class ball throws. Meanwhile, Izuku just kept muttering shy replies, as several of the guys talked to her. The sight of that pissed him off something incredibly fierce. On so many levels. Going through the routine of testing the students was boring as hell, as it had been the last time too. Well, not entirely boring. Aizawa pulled out the hologram device from his pocket. Moving along, time for the results. Your total score simply reflects your performance in each of the events. Explaining the process in full is a complete waste of time, so all you guys get are the final rankings. He held up the device, before looking at the students, several of them looking incredibly nervous, Midoriya still being a blushing mess, and Hatsume, well, Hatsume looked the same kind of creepy as she always did. It seemed she only had one basic facial expression. He could sympathize. As it was, he focused on the bottom rungs before he clicked the button. Denki, Kyoka, Toru, and Mineta. He obviously could not read the invisible girl's expression, but he saw the sheer terror in all the rest. Every one of them, absolutely terrified the axe would fall on their head. He clicked the button. Also, was lying about expelling someone. See. Absolute shock on all their faces. He felt his lips twisting in a grin. That was a logical ruse, meant to bring out the best performance in all of you. Ah, those looks of sheer indignation and shock. There was so much about this job that was troublesome, but he loved this part. After that, it was usual. Send the kids on their way, then move on out so he could continue about his day. At least that was his plan. Aizawa, you big, fat, softy. He groaned, as out of nowhere, All Might appeared. He had been pretty sure he had been. All Might, so you were watching, good to see you don't mind wasting time. The symbol of peace was undeterred. A rational deception. April's Fool's Day was over a week ago. Last year, you expelled an entire class of first years. And yet this year you went back on your word, could it be? Don't mind him, Yagi, he likes to switch his mind at the last second, you wouldn't know, since you're new and all. Aizawa froze, then turned around. It never managed to fail to chill his spine the way Ikaro Mikasugi would manage to sneak up on him without fail. Unlike the big hunk of a man that was All Might, he hadn't noticed he was there at all. The man looked as unenthusiastic as usual, though his vibe was completely different compared to Aizawa's. He looked like a guy who had never had enthusiasm in his life. Ikuru looked like a man who had once had enthusiasm but had lost it all long ago. All Might also seemed to be taken aback at his appearance. Mikasugi-san, I'm sorry, I did not see there. Well, that doesn't matter. But must agree with Yagi's initial point. It's quite interesting this class, so much even you can't pretend they are not. He sighed. What are you two on about? Though, I'm guessing your little prodigy is part of it. No, wasn't talking about her. No, was talking about the interesting gathering of folks this year. He turned back towards the field where some students still hadn't left despite his orders to tell them to do exactly that. One stood out though, apparently having decided not to transform back to her normal state until she had left the school premises. Midoriya, what about her? The man turned back to look Aizawa in the eyes. Come now, don't pretend to be a moron. A student shows up, with what seems to be the exact same quirk that Despot is using to win so much fame and glory, right down to an immunity to absolute quirks like Eraser. Does that not bring out any sense of intrigue in you? He sighed. So, she's probably related to the next #1 of Japan. What about it? He sighed. See Yagi, he really is a boring man, but yes, that is one thing. Then there is the rest. A survivor of one of those pogroms we aren't allowed to teach about, the son of Endeavor, the son of Rajan, the brother of Ingenium, and of course. He could tell even behind his aviator glasses that his eyes turned to All Might. A blonde, blue-eyed young lady from America, who specifically came here rather than somewhere in America, the same year All Might began teaching, who supposedly is the son of one of All Might's old friends, who looks nothing like her, and whose quirk is folding his fingers, and her quirk is an extreme super strength one, that produces blue bolts of energy as a side effect. He let the obvious implication hang in the air. All Might looked extremely uncomfortable. It's a bit more complicated than you make it sound. I won't cry, but you know as well as do that everyone is going to draw that exact same conclusion. Aizawa pinched his brow. All of that is fascinating, but really don't care. This time it was him All Might looked at befuddled. Is he for real? Sure is. Aside, he's a rather boring guy. He felt a throbbing, annoying pain in his temple. Is there anything you actually want to talk with me about? Or did you two really want to just gossip with me? He actually cracked a smile at that. Like a cat. Oh, actually yes, there was something. She was actually sent by Nimuri. She is positively livid with you for dragging away your students and skipping the ceremony and the guidance counseling. She worked really hard on that, you know. Of course. Well, it was either getting yelled at now, or tomorrow, might as well get it done now before heading home. It was one annoying thing after another. Izuku had, she hadn't expected to make friends easily at UA. She knew she had Mei, but she had somewhat assumed that would be it, or at least she would remain her only friend for the foreseeable future. Reality and expectations were rarely the same, however. You really enjoy butting in without an invitation, don't you? Of course, a hero cannot live by asking permission before he saves someone's life. Initiative is one of the most important aspects of hero work. The three of them, Izuku, Mei, and the big, blue-haired boy who Izuku had picked up was named Iida, had seated themselves around a lunch table in the school's cafeteria. The rest of their class had done likewise around them on other tables, alongside the entirety of the rest of the student population, all 3 years, and all branches of the curriculum. She'd almost choked on her food when Iida had, uninvited, seated himself beside them, but unlike their first meeting, he had not in fact begun to chastise her, but instead tried to open a friendly conversation. It had not taken long before Mei had begun the back and forth they were now engaged in. Is that so? Why do you wish to talk to us? Really hope you're not here to attempt to woo us off our feet, just because of how amazing Izuku-sama looks. Izuku immediately blushed red, but Iida looked aghast at the mere suggestion. Woo you? Certainly not. Ifwas would of course do it the proper way. It would be highly inappropriate to try and start a relationship after having met only twice. So you aren't against sweeping Izuku off her feet on principle. Just that the time is not yet ripe for it. That was not my intended message at all. Merely wished to talk to give a proper introduction of myself after the terrible first impression left after the exam. Oh, then why didn't you say that, to begin with, Tenya? She did not add on a san, nor any other honorific at the end. Because you turned this into a 5-minute back and forth the moments at down here. Well, obviously. How else could we determine whether you had sinister intentions without asking you? Quote. By letting me talk. She really likes messing with him, doesn't she? Izuku considered that, but, no, that wasn't quite right. Or rather it wasn't just that. Izuku had seen Iida's type before. The proper kid in class who demanded everyone follow the rules. Usually the class president. There was a certain way you were expected to react to such people talking. Mei rejected that completely. Mei basically played by her own tune. It was something Izuku liked about her. She obviously did like messing with him though. Anyhow, apologize for not introducing myself earlier. Wanted to do so yesterday, but that rascal Katsuki distracted me severely with his terribly crude comments. My name is Iida Tenya. Yeah, we know. You were called up by Aizawa all throughout yesterday. We all were. My name is Hatsume Mei. M. Midoriya Izuku. Iida nodded, then took a bite out of a fish. I suppose Hatsume-san was right. Did know your names from the exercise as well. Still, do believe in doing things properly. It is nice to meet you, Midoriya-chan. Likewise. They ate in silence for a bit afterwards, before Iida spoke again. It must be nice getting in here with one's childhood friends. Most of the class seems unsure about who to approach yet, but you two were at each other's side from the beginning. Oh, we're not childhood friends. You are not. Iida seemed absolutely shocked by that statement. No, we only met once, less than a year ago. Truly. Well, she stayed over at our home for several days during that time, but, yeah. That must have been quite the meeting for you to be this close friends. Izuku didn't answer. Memories of braining a guy with a metal pipe danced through her head, as well as getting a hole in her torso. You were certainly on much better terms with her than that Bakugo fellow. That immediately got her mood down. Yeah, he and actually were childhood friends, but... I see. Judging by your extremely melancholic expression, can only surmise that you do not wish to talk about it. Well, there is that, but can't really talk about it, even if want to. The last time we met, our families signed a non-disclosure agreement stating we're not allowed to talk about our relationship and stuff that happened in it to non-family members. See. Well, in that case I'll not pry deeper into it. That would be contrary to the intent of the law after all. You know, he's not actually a bad guy, he's just really awkward, and he can't read a room to save his life. Mei had similar thoughts, though she was far less blunt about it. You know, Tenya, at first, thought you were a creepy, self-righteous asshole, who butted into places he wasn't wanted, now see you're simply a really awkward guy. Iida, thankfully, did not seem to take it in a bad way, even if May both used his given name, and without an honorific. Which was either a sign of closeness, or mocking him. So have been told. My brothers often say something similar. He always says need to get better at interacting with people. He changed course then, seemingly not wanting to talk further about his brother, or his own awkwardness. By the way, what are your thoughts on our next class? DTRs, History and Choices, have been confused about how it's going to be different from our standard history classes. Its description on our curriculum was very vague, and not at all informative about what will be the subject in it. Oh yeah, that's the one we don't have any school books for, right? Indeed. That puzzled me greatly when first read it. It was only after Aizawa-sensei's first opened my eyes to UA's teaching methods that it dawned on me that it might be an unorthodox class, with hand-picked and specialized teaching methods. Izuku nodded. That had kinda been her thoughts on the class too. However, to be honest, she hadn't really given it much thought. Instead, she had focused all her energy on another class later in the day. May had other thoughts on the matter. The class is called History and Choices, so it's obvious that we'll be learning about some kind of history related to making choices. The ability to make quick, well-thought-out decisions on the spot is an exceptionally important ability for a hero. After all, that speed of yours won't matter in the slightest if you hesitate using it, or God forbid, you choose the wrong thing to do when human lives are on the line. I would not do such a thing. Didn't you run off in the opposite direction during the test, rather than help that scraggly-looking guy? It went on like that for the remainder of the lunch, with Izuku and Fuku just looking on as May ran mental circles around Tenya, with little difficulty. So, is this gonna be the new normal for us? Class 1A had all settled down for their first class of History and Choices, by the time Mikasugi Ikaro finally made his entrance. Unlike any of the teachers they had met so far in class so far, DTR was not an unknown hero, nor an obscure name in the hero world. As such, a lot of the class had actual expectations for him. Perhaps not as much as the hero they would be meeting in the next class, but certainly nothing to sneeze at. Izuku, easily the biggest hero otaku in the entire class, was not among them though. She had after all gotten a full description of the current DTR from May. And so, as their teacher entered the classroom, while the rest of the class felt naught but disappointment or bafflement, Izuku felt kinda sad. DTR had once been one of the most outspoken and passionate men in all of Japan, always flamboyant, always eager to grab the spotlight, and always ready to jump into action with enthusiasm and vigor. The man stepping in through the door was absolutely nothing like that. The mane of blue hair that had once been shiny and well kept was matted and almost as much of a tragedy as Aizawa's mane of hair. He also had a very noticeable stubble of an unkept beard, clashing against the immaculate clean-shaven look he'd once employed. His eyes, which had once been full of life, were now completely covered by a set of gaunt pilot glasses that did not let through any emotion. He'd exchanged his white open jacket for a simple, white office undershirt, with a tie, which looked as unimpressive as Aizawa's pajama-looking bodysuit did. Damn, he looks underwhelming. He did. Mikasugi stepped up to the teaching desk, and looked over the class, though if he was focusing on any students in particular, it was impossible to say behind those glasses. Then he promptly turned around, and after picking up a chalk piece, he began writing. History and Choices. No doubt you are all wondering what that is about. How does it differentiate from regular history? And what does the choices part refer to? Even his voice as dull as a blunted knife. It was. The voice that had once been energetic, and full of testosterone now sounded like a creaking door. I will not be answering questions when the history part of this class begins, and so we'll lay it all out here in the first class so you will know what it's about. The purpose of this class is not to teach you history in and out of itself. It is merely a subject which aligns with the goal of this class well. Namely, this class will be testing your ability to gather and remember information and make the right choice with that information. In the field, you will have to rely on the testimony of civilians, police, children, or reports other people have made. Many of these will be extremely faulty or focus on the wrong thing. However, You will have to sift through them on the spot. That is the point of this class. Testing your capacity to learn new information, and growing your ability to discern which source is feeding you information you cannot trust. As he rambled on, Izuku already saw that the way he spoke, the passionless, and not exactly quick pace would be one that would encourage students' thoughts to drift off, only to realize that maybe that was the point. She sat up straighter and began looking over DTR closer as he continued. That is the history part of this class. We'll go over the choices part, that is to say, the practical section of this class, when we begin with those after the sports festival. Now, if anyone has any questions, now is the time to ask them, because once begin class, we'll not be answering questions during the remainder of the class. There were several, though Iida was the one who raised his hand in the air first. Yes, Iida Tenya, if we are expected to learn and parcel out what information is good and which is not, who do we have no book for this class? Would it not be better to have several sources, and then make us have to go through them during our homework? For just a brief moment, a cat-like smile danced across DTR's lips before vanishing as he continued. Izuku narrowed her eyes. Yes, he was putting on an act, at least to some degree. He was testing them, just like Aizawa, only in a different way. Excellent question. The answer, however, is the reason why you do not have a designated schoolbook for this class. For your homework, you will be expected to pick and choose history books yourself on the matter. You will have to decide for yourself what sources you find trustworthy, and which you do not. If you make the wrong choice and choose a book with outdated history or an axe to grind that makes it too non-impartial to give you the correct answers to the questions on the tests, you will most certainly fail, after which will put you through remedial hell. The full implications of that hit various members of the class very hard, as several of them understood the full ramifications of that. Others groaned, internally or externally, at all the extra reading they'd have to do for their homework. Some however had other questions and worries. Yes, Uraraka Ochako, what if we don't have the money to buy any extra history books? Theen advise you to get well acquainted with a library, or become friends with someone who has the cash to do so. Uraraka actually looked like she was about to cry. Any other questions? No. All right then. He turned around and began writing. And whatever his enthusiasm when he talked was, his writing was sharp. The first quirk user in history, that famous glowing baby from China, was born on November 4, 2014. Following that point, quirks began popping up in newborn children all across the planet, regardless of whether or not they had any quirk users in their ancestry. Between that date and the 7th of March 2042, the point usually designated as the date of the societal collapse that ended the old world order, and brought societal progress back 100 years, the world went through massive changes as tensions began to rock the world. The reasons for that were many. Quirk users with the ability to conjure gold, oil, and other valuable materials destroyed the economy. Extreme racism against quirk users with inhuman appearances, leading to pogroms, or attempted pogroms, which in turn led to massive terrorist attacks from quirk users in retaliation. The introduction of quirks being thrown into existing religious, ethnic, national, and legal conflicts, where the introduction of superpowers made internal or external conflicts far, far worse. And of course the then unanswered question, what sort of quirk usage should be allowed in order for society to function? Nations and governments grew more and more heavy-handed and authoritarian with each passing year, trying to deal with these problems. He tapped the number 2042 several times to punctuate its importance. You will learn far more about the specifics of the pre-collapse era in Midnight's history classes. For the purposes of this class, we will focus exclusively on the events of the year 2042 and beyond. This was the year that several Asian countries introduced and passed laws that for all intents and purposes stripped quirk users with non-human bodies of their inborn human rights, and by doing so set the world irrevocably on the course of complete and total global collapse, as societies and states all across the globe responded, either by following these countries' lead, or making laws against such measures in response. By doing so, they put all quirk users against their own government, as all of them, even those not in any way affected by the first such laws, understood the implications, and the precedent it set to deny any one of them their human rights on principle. Massive revolts, riots, rebellion, assassination of the politicians involved. Nations collapsed completely across the world as civil war and anarchy brought them down. And with them their collapse, so did the flow of trade that relied on them. The world relied on a massive trade network in order to function and feed the immense population of the world. Oil, food, gas, fertilizers, and all the countless goods the global trade spread across the world suddenly stopped coming into nations that needed them to just survive, never mind thrive. The breakdown of key nation the global trade and economy relied upon to function starts a chain collapse that would bring any country with a population of any sizable population number to their very knees. Said collapse itself killed 3/8 of the then human race, the vast majority of which died from hunger, with the amounts killed in wars, ethnic cleansings, and conflicts between quirk users and states being a distant second. It was interesting how his incredibly wooden lecture managed to take something that by all accounts was, if nothing else, an incredibly interesting period in history, and make it boring beyond belief. The hardest hit were the most populous nations of the world. China, India, Russia, the USA, Indonesia, France, Brazil, Egypt, Japan. All of these and many more had apocalyptic population crashes as law, order, society, and countries themselves broke to pieces along with the state's ability to feed themselves. On the other hand, lesser populated nations such as the Scandinavian countries, Israel, Portugal, Greece, and so on, managed to come out of the collapse considerably better due to less mouths to feed. Many nations ceased to exist completely. However, we are not here to talk about that. Instead, we are here to focus on what happened after the collapse, as new and old nations and civilizations began to put themselves back together again, but before the rise of heroes. For the theme of this year will be modern empires. In remarkably quick time, Mikasugi drew up a very impressive replication of Europe. The French Empire. He filled in the borders of the most powerful state in Europe. The Fourth Reich. He filled in the state that was a bit bigger than modern Germany. The Republic of England. He tapped the British Isles. The Scandinavian Confederacy. He filled in the eastern borders of Scandinavia. These, or their successor states at least, are the modern great powers of Europe. They will be our focus for the first part of the year. In the second part, we'll be moving on to their equivalents in Africa, before moving on to Asia and the Americas in the final part. First, however, we will be focusing on the West, and what made each of these states tick. How did they rise? How did they fall? Why? Why did the Third French Empire under the Bonaparte dynasty manage to succeed to the modern day, while fascist England and communist Germany crashed and burned, both being overthrown and replaced by a superpowered monarch, who went on to reintroduce constitutional democracy and implement the then recently emerging hero system? These are the questions we will cover here. Izuku could tell several of her classmates had already begun tuning out, with one of the girls, a cutie with pink skin, pink hair, and eyes with golden eyes, and black sclera, both of which were staring vacantly at the board, clearly not getting anything he said in that dry, wooden tone. She was the most extreme, but certainly not the only one being bored, with several of the class having taken to doodling in their books, or other, non-conspicuous activities. Hekmei had taken to tinkering on a bit of machinery. Only a few, such as Izuku, Iida, Bakugo, a boy called Todoroki, and a girl named Yaoyorozu were giving their teacher their full, undivided attention. Like many nations of the era, all three of them began the same. As almost the entire continent completely broke down, one group of strongmen arose in each of the now broken nations, with the superpowers, the will, and the charisma to unify the broken remains of their homelands. In France, the old descendants of the Napoleon dynasty rose to take power, and with the help of other powerful quirk users, they reunified France beneath one imperial banner, resurrecting the empire of their forebears. In Berlin, the same process happened under a series of young quirk users who believed in the ideals of Karl Marx and tried to implement the old ideals of no personal ownership of property, and the ideals that all men are born equal, in a new world where one child is born with the powers of a demigod, and the other is born with a quirk that makes him look like a clown. In England, the country was unified beneath a group with less clear ideals, but in the end, After the reunification, the political party that had united the English and Welsh after Great Britain fell, was decisively taken over by one Maria Newgate. Better known as Britain's Hitler. The second Cromwell, the bane of the Scots. She would transform the political coalition she created into the English Foremost Party, which in turn would turn England into a full-on fascist state. Most of the class was getting pretty bored, but so far no one had fished out a phone to pass the boredom before a blonde kid named Kaminari did so. Their teacher, without looking, lazily pointed a finger, and with a flash, a small flying robot shot out of it with immense speed, and with superb control, it shot forth, snapped the phone out of the boy's hand, before returning to DTR's hand. Phones are not allowed during class, Kaminari Denki. We'll hold on to this until tomorrow morning, as punishment. The reaction for most of the class was mixed, with a few looking sympathetic, some derisive, and others annoyed. Kaminari looked a mixture between sheepish and horrified, at the prospect of his punishment. DTR went on like nothing had happened. All three of these started off the same. Strongman dictatorship oligarchies where a small elite had all power, holding on to their countries by having the strongest quirk users under their control, ruling over a decentralized mess of a country, where the only issue that mattered was keeping order and making sure everyone had food and water. However, where they differed is how they developed from there. We'll start off with England, beginning with the figure who reunified it and defined the country during this period. He tapped the Spanish peninsula, and the Ireland-sized island to the northwest of it, where you could still see the coastline where the power of quirks had separated it from the mainland over a century ago. Like its fellow European monarchy of Spain, the Kingdom of Great Britain fell to pieces along ethnic lines during the collapse. While Spain was Europe's poster boy for being divided along ethnic lines, with republics such as Castile, Navarra, Barcelona and Catalonia being very clearly drawn upon ethnic lines, while Uthen and Clade was founded on the enormous island quirk users cared out of the northwestern tip of the country, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland was not that far behind. While Great Britain avoided having new islands carved out of its mainland, its different cultures went their own way during the collapse as the islands broke down into 4 distinct areas of control that would eventually begin to form some semblance of cohesion during the recovery period. The short-lived republics of THR United Ireland, and Scotland, the Principality of Wales. And of course the entity that would bring all of the others to heel, and reunite the archipelago. The Republic of England. We'll begin by going over the start of the Republic, by following the person who would define it, from the beginnings, to the climactic ending during the Second Glorious Revolution, and the restoration of the British Empire. Maria Newgate joined the independent military group that would go on to become the English Foremost Party in 2053. As the class ended, most of the class were thankful for its ending, and hurried on to the next class, happy to leave what was easily one of the single most boring classes they had all attended. On the other hand, there was the opposite reaction. Man, that was depressing. Ida nodded. Indeed, even at my old school we never really delved into the full collapse of the world back then, much less the age of dictatorship that followed before the rise of heroes brought true stability to the world. But we should not forget that in the end, for as bad as it all was, good did eventually triumph over evil. He was right, for all the horrible gloom and doom that DTR had spent the class lecturing them about, ultimately it had turned for the better. The genocidal and fascist regime of Maria Newgate had been overthrown and replaced by a democratic monarchy. Good triumphed over evil. May had a different angle on it all. If the story of the English Republic's atrocities in Scotland and Ireland got you feeling down, wait until we get to the Central African states. Now that's a story of woe and human suffering. You seem rather well acquainted with the topic. Assume that historical knowledge is why you felt it proper to not pay attention in class whatsoever. Sure was. Iida glared at her, which the pink-haired girl ignored with a smile on her face, testing the motions and articulation of a gauntlet she had equipped. Izuku for her part considered that. May, did you see any hidden lessons here in class? Like the kind Aizawa had yesterday. You knowing sensei and all, would probably be the person to ask. Iida turned sharply, first towards Izuku, then back towards May. Wait, you are intimately acquainted with DTR sensei. You make it sound way more intimate than it is. But yeah, know him quite well. We've been friends for a bit under 2 years. But as for your question, Izuku-sama, sure. Ignoring how he's putting on that god-awful boring voice act, the whole spiel about history being a random topic that just so happens to be good for the purpose of this class is nonsense. The actual point of choosing empires is to make us appreciate the hero system and its very complex origins. All he talked about today was various nations' many attempts to try and make a functioning society that is capable of handling the fact that everyone has superpowers. All these government types were learning about that took power. They all failed to deal with quirks in a manner that actually worked. You know Izuku, when she gets going she's kinda like you. She just keeps talking on and on unless someone stops her. The obvious meaning that those less knowledgeable might take away is that he's trying to say that constitutional monarchies are the best way to govern. After all, that's what we have in Japan. But that ignores that plenty of nations in the world, dictatorship of otherwise, have a fully functioning hero system. The Caribbean Empire is an absolute monarchy, but it has a hero system that keeps the nation stable and enforces peace. Lots of the Arabic countries in the Middle East are full-blown dictatorship, but they have peace and stability because they successfully managed to implement a hero system, while nations that did not, like Afghanistan, England, and so on, always fell in the end. The fact is, trying to govern a superpowered country by way of a full-on police state based on police crackdowns is impossible in the long term. You need popular support, and you need a way for people to be allowed a path to use their quirks and be rewarded for it, while also not wrecking the economy by having every industry be dominated by quirk users. Fascist England allowed quirk users to rise high, but their method of doing so made the quirk users who partook in that system absolutely hated. Germany tried to only allow state-picked quirk users, with the right ideology and loyalty to the regime, to be allowed to use their powers and shut down everyone else from being allowed to use their quirks. As a result, while not as hated as the English regime, they never managed to get the majority of their people on board with it, as way too many people who would have been heroes in other societies were denied the possibility to join their quirk users because of ideology. Also, their quirk users earned a pittance compared to capitalistic countries, so the incentive wasn't nearly as strong to support the state. So, the entire class is basically to hammer in how important heroes are to modern society. Well, that too, mind you, Doughty's lying when he explained the actual purpose of the class as a whole, but there is a lot of hidden messaging in this one for those who actually have the eyes to see it. Iida, who had been entirely silent as May went on, now looked down at the substantially shorter girl with an entirely new look. I see, it would appear you are far more clever and knowledgeable than your shoddy manners make you appear. And far more discerning than I would not have expected it, but as Midoriya-san proved at the entrance exams, appearances can be deceiving. He didn't seem particularly happy about that idea. For her own part, Izuku considered that she hadn't really thought much about May's intellect. She had of course discovered she was capable of inventing some nifty gadgets, but, yeah, when she considered it, she seemed immensely intelligent. At the very least she was far more discerning than Izuku herself. Oh, by the way, have been meaning to ask, what is the deal with that gauntlet? You seem to be hyper-fixated on it today. Fuku's estimate that Izuku and May could go on similar tangents when talking about things they were passionate about was rather on the mark, but the suit had been completely off the mark in terms of what May cared about. The tangent May went into as she explained every single little detail of her amazing gauntlet, and how it worked, and why her glorious equipment was the best there had ever been, put even Izuku's hero otakuism to absolute shame. The cheerful, ludicrously detailed rambling made absolutely every single person they passed on their way to their next class turn to look at them. The history class of DTR was the single most boring thing the entire class had ever been part of, and with most of them, the sheer tediousness of it had been enough that it had completely overshadowed the rest of the day. In the moment, many of the students had, in fact, forgotten that there was a class immediately afterwards that everyone had looked forward to. Izuku was one of them, though unlike most, she had a worry unique to herself. I have come through the door like a normal person. After all might have some very awkward questions for her. The sight of the symbol of peace and justice walking in through the door in the kind of hammy, over-the-top manner that was his bread and butter made a lot of the class smile, grin, or murmur amongst each other. All Might, unlike Aizawa, did not immediately clamp down on said chatter either, instead jovially walling over to the desk, where he unloaded some stuff, in particular a box, from which he pulled out a golden card. Izuku felt weird seeing him again in the flesh. She knew his secrets now, and that colored a lot of her perception of him. There was the kind of joy she always felt about being close to a pro, no matter who it was, the sheer elation that she was right by a hero, but there were also other feelings. There was a very real sadness she felt, knowing that All Might's time was about to come to an end. She knew why he was here, to settle into a teaching job so that when this became the new normal, it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. She tried not to think about what exactly that age after All Might would entail. To just appreciate that he was here now. And, of course, there was the fact she knew that this facade of his was all a lie. A well-meaning and necessary lie, but a lie nonetheless. Kinda like her pretending to have a quirk. She wondered if he recognized her and would bring up the very awkward question he alone could ask of her. They had, after all, bared their souls to one another, despite how little the two of them actually knew the other. All Might began their first class by flipping out the golden card and posing with it stretched out towards the class so everyone could read what it said, which was the English word battle, written in the Western script. Foundational Hero Studies. For this class, we'll be building up your hero foundation through various trials. And the first shall be the trial of battle. To say the reaction this exclamation got from the class was a bit more warmly received than their previous teacher's dronings was like saying that Oda Nobunaga had kinda been a violent man. And not just from humans either. Finally, real, actual combat. The sheer, pure enthusiasm Fuku had at the prospect made her grin an awkward smile in turn. It was nice to hear. Way nicer than she'd thought it would be. Frankly, the sound reminded her of her younger years when everything had been simpler. As All Might continued, he did so in a more subdued tone, though Izuku wasn't sure whether it was him being forced to speak like that due to his injury or just him deliberately creating a dramatic contrast with the next part that followed afterwards. And to go with your first battle, we've prepared the gear we had you send in requests to match your quirks. Everyone gave sounds of cheering, enthusiasm, and glee at that, with only Izuku being subdued, his words bringing up the reality of what she would be wearing while everyone else would get to wear their dream costumes. Actually, that reminds me, if it was up to you, what would you wear as a costume? You wanted to be a hero long before you met me, right? Surely you must have had something in mind. Izuku glanced over at All Might, her mind bringing up images of herself in an All Might pajamas, thinking it was the absolute coolest and perfect for her to wear as a hero. Let's just focus on reality, okay? No need to dredge up silly alternatives we'll never get to use. Being the only one with a costume she didn't need to actually go change into somewhere private, Izuku reached the training ground named Grounds B, before anyone else from Class 1A. The only one there already was, of course, All Might, who looked her over with a completely standard look for All Might, with a wide, bright, friendly smile. All the while they were waiting, Izuku was convinced All Might would call her out on their previous meeting. He did not seem to recognize her. Part of her felt sad about that, another part just felt relief at not having to be cross-examined about how she suddenly had a quirk, given their previous meeting. Finally, though, the kinda awkward silence between the two of them was broken as All Might turned to the entrance of the school and let out an encouraging laugh. Izuku turned as well, as one after another, the class began making their way over, now wearing costumes of various forms. Most of them looked pretty cool, though there were a few total failures. There was no other way to describe them. Fuku agreed. Is that short guy actually gonna wear that? Why would he make his outfit like that? The absolute biggest failure by far was the smallest member of the class, a dwarf named Mineta Minoru, who had a full-on dark, blackish-purple spandex outfit, along with oversized, goofy yellow gloves and boots, along with what at first glance looked like an oversized diaper. It wasn't before looking at his hair, in conjunction with everything else, that the fact he tried to make himself look like an anthropomorphized fruit bowl became clear. Even with that theme in mind, it was an absolutely terrible costume, though. One of the worst Izuku had ever seen. Her eyes wandered until finally finding the two costumes she actually cared about, Iida and Mei. Iida was, well, he was essentially dressed like he wanted to look like a humanized high-tech motorcycle. It had a kinda tanky, motorized look to it, which Izuku found very cool, though Fuku wasn't quite as impressed. Why make the exhaust pipes around his sides so damn big? What purpose do they serve when his actual quirk is related to his legs? The other costume Izuku really cared about was Mei, who was dressed, well, kinda oddly. She wore a baggy set of black pants, which were tucked into gray combat boots that seemed to have extremely thick soles. Around her waist, she wore a belt full of pouches, which also served as the anchor point of a harness around her upper legs, like the ones skydivers would use, only here they contained two other pouches, including one that was clearly the empty holster for a gun. Above that, she wore a bulletproof vest, over a black shirt that matched her pants. Not too surprisingly, she was also wearing her trusty gauntlet. Finally, around her forehead, she wore a black bandana. How do you like it, Izuku-sama? It looks so cool. It's like you're a secret agent spy or something. Iida motioned with his hands flatly to the side towards. A more accurate description would be that she made a half-hearted attempt at cosplaying Solid Snake from the Metal Gear franchise. That would hardly be the case. After all, cosplaying would imply I'm both a fan of the aforementioned Metal Gear protagonist and that I'm going to a fan event, rather than putting together an outfit that's just different enough to avoid the teachers knocking it down. Wait, you're not a fan of that stuff? Nope. Don't have any plans for a single costume yet, so I'm gonna be trying out several outfits to see which makes me look best. This is merely my first attempt. Or rather the first that did not get rejected by our teachers with great wisdom and experience. Huh, that was actually kinda sensible. Everyone else obviously had some idea all the way from childhood for how they wanted to look, but there was bound to be someone who did not. Well, hope you find something you like eventually. Who knows, maybe this will be the one after all. I doubt it. Far prefer steampunk to spy stuff, but needed something practical to carry all my important babies. Really hope we get access to that pocket space storage tech later down the line. Mei's gaze at that point shifted, instead looking at one of the other students. Wow, look at that Izuku-sama, someone with an even more exposed outfit than yours. Izuku blinked, then turned around. The student in question was the tallest girl in the class named Yaoyorozu Momo. An older-looking beauty who looked like she could have passed for an adult. Momo's outfit was indeed skimpier than Izuku's, in the sense that there was far less. Her outfit consisted of a set of boots, a bikini bottom, a double belt around her waist holding up a book of some kind at the back, and a bikini top with straps in front that held the upper piece together. The simple yet extremely provocative look was made even more so by the fact that in terms of her proportions, not counting her massive height, she was easily the second biggest in class, only second after Izuku. If she was in any way bothered by the looks she got for wearing such a costume, she made absolutely no sign of it, instead being at ease with such a confident look that made it seem as if she was in her natural state. It was a level of confidence that Izuku frankly envied. It wasn't just the boys looking her over either, with one of the girls, a girl with hair so dark blue it almost seemed black, named Jiro, very clearly checking her out with a blush. Izuku would have pegged her as pretty clearly being into girls judging by her blush and expression, but given the way her eyes would also wander over to one of the guys who had left his chest open to the world, and his rock-hard abs with the same expression, she revised that to her being bi. I recall correctly, Yaoyorozu-san's quirk was one that allowed her to create anything from, was it not? Unlike most of the other boys, Iida did not have a shred of leering in his eyes as he looked Momo over. She did indeed, and she's remarkably good at using it too, given that Izuku-sama and the Yankee were the only ones who scored overall higher than her in the performance test. The Yankee in question was the blonde girl Melissa Shield, the only one in class who was actually flat-out stronger than Izuku at the moment. Unlike all the rest of the class, Melissa was not actually wearing a costume at the moment, instead wearing a UA gym uniform, only with the top opened, revealing a red t-shirt, as well as wearing the same kind of strange red protectors for her arms and legs she'd worn yesterday. Like Yaoyorozu Momo, Melissa could also easily have passed for an adult woman, with her looking like she was in her early 20s, but it was the way she had not put together a costume yet that was what made her stand out the most. Whether they were something not really thought through as a permanent outfit like May, or a design they had planned since childhood, or something relying on their own inborn power, everyone in class was wearing something out of the ordinary. All except Melissa. That, along with features that were very clearly not Japanese in any way, made her stand out drastically from everyone else. Izuku, though, did not give her that much attention, instead looking at everyone around her, and noticing the very distinct reactions from everyone else. Practically everyone in the class was looking someone else in the class over, and you could easily tell a lot about them by looking at their reactions to their fellow classmates' outfits. Some interested, some shyly, some shamelessly ogling, and others genuinely did not seem to care. Izuku, whose powers seemingly made her a magnet for everyone's attention, was used, at least in the sense she knew it to be a fact of life, to everyone focusing on her, so seeing in on others looking at the other girls the way she felt like everyone would look at her was weird to say the least. Not too surprisingly, it was the scantily clad raven-haired beauty who got the most glances, whether it was from the boys, or the girl with the long earlobes. There were a lot of them who glanced over at the aloof girl, though most had the shame to not actually stare. Two of the boys though ogled her pretty openly, one being the dwarf with the strange, purple hair, while the other one was a normal-sized boy with a cute face, and messy blonde hair, streaked with a black lightning bolt. The obvious perviness, and the unwelcome feelings of disgust that she felt at watching them, momentarily made her miss what outfit the blonde boy was wearing, which was a very obvious homage to Enel from the One Piece franchise, only sans shoulder-mounted drums, leaving his upper, very well-toned if slender upper body fully exposed. The moment she realized what he was wearing, along with the black and blonde hair, she immediately realized who he was. He was obviously the son of the pro-hero Rajan, given his outfit matched hers perfectly, only in different colors, along with the same, unique hair coloring. She was about to make a comment on it when something else caught her eye. Something that completely derailed all thoughts on other people and their outfits. It was Katsuki, wearing what was actually a pretty cool outfit. It looked like a mixture between a military suit and a grenade, though he had some weird headband mask that mimicked the fiery part of an explosion behind his head. Around his hands, he wielded what looked like two massive grenades as gauntlets. The tall blonde boy very distinctly did not look at her, instead giving all his attention to All Might. Izuku though just stared at him, mouth slightly open. "What's wrong, Izuku? We designed that outfit together when we were 5 years old, can't believe he didn't change any of it." She said it out loud without thinking about the other people around her. "You did. See, so you were exceptionally close back then. Yeah, that seems like something a couple of 5-year-olds would make." It's not bad," she said defensively. "I must concur. Despite the silly-looking explosion headband, the outfit overall looks great. Far greater than the average output of 5-year-olds' designs." For a brief moment, Izuku was reminded of younger years drawing together with Kachan. Well, watching Kachan draw anyway. He'd been the artist, while she'd been the one with ideas for designs. They'd gotten along so well in those days, how had it all gone downhill so badly? Thinking about those days, she suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over her as she remembered days when Katsuki had actually been happy to see her. That wave of melancholy was practically washed away, however, as All Might finally continued from where he'd left off back at the classroom. "Now then, that you are all finally here, it is time to see what you are made of, my little embryos. It is time for the trial of battle." All Might did a quick pause after the word battle, which he'd let out in English, and he gave a massive thumbs up. "But before that, let me just say that I'm really liking everyone's styles. Very cool." For the first time, if just for a single moment, Izuku felt a surge of pride surge through her, washing away doubt, and sadness, and embarrassment, leaving nothing but a belief in her own awesomeness. Such was the power of All Might's praise. Fuku immediately perked up. "This is it. This is that feeling you had the first time, that glorious bit of an it's gone. Damn it. The moment of crystal clarity and belief in her own did indeed end as quickly as it came, though thankfully the dark clouds of melancholy did not return. Before All Might could continue though, Iida suddenly held up his hand. Sensei, regarding the performance ground we'll be using, is it the mock city from the entrance exam? Most of the class, Izuku included, had not bothered asking the question, seeing the answer as too obvious to wonder about, given the place they had been instructed to come to, was that very same area. It seemed doubtful there were some other reasons to do so unless they were supposed to use it. As it turned out though, the reality wasn't quite as clear-cut as that. All Might gave a chuckle as he answered. Close Tenya-kun, but no, we will not be using the city itself for this exercise. Instead, he motioned with a hand to one of the massive tall buildings that littered the fake cities. This will be an indoor battle trial. Izuku immediately looked the building over, counting how many floors there were, how large the building was overall, and so on. Villain cleanup is usually seen out in the open, but statistically, most of our job is done inside. Most acts of villainy are done indoors, after all. Izuku remembered a burning building, and the sounds of rain in the distance, somewhere far, far away. Imprisonment, house arrest, the black market, why, any villains with any intelligence operate in the shadows. For this test, you'll be separated into villain groups and hero groups. For a 2-on-2 team battle, what are the odds of us getting to fight alongside Mayor Tenya? Well, that would depend entirely on if it's random or, Izuku answered in a quiet voice before she was interrupted by Suyu. What about foundational training? This is foundational training, Suyu-chan. Only this time there won't be any robots that it's just okay for you to destroy. All Might was about to continue but was suddenly interrupted by the entire class starting to ask questions at once. So how do we determine who wins and loses? Is it okay if we just blow them away? Is there going to be a threat of expulsion for anyone like there was with Aizawa-sensei? If we're separated into different groups, what method would be best to do so? Doesn't this cape look dazzling on me? All Might was not amused, though he did not react with rage. I can't make you out if all of you speak up at once. Instead of answering any of their questions directly though, All Might instead pulled out a small piece of paper and began to read from it. For this exercise, we'll have the villains guard a nuclear weapon they intend on deploying. The heroes' job will be to stop their nefarious scheme before it's too late. Oh, that sounds cool. It'd be like one of those classic shonen anime's battles. A fitting training exercise for our magnificent training. If the heroes captures the villains, or touch the nuclear device before the time runs out, they win. If the villains manage to keep the device uncompromised until the clock runs out, or manage to capture the heroes, they win. Then, upon finishing his crib sheet, All Might pulled out a lottery box faster than Izuku could blink. Your teammate and opponents will be chosen by lottery. Most of the class took it in stride or merely raised an eyebrow. Well, except for Iida. Iida Tenya was completely shocked by the very idea of an element of randomness. Truly, that is how we'll do it. All Might was about to answer, but this time it was Izuku who interrupted. Well, pros are often forced to make impromptu on-the-spot team-ups with heroes they don't really know, so this is probably a reference to that. I see. Looking at the future, Midoriya. He quickly turned to All Might and gave an apologetic bow. I apologize for my rude interruption, Sensei. All Might, seemingly not wanting this to drag on any further, did a dramatic swirl and raised his hand to the sky while extending the box toward the class with the other hand. Anyway, it is time to pull your numbers. And then, battle. Izuku didn't rush like a lot of the class did, instead hanging back with Mei, letting everyone else pull out what turned out to be a ball with a letter on it before she took her turn doing so. Yes, no need to push. It doesn't really matter who our foes are, we shall stand triumphant regardless of who they turn out to be. Izuku's actual reasons were not quite as dramatic, nor rooted in self-assuredness, but she didn't see any need to comment on it, right up until Mei gave her a touch with a gloved hand, then pointed. Did Fuku talk just now? Izuku caught off guard, looked at what she was pointing at, which turned out to be one of the boys in class, a fellow of average height, with a face that looked like a mix between a snapping turtle and a flesh-colored mountain. He also had what was probably the most underwhelming outfit in the entire class, kinda looking like something that he might have worn while out jogging. The only thing that prevented it from looking completely generic was that he was way stockier built than all the rest of the class. Yeah, why? And why are you pointing at that guy? The boy, having realized he was suddenly the center of attention, quickly made a squeaky, panicked sound, and quickly went to join the rest mobbing the box for a ball. Frankly, his shyness reminded her of herself. He's been reacting strangely, turning around to look at you with a scared expression at seemingly random points. He looked really suspicious, but Think finally figured it out. He can probably hear Fuku talking. That's cool, guess. Fuku did not sound all that delighted about the fact someone else could hear him, and any doubt the boy could hear him was washed away as the boy winced hard as he talked, even with his back turned. I'll have to make sure not to reveal our deep, dark secrets in this guy's earshot then, so this guy won't learn about them. Probably not the best to announce those deep, dark secrets even existed then. In the end, Izuku got a ball marked C, which unfortunately did not put her in the same duo as either Mei nor Iida. Instead, her teammate ended up being Yaoyorozu Momo. Nice to meet you, Yaoyorozu-san. The taller girl looked her over with a critical and cool, if not exactly hostile, look. Likewise, as one of the final ones to pick a ball, it was almost immediately afterwards that All Might pulled forth the second and third box, from which he pulled a separately numbered ball from each. And the first pairs to do combat, Pair D will be the heroes, and Pair Century will be the villains. Seems we'll be the bad guys for this test So, who's Pair C? Izuku wondered the same thing, until Momo made a comment on the matter, mentioning two names. One of them was Melissa, the Yankee with brute power surpassing her own. The other was Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku listened attentively when All Might explained the rules, but her attention on them was not nearly as it would usually have been. Rather than hanging on to his every word, she instead focused on the actual facts and rules of the exercise. The villains would get 5 minutes to prepare before the exercise began. Both teams could take out one of the opposing team's members by snapping around a provided capture band around a part of their body. If not, the actual exercise would last 10 minutes. All four were provided with an earpiece that would allow you to talk to your partner, as well as serve as a direct link to All Might. They were allowed to be violent, and encouraged not to hold back, but were also told that All Might would stop the match by force if it went too far. 3 of the 4 understood this was code for the fact they would be graded on the subject. The bomb was on the top floor, and that was pretty much everything relevant. Her partner Momo told her very bluntly to go to the top level and wait, while she prepared traps on the levels below. Which suited Izuku just fine. It would give her some time to think. You're nervous. Yeah, that was one way to put it. I recall you were nervous like this when first noticing Kachan in the classroom too. She reached the top level, and without commenting, went over and leaned on one of the windowsills, the window already open. Yeah, was nervous, kinda scared too. I was used to having to experience Kachan's explosions directly once upon a time. Those wounds, they sit hard. A light seemingly went off in Fuku's mind. So he was an enemy of yours before you and met. She nodded. Yes, without your powers, fighting an enemy like him would have been a big problem, but that does not matter now. Now you have the powers boosted by me. There is nothing to fear from Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku considered that, then nodded. I agree actually. Logically speaking, Shield-san is far and away the greater danger of those two. She's much stronger than me. Logic and how she felt though, were two very different things. At the very least, she was better now than she had been back in the day. The last time she had faced Kachan, well, she hadn't walked away from that with a great state of mind, but she had stood up to Kachan. She hadn't been right of mind, but she had done it. And by doing so, proved to herself that it was something that she could do. It would have been great if that meant she felt no hesitance or fear at the prospect of having to fight him in an actual real battle, but it did not. Old wounds did not heal that easily. Katsuki glared up at the top level. He did not attempt to set up a plan with his partner, Shield. He had his own way of doing things, and she was free to follow or be left in the dust. He didn't particularly care which. His focus was instead all directed at Deku. If he was a betting man, the girl would be on the top floor, alongside the bomb. That was the logical place for her to be, given her objective was to protect the bomb. The entire exercise was devoted around. That meant they would clash there. Memories danced through his mind, of older days, back when the world had made sense, before it had been turned upside down. Though, it hadn't actually been her powers that had done that. Beneath his mask, he felt the throbbing of his old scar begin to ache. He clenched his fists. It was high time to get everything back on track to how it was supposed to be. Momo, having done with setting up traps, finally managed to make it to the top floor. Did the traps go well? Yes. The first floor is filled with knockout gas dispensers that are set on a timer that has already begun. The second level is filled with tasers, and the third is filled with dart traps with particularly strong, paralyzing toxins. She quickly moved over to the bomb, while giving Izuku motions to follow her. Lift this up, will you? And keep it suspended in the air. Izuku did not question why, instead keeping her mouth shut as what Momo began doing, was to engulf the bomb in a layer of some strange, red, shining metal plates, then filling the thing with padding once it was done. It took a bit of work, especially as Izuku had to rearrange her grip and reposition herself so Momo could keep her doing her work, but finally, they ended with the end result of a big, red square tube covering the bomb. So, why do this? Did you not listen to All Might's wording? To capture the bomb, our opponents have to actually physically touch it. That will be very, very difficult, given the strength of the metal put around it. Shield-san can probably do it given her enormous strength, but realistically speaking, if she treats this as an actual nuclear device, she cannot simply blow it away with one of her full-power punches. She would instead have to be careful and dig. Izuku nodded. Made sense. Of course, she could not see Katsuki caring about the same way she and Momo did. Then again, would his explosions be strong enough to break through the red shell anyway? She had no idea what this red metal alloy was, nor how strong or weak it was. Before she could ask Momo about said thing, their earpieces suddenly blared the signal all four had been waiting for. The signal that the trial of indoor battle had begun. Immediately, a series of loud, massive bangs were heard, on the side of the building they had left the other two. Izuku and Momo both snapped around, just in time to see Katsuki Bakugo in midair, outside one of the windows. Izuku froze at the sight. When had Kachan learned how to fly? Then, with a massive, powerful right hook, the entire side of the building exploded in an inferno of fire, flames, and a broken mess of stone, metal, and glass. Izuku did not think. Instead, she grabbed Momo and jumped to the other side of the building, far away from the explosion, all the while shielding her body with her own. Momo thankfully got away from that completely unscathed, but Izuku let go of her to face Bakugo, who had now landed inside the building and raised himself to his full height. He glared at her, though his expression was more of a maniacal but unstable grin. So you got powers now, Deku. So what? Powers or no powers, I'll blow you away all the same. Just enough not to get this interrupted. Izuku saw Bakugo revving up for a massive, strong right. She could easily have dodged out of the way, but behind her was Momo. With a burst of speed, but not so strong that Bakugo wouldn't be able to tell what she was doing, she found herself on Bakugo's right side. Immediately, Bakugo redirected his strong right towards where Izuku now was, her bringing up an arm to block the incoming blow. The ground cracked as the explosion hit her square on, but other than the pressure of being hit, she barely felt it. She blinked, more surprised than anything. The feeling of the old explosion she had feared so much through most of her life, not doing a thing to her stunned her far, far more than the blow had. She was not the only one gobsmacked by the lack of effect though, Bakugo's eyes having gone completely wide. Then he snapped out of it and brought both his hands forward. The explosion was many times that of the previous one in force, and it annihilated the wall section behind her. All it did to Izuku was inflict a stinging pain across her face, like Kacchan had unexpectedly slapped her across the cheeks with both hands when she didn't expect anything would happen. Bakugo's face now took on a much more desperate, worried look, but it wasn't him who made the next move in their battle. A grunt of surprised pain was heard from the spot Izuku had been at not too long ago. At roughly the same time, a taser head surged forth between them, barely not hitting Katsuki in the face, instead sailing right past it. Both the two former friends immediately turned to look, where Melissa's shield had brought down Yaoyorozu Momo, saving Katsuki from getting electrocuted, by bringing the taser pointing away at the last second. Before Izuku could react, Momo's wrists were bound with capture tape, taking her out of the game. It all happened so fast, Izuku barely realized that Melissa must have gotten in through the now broken window behind her and Momo, having used Katsuki's arrival as a distraction, before another explosion from Katsuki hit her straight on. This one though was angled so it hit her upwards and sideways from the floor, and though she felt no greater pain from it than she had from the previous one, this one did manage to wrench her off from her feet, and as a result send her flying into the wall on the opposite side of the room, smashing through a pillar on the way. She fell to the floor, then shot up again, moving swiftly toward Katsuki. It had been monumentally stupid of her to not actually take Katsuki out. He'd been wide open all throughout his assault, she could have ended it at any point then. Instead, she'd frozen, shocked when she realized the blows didn't hurt. She didn't manage to reach Kacchan though, as what intercepted her was an arm. Melissa's shield took her right in the neck with a lariat, bringing her crashing to the ground with bolts of blue lightning, not too dissimilar to the ones All Might sometimes created. Not that Izuku got to contemplate that similar visual detail, instead gritting her teeth through the real, genuine pain she had felt from the blow, she rolled out of the way from Melissa, putting her foot down where her gut had been in another shower of bolts. The entire floor shook from the blow, but Izuku snapped back on her feet and launched a massive sideways kick at her upper body. The air itself shook from the force, as Melissa brought up her arm and, with no seeming difficulty, blocked the kick. The red tape-looking bindings around her arm ripped open, like a broken rope around a pole, where the weight suddenly became too much. Izuku blinked, then felt a kick take her straight in the jaw, sending her flying straight up into the ceiling, bouncing off it, then slamming into the ground, not too far from the opening spot where Kacchan had come in. Once more, despite real, genuine pain, Izuku got to her feet once again. Melissa had entered into a weird stance, obviously guarding her arm, where the innards of the red tape glove thingy were now exposed to the air. As far as Izuku could tell though, the arm didn't seem hurt, just the glove was busted. She needs that glove for something. It's not just for decorative purposes. Now that it's gone, she's afraid of using her arm for combat. The why of that didn't matter at the moment, as much as the reality that if she couldn't use the arm for fighting, she was at a distinct disadvantage against Izuku. Miraculously enough, despite it all, Izuku had practically forgotten Bakugo for the moment. Bad mistake. Before Izuku managed to make her next move, Bakugo, with an absolutely desperate look on his face, had planted his feet so he'd have a very strong footing, and raised his arm towards her. Not with his palm up, signifying he was about to attack, but instead downwards, so it would not be in the way of the hole above it on the grenade. Rather fittingly, the triggering mechanism for the attack he was about to launch was a grenade pin, ripping it out of the giant gauntlet. As it turned out, the quirk that Izuku had once described as perfect for Katsuki Bakugo's outfit was not a decorative addition at all. What followed was a massive explosion, with such force that it leveled the entire section of the building it had been pointed at, taking out not only the upper floor in that direction but also the one under it. Izuku, who had been at the epicenter of the entire thing, felt two things. Pain, and the sensation of being sent flying really, really hard, before slamming into something, before blacking out. Are you insane? Bakugo stared out of the building at the marvel of destruction outside, caused by his own hand. He'd never gotten to use this attack before, but that wasn't really what was on his mind. Don't worry, she isn't dead. If she could tank those earlier explosions, she won't die from this one. That was true, however, it was not the thing going through Katsuki's mind. Instead, he desperately hoped that Izuku would not rally. Just stay down. He'd won. There was no reason to drag it out further. He was above her. He had to be above her. He hadn't lost their previous fight. He would not lose now. He could not lose this one. Something inside of Bakugo was cracking. It had since the beginning of the fight. All it needed to break wide open was one more push. In his ear, All Might called in. Be that as it may, Bakugo my boy, if you shoot another blast like that, I'll end this match forcibly, and you will lose. Launching an attack with such an extensive destruction radius, while indoors, is an utterly foolish move, that would affect any civilian outside, not to mention could have brought the entire building crumbling down on your head. It does not matter whether you're a hero or villain, that was utterly foolish. One more, and you'll earn yourself massive demerits. The rebuke hit Bakugo hard, but not just because it was All Might giving it, it was also because it pretty much spelled out this fight was not over yet. Damn it, whatever, where's the damn bomb? He whirled around, and both him and Melissa turned to look at the massive, red square pillar of metal. This one I'd guess, not sure what it's made of though. She gripped into the metal with the still-covered hand, and Bakugo could tell it did not immediately bend under her massive grip, despite the bolts of blue, but it did bend. Also, this should go without saying, but if you try and open it with massive force, such as Bakugo's explosion, you'll automatically fail. If this were a real bomb, there is no way such a thing would not set it off. Melissa shrugged, before slowly, but surely, beginning to rip off the layer of crimson red. That's fine. Wasn't planning on going about it like that anyway. Izuku woke up to nothing but massive, enormous pain, that began to almost immediately fade, leaving her kinda lightheaded. Not as much as she usually was when she used up blood, but enough that she should probably go lie down. How long was out? About a minute. Don't worry, you'll still be able to fight. Though it may not matter, it is fully possible that they have already breached the bomb. She considered that. The earpiece was completely gone, so she didn't have any way to directly contact All Might to ask, but she would have to at least try to win. How to win? Melissa was strong, enormously strong. Way stronger than her, but she needed those weird red bands. And Bakugo was bloody dangerous too. She'd severely underestimated his capacity for destruction, but he was only able to do so long as he had his gauntlets. She wasn't sure about the mechanisms, but clearly, they were tied to his outfit, not his natural powers. She needed to remove those gauntlets and Melissa's bands. We fight on. No reason to let this go unless we know we lost. Great, let's pummel both of them. No, got a better idea. Melissa was astonished at just how tough the metal was. In her days working with the most advanced tech on Earth, she had seen strong stuff, and yet, this metal alloy, whatever it was, put all of it to shame. Just 1 meter of pure red metal stood stronger against her than the entirety of the entrance exam robot. She would need to ask Momo what this stuff was when this was over, cause damn would it be helpful for her future tech endeavors. She was starting to reach what she assumed would be the actual bomb when she was finally interrupted, as something landed on what now looked like a giant balcony. She knew who it was, even before she turned around, snapping into a fighting pose. Midoriya, with the exception of being utterly covered in dirt and soot, looked no worse for wear on the outside, but her way of standing betrayed her. Probably a concussion, judging from the way it looked. Avoid giving her another head blow then. Izuku glared at both of them, getting into her own fighting stance, motioning for them to get to it, eyes clearly locked onto both of them. She was perfectly willing to oblige, though she had no intention of taking her head on. She did not look to see what Bakugo did, but they both made their move at the same time. Bakugo surged forward, propelling himself forward with his arms launching a set of explosions behind him, while Melissa, in 2 jumps of massive speed, got behind Midoriya, preparing to make her actual attack to her back. Then, in an instant flash, the superhero costume was completely, utterly gone, replaced by that strange, unique sailor uniform Midoriya used. The unexpectedness took both of her attackers completely by surprise. That one moment of hesitation ended up being their doom. Bakugo slammed into her upper body feet first, but before he hit, she had gotten her arm up to her mouth. The blood from her cheek she'd prepared beforehand left her mouth and hit the arm sleeve head-on. The entire world became a flash of light. Melissa felt everything: her glasses, her clothes, her armor, even her underwear vanish as quickly and totally as if they had been edited out of existence with cheat codes in a game. A strong hand with titanic might closed around her neck, and slammed her into the ground. The world spun for a moment along with sharp pain. She blinked. Then she realized she was lying completely naked, back on the floor, Midoriya having her throat in a massive grip. Besides her, Bakugo was the same, only he was face first, and Izuku had also placed a foot firmly on his back to keep him down. For a moment, Izuku just stood there over them, kneeling and panting. Eventually, she spoke. "I'm not sure why, but can tell you need those red bindings to use your powers." She did. Against a less powerful foe she could have wrecked an arm to escape this kind of grasp, but Midoriya was strong. Just escaping her grasp wouldn't be enough. She'd just wreck her body for no reason. It was an incredibly stupid way to lose her first real test. Still, it was a good lesson of just how dependent on her equipment she was. Without the suit, as she was now, she had no ability to actually use one for all without absolutely breaking her body. That was absolutely something she needed to fix. By her side, Bakugo began stirring. Izuku immediately shifted her grip from the back side of his head to grab his arms, wrenching them behind his back, one after the other before he managed to react, then locked the wrists together in a grip between her fingers with such force that the disoriented Bakugo cried out in pain. Then she rolled him over and redirected his arms so the hands were pointed away from Melissa. The reasons became abundantly clear as a series of powerful, massive explosions were let loose from them. Bakugo seemed to have a natural immunity against his own powers, else he would have ripped his own hands to pieces. Honestly though, what struck Melissa the most then, was not the frantic explosions, but the desperate, frantic look on Bakugo's face as he did it. "Let go of me, let go. No way in hell, Kachan." That in turn just got her far more explicit curses, more at home from a sailor's mouth than one who wished to be a hero. He just kept struggling, without ever giving up, all the way until Momo, having found herself a comfortable spot in the corner, and the only one of the four whose earpiece was still completely intact, informed the other three that the timer had run out and that All Might had declared the villain duo the victors. Izuku and the other three, Bakugo and Melissa, having been given replicas of some rather gaudy rich folk clothing, by Momo left the test building they had been assigned, and joined the rest of the class, to observe the trials of everyone else. It was an important turning point in all four's lives. For Midoriya Izuku, it was a continuation of a journey she had started the day after her father's funeral, having proven to herself that she could stand up to Bakugo Katsuki, as well as having the reality of the now massive power gap between her and Katsuki having flipped being obvious for all to see. For Melissa Shield, it was a mostly harmless, if incredibly embarrassing reminder of just how much she depended on her equipment for power, and how she would need to take steps to rectify that. For Yaoyorozu Momo, the way she had been taken out by brute, enormous force with little difficulty was the beginning of several crushing blows to her self-esteem, that would add up, one after another until it reached a breaking point. And for Bakugo Katsuki, the teen who came back from the battle with a catatonic look on his face, this incredibly humiliating loss would kickstart a journey to become stronger than elsewise would have taken months to truly get going. However, there was a fifth person who would go through his own revelations and changes thanks to this fight. Mikasugi leaned down and looked over the pillar, tracing his fingers over it, as behind him, Cementos and several of the robot crews were working on fixing the building up. Asked Hout, the explosion of energy when Midoriya transformed, it did not just destroy the matter it touched, it completely erased it from existence. Cementos, not really able to nod given his lack of a chin, made an agreeing sound. "That's so. Those kinds of powers tend to be pretty rare. But you do see them on occasion." Quirks able to break the law of conservation of mass, and as usual, there's a loophole in that it doesn't affect living things. He gave a noncommittal noise, as he continued stroking his hand over the pillar with the smooth surface, that had left no dust, shards, or anything else. Yeah, Quirks, well, that, or antimatter. And you're not feeling off at all. Not particularly. Why? It was the day after the big battle test, and so far, the morning suggested it was going to become a completely regular day. Because you keep using up your own blood, and yet you're right as rain the day afterwards. At first, thought it was because you got a blood transfusion, but you didn't get one yesterday, so I'm guessing you didn't get one at all yesterday. No, you're not, you know that's a good point. Hadn't considered that, but you're right. Humans aren't supposed to make blood this quickly. They aren't. Thought that was standard. You close a wound, then unless you're at death's door, you recover quickly if you just rest. Shonen anime aren't a good example of how quickly people recover from injuries, Fuku. Mei nodded. I agree, which is why I was surprised to see you right as rain after yesterday. How many times has this happened by now? Once before, no, twice before, so, 3 times. Fascinating. Do you think Fuku is changing you from the inside out? Making it so that you reproduce blood at a much higher rate? I guess that's possible. The idea made Izuku feel mightily uncomfortable, but she could not deny it was a very real possibility. The fact was she didn't know anything about the exact details of how Fuku worked. Neither the science behind it nor any long-term effects of using him. He really is a fascinating bit of clothing, isn't he? The discussion came to an abrupt end, as they reached the entrance to UA, and the whole swarm of journalists mobbing the entrance, as was usual these days, ever since All Might took a teaching post. It was quite the hassle to get past that, as every single student would find mics shoved in their face passing them, along with a whole host of rapid-fire questions about All Might as a teacher, but Mei forcibly dragged Izuku past to the exit with a smile and a silence without saying a word. She had an ability to just completely ignore other people focusing on her that Izuku did not. And once inside past the gates, there would be no discussion on any of Fuku's possible changes to her for the moment, not so long as they were surrounded by teachers, cameras, and other students. Their first class of the day opened up with Aizawa walking in, his usual, dour demeanor plastered on his face. The class, who had been chattering away before that, immediately went silent at his appearance. After walking up to the board, he carelessly put down a stack of papers on it. Good job with yesterday's battle training. Went over all of your performances and evaluated them. His eyes turned to Bakugo. Bakugo, that little display at the end was one of the most pathetic and childish things I've ever seen. Bakugo stiffened and grit his teeth, but did not verbally reply. Stop acting like a 7-year-old, you're wasting your talents. I know. Izuku was honestly, genuinely surprised by that reaction, having fully expected him to object, rage, or complain. As for shield, see you still rely entirely on your shock absorbers. Fix that. Yes, sir. Izuku didn't know Melissa particularly well, but she spoke with a lot more determinism than Bakugo did. Aizawa nodded, feeling the matter settled apparently, then suddenly the atmosphere around him, and by extension the rest of the room changed, becoming tense, like something horrible was about to happen. How does he do that? The sailor suit sounded absolutely fascinating. Now then, sorry for springing this on you all, but today. He paused there, looking out over his class which had all at the edge of their seats, expecting another, grueling, hard, out-of-nowhere test. We will be picking the class president. The atmosphere Aizawa had made broke immediately. As the entire class exploded into enthusiasm, Fuku seemed puzzled. Do you think he does that on purpose? Build up tension, then intentionally break the ice by revealing it's not as dire as he wanted one to think. Sure seems that way, she muttered under her breath. Around them, pretty much the entire class was enthusiastically proclaiming their wish to take the office of the class president. From the aggressive Bakugo to even the shy Kota, the boy with the rock-like head, everyone wanted to be the leader of the class. The only 3 exceptions were Izuku, who really did not want the spotlight, Mei, who completely ignored the sounds around her in favor of tinkering with what seemed to be a grappling hook gun of some kind, and another boy named Shoto, with red and white hair, who did not seem like he could have cared less about it. Everyone else wanted it. I wanna be president. Let me do it. I'll do it. In my administration, the girls will have to show 30 centimeters of thighs. Wait, what was that one? The position was made for me. I wanna be leader. Pick me. In a normal school, the position would have just entailed mundane tasks, so nobody really wanted it. But at a hero school, where everyone wanted to be the boss of their own agency one day, the position of leader over others was highly valued. It gave experience, authority, and often connections later in life. That was Izuku's take on it anyway. The chatter went on a bit longer before suddenly Iida cut through the clamor. Quiet down everyone. There did indeed become a moment of silence as everyone turned to look at the boy, who had raised himself from his seat. Aizawa just raised an eyebrow. This is a task laden with responsibility where you must carry and pull everyone else's weight. Just because you'd like to do it, does not mean you can. This is a holy office that demands great esteem and trust from those around you. The only truly worthy leader will emerge from a democratic choice reflecting the will of the people, which is why this must be settled by vote. It could have been a good speech, but the ridiculously serious way he delivered it made the whole thing way more comical than it had any right to be. One of the boys, named Kirishima, apparently agreed. This is just a classroom, man. Not Congress. One of the others, a girl named Suyu, had a more practical opposition argument. It's still too early to have developed any trust in each other, at this point. Kirishima nodded. Everyone will just vote for themselves. That is precisely why anyone who manages to earn multiple votes will be the truly appropriate one for the job. No. He turned towards their teacher. Will you allow this, sensei? Quote. However you do it, just make it quick. The class eventually got a vote box and sheet organized, but before that, Mei walked over to Izuku. We're voting for Tenya, right? Don't want the job, and doubt you do either. Sure. In the end, only 2 students got more than 1 vote. Iida and Momo, both at 2. Izuku was far more baffled by the fact that she had gotten 1 vote, despite not voting for herself, to wonder why Momo had gotten 2. Had Iida voted for her? The second round, held between Iida and Momo, was a landslide. Only a few of the class voted for Iida, with most voting for the tall, beautiful raven-haired girl instead. That left Iida as the vice president of the class. Iida took it with his usual melodramatic manner. Only 5 votes, thought as much. This is the reality of this sacred office. And if you'd voted for yourself in round 1, you wouldn't have lost. Mei commented in her usual manner. At that comment, Momo the victor turned her head sharply. Wait, he voted for someone else in round 1. Yeah, me and Izuku-sama voted for him. Instead, he voted for her. The girl seemed bizarrely shaken by that piece of news, but most of the class, still focusing on the conversation, instead shook their heads. Dude, you're the one who proposed the election, what do you want, Ida? Izuku and Fuku both wondered the same thing, but as they had gotten the matter out of the way, Aizawa restarted class again, leaving no room for further questioning. During their regular school day, the only time where all the 3 courses of the school came together was during lunch. It was a mass of kids mingling, friends and cliques forming or having formed, sitting down together to eat. In Class 1A, only a few such groups existed so far. Uraraka Ochako and Melissa Shield seemed to have hit it off somehow, and a few of the boys had found one other male buddy amongst the class to hang out with. Kaminari and Mineta being the most obvious, while at the other end of the gender spectrum, Jiro was hanging out with Momo. The largest group though was the trio of Izuku, Mei, and Tenya, who had found a set together around a table, after getting their food. Izuku had gotten used to this, but it was that day, as she was preparing to chat about the election and the results, that Izuku noticed something she hadn't on previous days. Is it just me, or are a lot of the other students glaring at Mei-san? A lot of the other students in the other courses were glaring absolute daggers, or giving angry looks in their direction, very clearly aimed at the pink-haired gal. No, It's not your imagination, Izuku-sama. You see, a lot of students who never get into the hero course, regardless of whether they go into general or tech, really wanted to be in the hero course, only to be crushed like chumps at the entrance due to mediocre powers or personal capacity. She lifted up a huge roll of sushi and began chewing, only continuing once the fish had entered her stomach. Those guys really resent us for having what they do not. And me especially, because I'm balancing both the hero course and support classes. It also doesn't help that do most of my support classes later in the day when all you guys go home, so it seems to only show up for a few classes. I see, that is highly unbecoming behavior of anyone who wishes to join the hero course. Resentment against others, due to one's own shortcomings, can only lead to bad outcomes. Wow, we actually fully agree on something, Iida. That's rare. I suppose it is. Regardless, the point still stands. Weaklings, all of them, what's the saying you humans have? The weakest fox speaks the loudest. The smallest dog barks the loudest. A bit crude, but not an inaccurate way of describing such behavior. It is important to know one's limits, and act to either better oneself or step back accordingly. Was that why you voted for Izuku-sama? The comment took Tenya aback, but only briefly. Indeed, Midoriya possesses both the guts and judgment when it counts. Voted for her because knew she could carry us through when. Izuku felt a moment of being genuinely, truly touched by his words. The idea somebody thought she was competent and had the guts to see things through was far more intoxicating than she would have thought it would be. May though wasn't. But you did want to become president, right? Heck, you had the perfect shot and all. You, me, and Izuku-sama are the only one in class with more than one person that they have a decent relationship. Assumed you set the election up specifically to take advantage of that. That's what would have done if wanted the title. Again, volition has nothing to do with one's suitability. Did nothing more than follow my own judgment on the matter. Izuku smiled, actually feeling pretty good about herself for once. You're so proper, Iida-kun. Tenya stiffened at that, to which May immediately noticed. Indeed he is. It's obvious his parents must have drilled that into his skull from a young age. Probably upper crust, I'd guess. Upper crust. Iida seemed indignant at that description. Yeah, you know, rich folks who's had prestige for a while and settled into it. That sort of family. You don't see this kind of stuffiness in the nouveau rich. Tenya glared at her, then coughed, before replying. I don't really like it when it's brought attention to, but if must talk about it, then yes, my family has been in heroics for generations. Am currently the second son. Izuku immediately beamed at that revelation. Being the hero otaku she was, May merely kept her eyebrow raised, while Fuku seemed taken aback by it. The second son. That sounds like the recipe for disaster. Don't older sons have a tendency to turn on their brothers as they grow up to challenge them? Or get tragically killed so the younger sibling swears vengeance against their killers? Ida, who could not hear Fuku, continued on, oblivious to the suit's macabre comments. Tell me, do either of you know of Turbo Hero Ingenium? Izuku, being Izuku, of course immediately knew who it was he was talking about. Of course. He's a super popular hero who's hired as many as 65 sidekicks at his office in Tokyo. You don't mean that you're... How informed you are. His expression changed to one of pride, as he readjusted his glasses with a finger on the middle while raising his head high backwards, looking exceptionally proud of himself as he did so. But yes, he is my brother. He leads his people with an unwavering adherence to the rules and regulations. A truly beloved hero. It is his example aspire to when become a hero one day. His expression turned more calm, more melancholic, and sad smile. As such, think it might be too soon for me to be in a leadership position. As things stand now, Midoriya is clearly the better hero between her and me. Hence she was better suited for leadership. That's quite some pathos you've got there, but in the end, neither of you ended up as the leader. Instead, it went to Momo. Indeed. Things do not always go as we plan, but have no regrets. Laid forth the prospect of having it decided by vote. Can hardly complain about the outcome. True enough, not that anything's gonna change it at this point. They began their usual bickering at that point, though this time there were plenty of short pauses thanks to the consumption of food and drinks. Izuku, for her own part, remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. Thoughts of heroism, but more on family. Izuku, like many others, had been inspired to become a hero by All Might, the beacon of heroism and might. However, it had not been All Might who had made her into who she was now. He had not molded her into the person she was, he had not lifted her up in her darkest moments, nor had he given her the powers she needed to achieve her dreams. That was all something she could thank her parents for, and more than anyone else, her dad. It usually hurt to think back on her dad, but not today. Today she remembered happier times with her dad. Times they'd spent together, times he'd explained hero history to her, or the times played with her, indulging in her dreams of being a hero. He'd always seemed a beacon of strength in her life. Someone she could always turn to, and be inspired by no matter how bad things got. He'd instilled in her many things, including a deep love of family, even now that only one such remained to her. She understood Iida, his admiration and love for his brother, far more so than she understood Mei, and what made her tick. Family was important. It shaped you, it nurtured you, and it inspired you. It made you do incredible things, like inspiring you to follow in their footsteps, or creating new, sentient life to grant other superpowers. The suit she wore wasn't just a means to achieve her dreams, he was also a living symbol of how much her dad had genuinely and truly loved her. And that thought made Izuku feel a warmth she rarely felt anymore. She had missed this feeling. Shigaraki Tamura was an oddball, even for the very oddball company that was Japan's criminal underworld, the ones who had survived All Might's rise that was. At 175 centimeters, with white hair, red eyes, and a black set of shirt and pants that looked like he was wearing pajamas, he was utterly unremarkable, well, other than the fact that he had about a dozen hands clamped around his upper body, anyway. That kinda was the most outstanding part of his appearance. Even without those, he was an utterly unremarkable man, and with deep circles under his eyes, countless smaller scars on his face, and his unkempt and unwashed mane of hair, he was about as unattractive as he could possibly be. Which made the appearance of an attractive young lady sitting in his lap and fawning over him all the bigger as a contrast. Ah, can't the mission planning wait, darling? The girl had a cute face, and a long, massive mane of strawberry blonde hair that tumbled down her back, like a waterfall. One eye was hidden underneath that massive mane, which on the front was styled so it covered that side completely. Out from those bangs, however, lines of burn scars centered around where her left eye should be crept out. Those scars were about the only physical imperfection on the young woman and were also a sharp contrast to her otherwise silky smooth skin. Beneath her slender neck, she wore a simple mini dress with frilly bottom edges, as well as a fully open cleavage, putting a rather generous set of beeps on full display. The dress seemingly had nothing keeping it in place, no lathes, no straps around arms, shoulders, or neck. She was currently not wearing anything on her feet, having discarded a set of pink, high-heeled go-go boots by the entrance, along with a sheathed katana in a pink scabbard. The man she was fawning over ignored the girl sitting on his lap, as he looked over a set of maps and security information. Come now, darling, you cute little Nui deserves a reward. Came home with the maps from UA's storage just like you wanted. No one even saw me. Despite the admission of her successful mission, Shigaraki felt the usual, massive pang of annoyance as he always did when he had to deal with Nui. The fact that she was the one thing he had never managed to just destroy, despite many tries, made his skin itch that of so familiar itch. He considered his options. He could just keep her there. He knew from experience that she wouldn't deliberately interfere with what he was doing, but she wouldn't actually go away until he gave in. But for once, he actually did want to make some effort into what he was planning to do. It was like preparing for a raid. And there was nothing more annoying than being constantly badgered while preparing for a raid. Fine, I'll have some fun with you, after the invasion tomorrow. Yay, Nui suddenly got an incredibly cutesy, and in Shigaraki's opinion annoying smile on her face, plastered a smooch on his chin, and with a bit of humming, finally left him alone as she walked out. He felt a huge pang of relief as she did so. His bride as Sensei called her, was one of the most annoying people he had ever met. Admittingly, pretty much every single person he had ever found annoying had ceased to be very shortly after meeting him, but still. As he wiped away the pink lipstick mark she'd left, he leaned in over the maps and began considering. He quickly looked over each section of the school, all of them very neatly detailed in the maps Nui had recovered from their storage. He did not question how she had done so without being detected. As much as he'd hated her, ever since Sensei brought her to him a year ago, the girl was very, very useful. Far more dangerous than her appearance would suggest. As he went over the maps, he quickly decided on the spot. The big dome, where the stupid hero kids would hold rescue training. It was the most isolated, and also the most separate from everything else on campus. He could work with that. I wonder, how will the world react when the symbol of peace dies tomorrow? The day after the student president and vice presidential election started off the same as any other school day. The same classes, the same teachers, and the same interpersonal interactions of the previous days took center stage amongst the students of 1A. That it would be one of the most important days of their lives was something none of them would have been able to foresee. As was usual with such things. 12.50. It was as the clock was nearing 13.00, that Aizawa dropped something new on his class, out of nowhere, and without suggesting anything about it at all. It was a pattern that almost all his previous students had despised about the man. His tendency to just drop things on them without any warning or forecast. Sometimes it was for non-serious stuff, other times for the most dire of events. For the most foundational skills of heroics, we'll study today, it was decided that you'll be supervised by a team comprising me, All Might, and somebody else. A few, like Izuku, immediately picked up on the fact that he had said, it was decided, meaning the higher-ups of the school had debated it, which had its own implications. Most though, like Zero, a student with tape dispensers for elbows, instead was focused on the more practical question, and so he, with his arm raised up, of course, asked. Sensei, what will we be doing? Aizawa, like All Might before him, raised up a golden card from the table, and presented the word, rescue, in red to the class. The motion could not have been more different though, with a complete lack of energy behind it. Quote. Be the hero everyone needs, whether it's a flood or any other disaster. It's the trial of rescue. The class immediately began talking amongst themselves, about their thoughts on it, and what sort of stuff they personally would handle the best. You know Izuku, for all his deep discipline, he really does just let people talk during his speeches, rather than enforcing silence through the entire thing. Do you think he does that deliberately? Let people talk so he can reinforce his image of being a harsh, in-charge image by shutting the talk down. Izuku, who was busy trying to speculate on exactly how she would use her enormous might, but not exactly versatile power set, in a rescue environment, was taken completely aback by that suggestion. Her eyes immediately went to Aizawa, to study him, and sure enough. Just as the talks began to start in earnest, two burning, laser-like eyes appeared, and shut down any further talk. See, he does do that on purpose. He apparently did. It wasn't that Aizawa had a natural knack for this way of dominating his students. He simply knew from experience how to do it, planning the flow of class out for maximum effect. That realization completely changed Izuku's thoughts on the man. This image and personality of his was an act, or at least part of it was. Just like with his first history teacher, Aizawa was putting on a performance to test his students. She wasn't sure where it actually ended, but now that she saw it was there, it was impossible to unsee. Don't get ahead of yourselves, Aizawa said after silence was once again re-established. As he continued, he fished out a remote, and clicked it, making the wall open out where the class costumes were now usually stored when not in use. Quote. Aswas saying, this time it's entirely up to each of you whether you want to wear your costume or not. Some will not be suitable for the work ahead. Others will need further modifications. The training area is relatively far away though, so we'll get there by bus. That's all. Go get prepared before we leave. As the class began to do just that, Izuku recalled things from her own past. She recalled watching the moment that had set her on the path to wanting to become a hero in the first place. All Might's first appearance as a pro, where he saved so many people in one day. She recalled that same All Might saving her life from the sludge guy, who had tried to drown her. And finally, she recalled something else, her own fleeting moment of true perfection, as power and might ran through her, and how she'd used that to save May. Yes, this was what it was all about. There would be battles ahead in her future. Missions, team-ups, and journeys, but this was what being a hero was all about. Saving people. To be continued. Hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.